Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And tonight, we have some things to do. We have a task. We have a job, a role, a sacred duty. And that is to listen to an interview done by none other than Mark Richards. And also, maybe explore this court TV stuff. Oh, and I am being joined tonight, by the way. Just so everybody can steel yourselves. We've got a guest ready to go. Please welcome to the stream, Mr. Andrew Branca.
Hey, folks.
How's it going, man?
It's pretty good. Just got back from a Christmas party, so this should be pretty lit.
Oh, okay. I'll have to catch up. I have not been at a Christmas party, we'll say, but I have been here at home. I made a good dinner. And now I guess, well, why don't I start then right away? Just to prime the pump.
You're lagging, man. You're not carrying your weight.
I'm sorry. I'll pour a double to get started. But yes, as I was just saying right before you popped in,
I'm covering my pouring noise with your pouring noise.
No, you're drinking coffee from that mug.
Of course. Coffee of the gods.
But as I was saying before you popped in, we've got an interview that Mark Richards gave to a podcast called Law and Legitimacy.
Okay.
And it's an hour long.
Do you know those people?
Nope.
Okay.
I have no idea. But they cover it all. It says the early involvement of attorney John Pierce and Lynn Wood, Kyle's extradition to Kenosha County Jail, Mark's assessments of Judge Schrader, which they misspelled, and the prosecution, the role of the jury consultant and the 3 mock juries utilized, the prosecution's challenge of Kyle's Fifth Amendment right to silence, character and propensity evidence in the face of motions in limine, Judge Schrader's courtroom policy and the complaining witness issue, the particulars of the firearms charge and its dismissal, and obtaining the acquittal, and the give and take of Tucker Carlson's support. That's what's covered.
Sounds like all the things.
That's a lot of things for a 1-hour interview. But I guess they probably run a tighter ship than I do. And then the other thing I thought, if we get around to it, Court TV had a panel of lawyers on, which was fun.
A panel of lawyers.
Yes, they had 3 lawyers and the host, who I don't know if he's a lawyer or not, but he talks like a radio guy. And they were reviewing Kim and analyzing Kim Potter's testimony today on direct and cross. So I thought if we get around to it, that might be interesting because, you know, we have our panel and we all have sort of our impressions. And I did kind of preview it, and I thought there was a diversity of opinion. It wasn't monolithic. So it's kind of interesting to hear some of their takes. So I thought if we get around to it, we'll do that too. But
okay.
The truth has no agenda.
Yeah, no tie, folks. So this is just Andrew Branca, not Lawyer Branca tonight. So
that's how I am.
Off the leash.
Andrew Branca, unleashed. The jokes get spicier. The drinks get saucier. Speaking of which, I did pour myself a double here. So cheers
Salute
to you.
To your health and birthday and all that.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
It's tough turning 29 every year.
That it is. Although I wouldn't know. I didn't get the magical stop aging formula. I'm stuck.
I'll tell you the secret, but I'll tell you offline.
How many layers are you wearing? I would die.
Yeah, we were at a neighbor's house, so I had to walk over from the other Christmas party.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
They're still getting lit. I came to work, in scare quotes.
All right. So here we go. Let me grab the early chats that came in before the show, and then we'll get right into it from there, so we don't take too much time on this preface part. All right. Trigi Confucius says, just had a pursuit end with an officer shooting a mile from my house here in bumfuck Virginia. Wife heard the shots from our homestead in Culpeper. Well,
I've taught there.
I'm glad you're okay, but you know. Oh, you know what's crazy? That just reminded me, in my small town, there was just an officer involved shooting where they actually shot a gun out of a guy's hand. They shot him in the hand and apprehended
lucky
him.
for him.
Yeah. It turned out it was a fake gun.
That's remarkably often the case, folks, by the way.
But yeah,
don't point a fake gun at the cops. You get lit up.
Yeah, he was wanted on several counts of terroristic threats, and then he had a gun and said he was going to like shoot a bunch of people or something. So they shot him in the fake gun, which is lucky. Yeah, because normally you would just shoot him in the face or the body.
By the way, that ties in nicely to the Kim Potter whole tunnel vision thing. Right. People getting shot in the gun and the hands is remarkably common because the cops see the weapon, tunnel vision in on the weapon. That's where their gun goes. And they end up shooting you in the gun or the hand, even though they know they're supposed to shoot you center mass.
Crazy. Because I always thought that was just a cutesy trope of Western movies, right? The sharpshooter shoots everybody's gun hands or whatever.
Well, it would be a goofy trick if they did it on purpose, but it's not on purpose. Right. It's just where their eye goes.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and I guess when you train a lot with a firearm, you're not lining up sights every time. You're just kind of getting that gun to the place, where it belongs.
I mean, it depends on, you get the sight picture you need for the shot. So if it's a close shot, just what you might call a flash sight picture, just like the silhouette of the gun can be enough. If it's a further shot, you have to have the, front sight clearly on the target. With practice, you develop the skills you need to have the sight picture you need for that particular shot. But I will guarantee you that 99% of cops don't have that level of expertise. I only see it among competitive shooters.
When you were a competitive shooter, did you learn to bend the bullet like in that movie Wanted?
Sometimes it would bend, but in the wrong direction.
Billy Witch Doctor 99 said, I said it earlier and I'll say it again, that that lady prosecutor was a real catch you next Tuesday. Wait, this is the night stream. We could just say she was a real cunt. Also, I'm pretty sure her inner demon / lizard person got out while she was cross-examining Potter. That was the weirdest thing, man. It was like, what the hell? Corey Boatwright says, I'd appreciate it if you could explain sometime how ignorance of the law is no excuse is reconciled with the concept of mens rea. How can I have intent for breaking some law I didn't know exists? Sans strict liability. Okay.
Not that hard, actually, but
yeah. Mens rea isn't your intent to violate a law. It's your intent to do a thing that happens to violate the law. So if you have an intent to shoot someone, if you don't know that shooting someone is illegal, but you have the intent to shoot someone, you fulfilled the mens rea element. Okay, that's where the intent lies. The intent is on the underlying acts. Those acts being defined as unlawful is irrespective of your mens rea. So
comes up a lot in possession crime. So like if you're caught with a gun, like in a school zone and you're not supposed to have it there, no one cares if you knew it was a school zone. They only care if you knew you had the gun.
Right.
That's the mens rea. If you didn't know you had the gun, if you were, I don't know, carrying a box or somebody else or something, you could argue, hey, I didn't even know I had a gun. That would be different. But if you know you have the gun and the crime is having a gun in a school zone, well, if you're in a school zone, that's it.
Yep. So they get to that. And again, the intent is the intent to do the act. And that's what's different with Potter here is that I was reviewing the state's proposed jury instructions while hanging out with my wife because, well, that's exciting. But the even the state has to admit that there has to be they're predicating their first degree manslaughter charge on the reckless use of a handgun. And then in the second degree manslaughter, they still recognize the conscious disregard for safety manifested in the act. And so
what I keep hearing Matthew Frank saying in court is he's using the word reckless in the colloquial sense. Like clearly this was irresponsible or negligent or shouldn't have happened, or he's not using it in the technical legal sense that she was aware of the risk and ignored the risk, which is legally what reckless means. When most people use reckless, I mean, they're meaning what a lawyer would call negligence. And I think everybody would agree that she was negligent, careless, right?
Yeah.
But that's not the legal definition of reckless. And I think, I mean, I wrote about it in my end of day summary tonight, but I think if they can convince the jury that all that needs to be met is negligence, well, then she's convicted because she clearly did that. It's going to be up to the defense to make clear to the jury that that's not enough for a criminal conviction.
Squizgar says 1 minute late, unsubbed. Free Flyer 1978 says TikTok is now the law school of the future. Evidently, CDL drivers who negligently don't take runaway ramps are victims of the system and a racist judge. Yeah, we were talking about that case a little bit earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I don't know all the facts in that case. If that guy's brakes just spontaneously broke, he had no way to know that was going to happen. That's not on him, but that's not how I'm hearing the facts.
And, you know, there could be an element of recklessness if he does pass the runaway ramps. Because if he's in a position to get over to those runaway ramps, right, and he neglects to do, or he chooses not to do so, and he passes 1, 2, maybe 3 of these runoff places, and that's feasible if you're going downhill, and then plows into a family, when he knows that that's what they're for, there's signs all over the place. If your brakes aren't working, you do that. But I mean, if he loses his brakes and then within 20 seconds or a quarter mile or something hits this car, that's a different story than if he goes all the way 2 miles down a 6% grade. And some of these downslopes there in Colorado are long downslopes.
Miles and miles and miles and miles.
AJ Arguello says under 5 wins. Oh, you had an over and under on me showing up on time. Thank you. Matthew Roy says, Nick, thank you for your coverage of the Rittenhouse and Potter trials. My dad is a retired attorney and stroke victim. He's been out of it for years. Watching your coverage with him, it's brought back an analytical side he hasn't expressed in so long. Thank you.
Oh, that's very kind.
That's cool, man. That is cool. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of that. Phoenix Oram says, hey, Nick, happy belated birthday. Feeling better after having a cold this week. Could you have a shot for my recovery / your birthday? Also in preacher voice, can you say, the Phoenix, he's arisen. Ah. Godspeed. You too, brother. I'm glad you're better. For you. I have a feeling this night's about to get terrible. XLI says, missed your night show, but happy birthday, old man. How young is 25 when you're 40? 25, when I'm 40, 25 is young enough that I will presumptively not speak with you or engage with you in any way. You can overcome that presumption. It's rebuttable, but it's a strong one.
I will tell people 40 was probably the best year of my life because I lost the ex-wife and got the new wife, and my life has been better every year since. So it's like an inverted over the hill.
Very cool. 40 so far is shaping up just fine for me. But really, like, I mean, the past couple years have been phenomenal, but my life keeps getting better pretty much every year. So I'm liking it. Lol, unlike Nikki, Andrew ages like fine wine on the show. Wait a minute. Why do you get all this nice treatment? What did I do?
I earned
it. Well played. Well played. All right. So I've got this podcast queued up. We should be able to hear it. I'm going to click play. If you don't hear something in like 10 seconds, let me know, but it should be set. This was recorded on December 7th, 2021. So here we go. Should be hearing some music.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's right. You should have classy music like that. It's very like gay bar.
Yeah. I feel like I'm about to hear a beat poet. Lawyers talking about law, coming to the problems and topics of the society. I don't know. I can't do it anymore. I'm not a freestyle rapist or rapist. Not sure if rapist has 1 P.
All right, well, that's enough.
Okay. Welcome back to Law and Legitimacy. As always, we're brought to you by the
monotone man.
The ad of Mike Boyer at the Carolina Craft Legal Group. He knows how to turn knobs and do electrical things that I can.
We can all do that, brother.
So if you've got problems with a complex legal or regulatory matter anywhere in the Southeast or the Northeast, give the Carolina.
What is he, grifting? That's so wrong.
944-2132.
Grifting is not allowed here. What are we talking about? By the way, you can find me at ricadalaw.locals.com.
I was tempted to say 666-944-2132 and tell him Beelzebub sent you, but Mike didn't think that was funny.
No, it's not funny.
Let's move on. Law and legitimacy. The country. Are we a failed state? I don't know. I do know that when I look at the news, I feel like a stranger in my own land, and I'm concerned.
Why don't these people ever just talk like human beings? Why do they do this fake radio voice thing?
I don't know. I think it's I think it's the podcast format that does it, right? Like that's why I like doing stuff live and not doing the podcasting, because I feel like the podcast is oddly more performative, whereas I like the live thing because it's interactive, not performative. Personally, I just can't wait for Mark Richards to enter the show. I'd like to hear what he has to say.
And one of the cases that really caught my fascination was the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And we are really privileged tonight to have Mark Richards, Mr. Rittenhouse's lead counsel, with us as a guest on Law and Legitimacy. Mark, thank you. Thank you. The world's knocking at your door. I'm glad you responded to our knock.
Good to be here.
So congratulations on the Rittenhouse case. Were you
That's him.
The longer it went, the more I started to doubt our work. But going into it, we were
for good reason.
We could get
us too, Mark.
It's not the strongest. It's not the strong opening, but it's a remarkably honest opening. Because I think there were some points where the work could be doubted.
There are some WTF moments for sure, man.
There, as time went on, there were times when I began to doubt the work that we had put in.
I just remember they're waiting for the verdict and he's got his head in his hands. I mean, me too.
The main time I doubted the work that we put in was when we moved for a mistrial without prejudice while the jury was in deliberations.
We were hoping for anything.
We just thought our goose was cooked at that time.
Get the right result, maybe a little overconfident. But once they were out for 3.5 days, all bets were off.
Yeah, those are
true.
That's a long time. What's the longest you ever had a verdict of?
I had a 17 and an 18 hour before this case.
I've had 2 9-day waits, and they were brutal. And in one, on the 9th day, a claim of jury misconduct was reported, and one of the jurors this was federal court, so you don't have a set number, you have a minimum and a maximum, and within 10 minutes we had the verdict we want. This was a civil case once the guy was gone, so I knew who to thank.
Good story.
9 days, that would be awful. That would be awful. And then you hear there's jury misconduct, you're like, shit, we're gonna have to panel a new jury and do this all over again. No.
Oh, the judge would be so pissed.
Mars.
Oh man! So for folks that don't know, there's something called an Allen charge, where the judge tells the jury comes in and says, "Hey, we can't make a decision. We're just done. We just can't do it." And the judge says, "You MFers, get back in that room. Make it. I'm not doing this again."
They did that even down in the Florida case, the Florida manslaughter case, where the jury comes back. They're like, "Yeah, we got a unanimous verdict." And they panel the jury, or they poll the jury, and the first juror says, "Nope, I disagree." And the judge said, get back in
there.
get back in there. And the juror actually stood by disagreeing, and they had to mistrial it. But the judge is like, are you kidding me? We've been through all of this. They don't want to do that again.
Judges hate this. They sat through all that shit for all those days. They're not doing that because they're going to get the case again. That same judge will get the case again.
And they're going to have to re-rule on new motions in limine. They're gonna have to rule on tackle new objections to the same stuff, because they'll refine, like the lawyers will refine their mistakes on the objections that were important. and they'll go back and try and find a weasel way to get that hearsay evidence in or whatever. Oh,
it's like,
God.
if you've ever like tried to record something like for a podcast or something like that, and then at the end of half an hour of talking, you realize the goddamn microphone was not on. You got to do it all over again. That's what the judge is feeling, but it's not half an hour. It's a week.
Yeah. Mars Ultor says, Nick, how do I get you to grift my GoFundMe? I just want a drink by Mark Matthewman. Pay me not to not work, or pay me to make sewer gators real. Either one. What? I guess you can look up Mark Matthewman's GoFundMe. I just want to drink. You can check that out. Thanks, Mars. Very much appreciated. Meth Bear says 20 Fargo Catholics didn't know I was a Jew lawyer. The woman loved I got my girl a Canada Goose coat at Shields. A brother blurted, you got a Vacheron. That's a $50,000 watch. Now they want us to get married. Detroit Lakes for more family tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you for the story, Meth Bear. You seriously?
I might be too white to understand that story, but it sounded like fun.
So this is I think he's from West Coast. Came to Minnesota to meet the girlfriend's family for Thanksgiving and stuff.
It's always fun.
And apparently, when he's wearing a $50,000 watch, they now want him to get married. They now approve of the wedding. But bro, you wear a $50,000 watch? Good God, that's rich for my blood.
That's like 2 motorcycles.
Chain breaking,
2 BMW motorcycles.
Chain breaking Sage says the Jake is how you control a downhill descent, not the service brake. Simply put, you run your engine brake and supplement with your service brakes. The dingus started his descent at an inappropriate speed, relied heavily on his service brake, resulting in brake fade.
Right. So I got this earlier in the comments too. I know how this works, folks. I used to be a diesel mechanic. So you're going down the downgrade. You start with the engine brake or the Jake brake if you have one, and if it's allowed to be used. And then if you desperately need to, you use your actual brakes. If you do the reverse of that, you use your actual brakes first. You smoke out your brakes, and the engine braking is not enough to stop you if you're at speed going down a steep grade.
Yeah, it's like I said, I'm not familiar with the facts of the case, but it could be really tough. Okay, back to Mark Richards.
How did you get involved in? Well, I guess first we should back up. Tell us a little bit about your practice, where you're located, where you went to law school, and what is it about the law that appealed to you?
I'm in Racine, Wisconsin, which is right between Milwaukee and Chicago. It's a small kind of post-industrial city with a lot of crime. My practice is
may as well go in the criminal law.
Right? Criminal defense every now.
I won't lie, folks. That's why I'm in this business. People keep shooting each other. It's a growth industry.
It's not going to stop. Not going to stop.
For me on something else, with competent co-counsel, some civil stuff, and I'll get involved. I went to University of Wisconsin for undergrad. I graduated that in 1980. I went right on to law school and graduated from that UW Madison in 87. I did about a year in Milwaukee working for what at that time was considered a big firm.
Usually when someone says they did a year somewhere, they're talking about prison, which basically describes Milwaukee. Really now says, do a special guest series where you invite random super chatters. I have done call-in shows. They are very, very controversial. Some people love them. Other people hate them. It's always a crapshoot who you get on.
50 lawyers, and I hated it, and they probably hated me. I moved on, and I went to work in the Kenosha District Attorney's office, the same office I was against in State First Kyle Rittenhouse. And after doing 2 years there, I was offered a job in the Racine District Attorney's office, which was my hometown, and I said I would never go home, but I did. And I ended up doing 2 years there. And
it's like prison time. It's like listening to a Marine talk about his ex-wives. I did 1 year with that stripper, did 2 years with the other stripper.
So so Barnes obviously has some drama with this legal team, and that may color some of his opinions. about it. But Mark Richards is not a storyteller. I mean, listen to this delivery. Like, I went to college and then I spent a couple years at home when I said I wouldn't be home, but I was home.
And actually that's a huge point, Nick, because to be a really great lawyer, you need to be a great storyteller, because that's how human beings incorporate and understand complicated events, is by storytelling. We did this for 10,000 years before we had lawyers, just sitting around a fire at night telling stories to each other. It's how human brains actually function. And a lawyer who can't do that can be a very good, I don't know what you call them, utility lawyer. You know, if it's a DWI or if it's a whatever, a not very complicated fact case, they'll do fine. I mean, lots of people need representation. It's okay. But if it's a complicated, high stakes case, you want a lawyer who can tell a goddamn story.
Yeah, because you have to. I mean, if you think of the Kim Potter trial, it's really easy to just blankly lay out the elements of negligence and recklessness, but you want to compel that jury to feel the mistake that she made, to feel the remorse that she has for what happened, to feel the absolute devastating failure she felt to the community. That's what Gray and Eng have been doing.
Right. And that's how Eldridge screwed up on Cross.
Right.
She should have told a different story. She should have told a story in that cross. And she didn't do that. She came out like a little angry dog, a little chihuahua on a leash. Rah, 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 rah. That's not helpful to the mission. She should have come out and through her questioning, through her cross, told the story. Look, this is a well-intentioned woman. She's always helped her community, but she made a very, very serious mistake here. She knew she was making mistakes. She knew she should have known better, and she did it anyway. And that's, now I don't believe this, but that's criminally culpable. That's what she should have done. Not, this is a horrible woman who's full of malice. I mean, no one believes that.
No. No, and it doesn't come across well. And Richards and Eng have constructed a very good story. I mean, the fact that she closes out, and they close out their questioning of her with this, you felt a duty and an obligation to your fellow officers. Who's your second family?
Family. It was the Fast and Furious closing.
Yeah. And then the other aspect that they built in a little bit earlier, you resigned. When did you resign? 2 days after the shooting, you stepped down. And you stepped down because you felt like it was your duty to the community, because you felt that you had failed in your commitment that you had made 26 years ago to this community. You've served it, but you failed and you were no longer fit for it. Like, that's the story they crafted, and it was done well.
Yeah. I mean, if the defense were Eldridge, they would have said things like, isn't it true this community threw you under the bus?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it would have been insane.
You served this community for 26 years, and what did it do?
Those efforts.
It turned its back on you in your time of need. Yeah,
probably these jurors did it.
Right. Mars Ultor says, I also have a $1 million GoFundMe to breed alligators that can live in the New York City sewers. I just need monies to buy a gator farm. I don't know if that's a good plan.
New York City does not do that. I need it. I can tell you, having worked as a diesel mechanic in Harlem, New York, the rats are alligator sized.
Yeah. I've heard that. I've never been to New York for any significant.
They're not alligator size, but they're the size of very large cats.
Right. I heard they're uncomfortably.
They are raccoon sized.
Awful. Disgusting. Mr. Bentham says, objection, Your Honor. The prosecution continues to say they are not rainbow flag. I don't know. I think it means gay. But we have evidence that shows he only has relationships with women and sex with men. He also identifies as Fluffer Boy 2004, Your Honor. That was from, I think it was Law and Order. Was Ice Cube in Law and Order, or was he in, or Ice-T? Was he in Law and Order or NYPD Blue or whatever? Do you remember?
All I know is Ice Ice Baby.
Oh. Ice-T did the thing, and there's this guy, and he's sitting there. He's like, I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men. And Ice-T says, that means you're gay. It's this perfect moment. Oh, it's good. Here we go.
What I thought was all you could do in a prosecutor's office. I opened up my own office, and, I've had a series of different partners and things like that over the years. But I've been here, and that's what I do.
When you went to law school, did you know criminal law was where you'd end up?
It's what I always wanted to do. As a young kid, I always read. I read F. Lee Bailey. I read Clarence Darrow. I read all of those books. I still have a lot of them. I love true crime, and what I wanted to do was try cases. And when I went to work for that civil firm in Milwaukee, you looked at people who had been there for 10 or 12 years who were partners. And if they had 1 or 2 jury trials, that was a lot. Nobody ever.
That's 100% true. And by the way, I believe everything he's saying right now is genuine. I can easily understand how he could feel that way. And if you work at a firm, it's very hierarchical. There's it's a pyramid structure. A lot of people very low on the pyramid. Some people in the middle on the pyramid, very small number of people at the top of the pyramid. And you're not getting a lot of casework. I mean, the best reason to get out of law school and go to a public defender's office or a prosecutor's office is you'll get a lot of work really, really fast. A lot of experience really, really fast. If you go to a firm, you could do dick for years before you have an opportunity to do real work.
Yeah, civil litigation has advanced or progressed in such a way that case law, or like actual trial cases, jury trial cases in civil litigation, are extremely rare.
And it's almost always partners or the junior partners, at least.
Right. The upper partners are managing the firm,
right,
delegating tasks and bathing in money. And the lower level people are doing the research and the grunt work and typing up motions. And so then the junior partners are doing the actual trial work. And
they're trying to become full partners through their trial work. That's the last threshold. It's like whatever the pre-NFL is. That's what they're at.
The pre-NFL is the lingerie football league.
Well, that's fine too. That's okay.
All right, here we go.
And everything was depositions, which were boring. Objecting to yourself.
They're what you make of them.
And so I left there and went.
If you're a good storyteller, a deposition can be really
fun. They can be lots of fun.
Especially because in depositions, you can go basically anywhere and the person is compelled to answer. I mean, they can object, but they still have to answer. You can make someone squirm quite a bit.
Right. The judge can exclude it later, but you get the answer then. You make them wiggle in the chair right then.
Went to work in a prosecutor's office, and within 2 weeks, I tried my first jury trial.
Yeah. See?
What's the most memorable case you tried as a prosecutor, and what makes it so memorable, or what made it so memorable?
Right before I left the Racine District Attorney's office, I did 2 defendants. They were co-defendants, but the trials were severed.
Ooh.
They had been convicted of federal kidnapping charges, extortion and things like that. And that was back when federal time, you did so little of it. It wasn't after 87.
Oh, it's not that way anymore. Federal time is real time.
Federal parole, and they knew that it was a murder, and they ended up flipping one of the 3 individuals who were involved, the least culpable, and he told us where the body was, and we ended up doing the murder case. So it was 5 weeks, 1 defendant. The judge was nice enough to give us a week off, and then we came back and did it for 4 more weeks. We had witnesses from all over the country. The case was at that time was about 12 years old.
Wow.
So rounding all those people up, a lot of Chicago police detectives were involved, and they were, that was over 30 years ago. And back then those guys were crazy. So it was
Richards. I don't think that's actually probably changed very much, honestly. I would wager that, I mean, Chicago, well, maybe, but I don't know, man. Chicago's a weird place.
Agencies are a lot more woke than they used to be. I mean, I remember New York. So I don't know Chicago, but I know New York City. And in New York City 30 years ago, it was a completely different department. FBI 30 years ago was a completely different department. I know I have a lot of friends my age. I'm just 57 a couple of days ago, who I knew their entire careers in the FBI, and they were door kickers when they went in. They were door kickers when they came out, but the FBI around them changed completely. Door kickers were no longer welcome. They were replaced by lawyers and accountants and bureaucrats. And the FBI you see today is not the FBI The guys I know joined 30 years ago. It was a completely different agency.
All right, here we go.
Interesting case, to say the least. Both of the individuals were convicted in rather short order, and I left the DA's office right after that.
What kind of sentences did they pull? I mean, in
They
Connecticut,
got life. You know, that's all you get in Wisconsin.
life without possibility of parole.
No, back then you still had the eligibility for parole.
The way you say that can really have an impact on that life. It's what you get in Wisconsin.
The life state, Wisconsin, the life state.
The state of life, the life giver.
Please read the fine print.
Just so you know, here in the fine print at *1, life means in prison forever.
So they had to do a minimum of 13 years, 4 months consecutive. But both of them are still in. In Wisconsin, you can have parole eligibility. You don't get out.
Yeah, no, Connecticut, the mandatory minimum for murder is 25, the max is 60. And so if you go to trial, it's rare you pull less than 45 or 50. And that's day for day. You're not parole eligible.
That's what it is here. And you do, now the minimum is 25, and judges never give the minimum anymore. I mean, if you have a first-degree murder case in Wisconsin and you don't go to trial, you're an idiot.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I've only
Good
pled
advice.
a couple people in the equivalent of first-degree murder here.
That's an interesting aspect of different states, right? He just basically laid out, if you're going to plea out to a murder in Wisconsin, first-degree murder in Wisconsin, you're going to prison for the rest of your life.
But nobody does. I mean, why would you? I mean, you're better off just going with a public defender and trying it. I mean, take the shot.
Yeah. Yep.
And though in those cases, there were extenuating circumstances. I could get the pleas down to about 35. No question they did it. So 35, 60, you know, some people are going to think that's acceptable.
Yeah. I mean, and it just seems like lately, and I don't know why, but everybody I represent, besides Kyle, seems to be a little bit older. And when you're representing older individuals and you're talking about, 25, 30s, what's the point? You're going to
I hear you.
Yeah, that's actually a real point in my experience too. Many of the cases I consult on are people in their 40s or 50s, and they're looking at aggravated assault charges, aggravated assault with a weapon. So they're looking at 10, 15, in some states, 20 years, which if you're 20, you might say, well, all right, I get out when I'm 40. I could still have a life, right? You could still have a family and start a business. But if you're 40, that's a life sentence.
Yeah. It's, when you get to the venerable years, any amount of prison time really can be extremely devastating, because you'll lose a lot on the way, and you won't be able to recover because you'll be too old. You get out, you've got a record now, and you're going to try and get hired somewhere that's going to pay
and
you.
You can't really come back anyway. I mean, most people, if you're lucky enough to get to your 40s or 50s and begin making real money, it's because you spend 15 years getting to that point. Nobody's an overnight success. You spend 3-4 years in prison and come back out, you're back at step one. You're not doing that again.
Yeah.
When you were a prosecutor, did you feel different than you do as a defense lawyer? In other words, did the duty to do justice ring large in your mind? I
never, and this, it's easy to say, but I never went after somebody I thought didn't do it.
Right.
You don't have to. There's plenty of cases.
There was one case, and it's nothing big, but I still remember it to this day. It was a younger Hispanic kid who went to this guy's house under the ruse of buying these champion pigeons. And he got the old guy in the chicken coop or the pigeon coop, and he stole the champion pigeons and locked the door. And
that should be a death sentence right there. I mean, pigeon stealing.
You can't take a man's pigeons. He
not expect to die.
Those were champion pigeons.
Like, what is best in life? To steal a man's, to hear the lamentations of the pigeons.
The guy was able to get out right away, but because it was stealing livestock, it was a felony. And he was represented by this crazy attorney who I knew from my days in Kenosha. He's dead now, but his name was Myron Keys. And I offered the guy a misdemeanor. He had no prior record, go away. And the guy goes, he didn't do anything wrong. We're not going to take it. And we went to trial, and the jury
normally it's the client that's crazy that way.
And the kid was stuck with a felony for the rest of his life because he had an idiot for a lawyer.
God, it sucks.
And
if you've got a felony charge and a prosecutor offers you to plea out to a
take it every day, man.
100%. No, I'm going to stand on principle. No, you don't need to do that. Just take it.
I've worked cases where the client is looking, if they're convicted, it's the rest of their life in prison, and they're offered a 2-3 year felony, time served. They're not even going to spend any time in a cage. It is a felony. They'll lose their rights, they'll lose their gun rights, all that stuff. They'll be a convicted felon, but they won't spend a day in prison. And they don't want to take it because they feel like they didn't do anything wrong. And you have to explain to those clients that could very well be true. But are you willing to roll the dice on that guaranteed deal against the rest of your life in a cage?
Yeah. One of my first criminal cases was a girl accused of selling stolen property, right? Receiving and then selling stolen property, pawned a bunch of necklaces and jewelry from her boyfriend's grandmother.
How funny. That was the first case I had working at the Broome County Public Defender's Office in New York. It was these two guys were caught in a hotel room full of, packed to the roof with stolen merchandise. But sorry, the coincidence was so telling. I couldn't hold myself back.
Now, this one, the boyfriend steals a bunch of jewelry from his aunt or his grandmother or something, right? And then gives it to the girlfriend and allegedly says something to the effect of, I need you to go sell this. It's a gift for us. He gave it to us as a gift, but I need you to go to different pawn shops. And so she goes around to like 10 different pawn shops and sells a little bit at every single one. Well, turns out when you do that, you look really, really guilty of selling stolen property, no matter how good your story might be. But the prosecutor offered misdemeanor theft. And it was just a misdemeanor. I don't think it was even theft. I think she got a disorderly or something out of it. And it was like, it paid a $500 fine and walked away. It's like, this is the greatest deal ever. You face like 5 years in prison for this. but we took it. We took it right away.
I see there's a lot of people in the comments from Broome County who knew Binghamton, New York. Just to be clear, because I don't want to mislead people, I was not a lawyer at the time. I was an investigator for the Broome County Public Defender's Office.
Trend Legacy says, thank you for your live coverage of the Rittenhouse and Potter trials. Insightful and entertaining. Happy birthday, Andrew and Nick. Back to my degenerate chat member role. Hey, thank you, Trent. Thank you. Joseph Marcinkowski says, question for you, Nick. Does the nose grow with every birthday? Cheers and happy birthday. Drinking some Maker's 46 cask strength tonight. Yes, actually, you can
everything grows.
That's right.
You're saying.
I'm just going to leave it at that. That was a better answer than I was going to give.
It still rubs me the wrong way, but there's, it's not like my boss would have let me say, oh, take the misdemeanor now after we spent 2 days in a trial.
I want to read this chat while I see it. Mile High Madam says, hey, Bronca, Mile High lady here. And I'm wondering if my mother and I can get hard in person. You mentioned locals being able to pick up, and we want to share your godly wisdom with my mama for Christmas. Would it be possible to do that?
I'm not sure what that all means, but
I think they want to get your book in person because you mentioned that.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's Christmas week. I have family visiting. I'm hardly working. There'd be no way to coordinate. I've had maybe 20 people want to do that. In a normal week, I would be happy to arrange handing the book in person, but I just can't do it this week. Sorry.
But maybe after Christmas or after the New Year, that
sure.
might be
or
something
reach out to me afterwards. If sure.
There you go, Mile High Madam. That is the answer to your question. I saw that one. I wanted to grab that one right away. Here we go.
So, well, why not? I mean, you've heard all the talk about the trial tax. I've adopted a tactic of putting the last best offer under seal in the court file as a record, just so that it's there for a record, and then challenging judges to open it in the event of a conviction and asking them why, if it was a misdemeanor, was justice 3 weeks ago, why is the felony justice today?
In Wisconsin, that's actually part of the procedure.
Oh, really? So tell me about that. That's really fascinating.
It's called a Ludwig hearing. It's out of Kenosha that happened right before I was in that office.
That's really interesting. So what they're saying is they take the last best offer prior to going to trial. The last, we'll plead this down to a whatever. And then after,
try to use it as a cap on sentencing.
Right. At post conviction, you get to say, hey, you know what? Before trial, they were willing to let this go as a misdemeanor. Now they want a conviction for a felony, and they want to put him in prison for 10 years. They were going to let him walk with 30 days or something, time served. Come on, $1,000 fine. What are we talking about, Judge? This is ridiculous. Thought they were pursuing justice. They thought this was justice a couple weeks ago. Now they don't. So that's
well, I like the argument, but I mean, strictly speaking, let's face it. I mean, a lot of times these offers are made because the prosecutor doesn't want to go through the time and effort of getting the felony conviction they think they're genuinely entitled to if they do the work. And now they've done the work and they want what the work earns.
Yeah. The other downside is the judge goes, yeah, well, a couple weeks ago, they didn't know that this testimony was going to be elicited at trial. That makes your client extra fucking guilty with aggravating factors. No, they're going away forever. Have fun. But it's an interesting sort of concept, but definitely has hiccups.
Where the defense lawyer turned down the offer without consulting his client. And because of that, now in almost every single court in the state, they have a hearing before a jury trial, put on the last best offer. And some judges, I think that is very important and it might help a defendant. Some judges
just don't give a shit.
Convert it and use it as a way to try and beat up the defendant into scaring them and taking the deal.
Yeah, why'd you make me do all this work, man? They offered you a good deal. Why are you making me sit here listening to your bullshit?
One thing that I really don't like is judges beating up defendants in any way. And they do this because judges get in this position of power and judgment. They sit in judgment over someone. They have the power to take away their liberty. And so I had this happen the other day with, or it was a couple months ago with the last case that I've been working on. And it was a guilty verdict. It was a guilty plea. And we had a sentencing hearing to try and reduce the sentence, downward departure. Didn't work out. It was a long shot, but the judge took about 10 minutes to just pontificate and berate my client for no reason. Like, it doesn't serve anything. The judge was just grandstanding on this moral principles about her perspective of the events. And I'm like,
against someone who's helpless before them.
Right.
And worse than helpless, because if they spoke up, it could be worse for them.
Yeah. And I can't speak up in that instance either. I'm not objecting to the state prosecutor making some grandstanding argument. This is the judge just doing it. And the judge was factually wrong on several instances. And it was like, what the hell is this? Like, first of all, you're moralizing about this is irrelevant. You're not supposed to do that. You sit in judgment based on facts and law, not based on your moral impressions about the character of the defendant. And it was, and I've known this defendant for over a decade, and this was not the person that was described. I mean, they did the things that they did to get convicted for sure. But the judge made statements like, this is your character. And it's like, yeah, then why does everybody who ever met this person who wrote, we submitted like 10 letters to the court. Was everybody who knew this person surprised by this if this is their character? That doesn't make sense, Judge.
And it's one of the things I communicate to people. I've been a gun guy my whole life. I carry a gun for personal protection. We have guns in my home. If someone tries to hurt myself or my family, we will defend ourselves. But folks, the last thing in the world you want is to find yourself in that position, because just imagine the biggest dickhead you ever knew in junior high school is suddenly your judge, because that can happen. That guy could be your judge. And now what? So there are circumstances in which you could not avoid being in front of that person and at their mercy. And if that's a circumstance, well, that's just the way life works. But if you had an option, trust me, take the damn option to not be at that person's mercy.
Well, put it this way. You might be the judge, except not you as the defendant. I mean, think about that. Like, I know I see a lot of people on social media and stuff say for rather minor crimes in the scheme of things that a person should go away forever or whatnot. It's like, okay, Now apply that when you go for a comparable crime that you just think is of a different moral character, but is a similar criminal severity level. Do you think that person should, that judge might think you should go away forever?
Everybody thinks it's okay for them. Everybody.
Yeah.
They have a mitigating circumstance. There was a reason why.
Let's see here. Angry Whiskers says, I've heard your voice impression so much at this point that Mark Richards sounds like he's the one doing the impression.
That's so true.
The dark secret is he is. Chad Hibbs says, fellow Central Minnesotaner, lots of friends from Wilmer and New London, found your channel during Kyle R and can't turn it off. Said I couldn't get sucked into Potter, but you guys keep me listening for 8 hours a day. Chad, hey, let me know, buddy. Let's meet up sometime. Grab a drink at O'Neill's or something in Spicer, man. I'll do that if you ever want to.
O'Neill sounds good. Sounds like they have Guinness. They have Guinness at O'Neill's?
I don't drink beer, but I would suspect that they do.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
They have really good wings. Uncle
really?
Bear
breaded or not breaded?
No, they do a dry rub.
Yes. Okay.
Because I don't like saucy wings. I like dry rub.
Okay.
Let's see. Uncle Bear says, Bronca, I just got a P220 Legion 10mm the other day to replace my grandpa's Smith & Wesson 586's daily carry. As a proud South Dakotan, I open carry pretty much everywhere. What are your thoughts on open versus concealed carry?
So I will say the P220 Legion is a fine pistol, 45 caliber. It's a damn big gun. You may have to carry it open. I don't know if it can. You can carry it concealed. That's a big pistol. I think concealed is an absolute Second Amendment constitutional right. I think any law prohibiting it is facially unconstitutional. That said, I would never do it myself. I will not personally conceal open carry because I want my gun to be completely unnoticed unless I need it to make a loud noise. And then I want them to notice it very, very much. But until that moment, I don't want anyone to know I have a gun. I want to look like the most harmless person in the room when bad things are happening.
So there you go, guys. That's the answer. Bobby Parnell says, enjoying the show as always. I may need a 12-step program if you stop these streams. Was about to pour a basic Ardbeg 10, but heard Nick was celebrating a birthday. Had to pour a vintage Brora 18 from 1981 instead. Cheers. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I'm now drinking Lagavulin Distillers Edition, which I just got, and my wife bought me the other bottle from the liquor store. Well, my kids. So for my birthday yesterday, they said, I got done with the show and I went upstairs and they're like, yay, we can open your present. And I'm like, cool. And I look at it and I'm like, that looks like a box for whiskey, right? That's what it looks like in the wrapper. And so I open it up and my oldest daughter says, Mom, tell him what I told you. And she says, why don't you tell him? She says, I said, let's get Dad alcohol. And I went, I'm entering AA immediately. Thank you. Thank you for making me feel terrible. But no, it's Lagavulin Distillers Edition. Strong scotch. Frederick Little says, Nick, you and Andrew should do a shot for every pointless witness in the Kim Potter trial thus far. Lol.
If I did 3 shots, I would be under my desk, folks. I don't respond well to hard liquor, so...
Patrick Was says, gentlemen, thank you for all the time you've spent educating us plebs. A toast to you, and I humbly ask a toast to celebrate today being the last day I wear the Air Force uniform as I finish my service commitment. Oh, Patrick, thank you for your service.
Thank you,
brother.
sir. I've personally never served. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your service.
Same. My father-in-law was Air Force for 20 years, and he's a good man. Cheers to you. Cheers to your service. But now enjoy your service retirement. Peace, brother. Back to Richards.
So there's, it goes both ways. But boy, I just spoke to a gentleman today who I did his direct appeal through the state courts. I did not represent him in the trial court. The last,
oh my God, he's doing appellate work.
1 out of 3 sexual assault.
He might be okay at appellate work.
I guess he might be better, right? Then the presentation doesn't really matter. It's all written for folks who don't know. There's no trial theater stuff.
One thing that, again, going off of Barnes' characterization of Richards, which I think was accurately portrayed in the trial, is he's very good at fact recall and grabbing these facts that are relevant at the time. I have a feeling he was instrumental in crafting the questioning on direct and cross. And Shirafisi would usually go back to Richards when he was done. Shirafisi would go back to Richards when he was done and typically come back to the podium with 2 or 3 more questions. I think, and that you can do appellate work by just being meticulous with the record and doing that. But having good fact recall helps you grab those things as you're briefing anything. I mean, as you're briefing anything, appeals or not. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry, I interrupted.
You're fine.
It's a bad habit. So for folks who don't know, trial work and appellate work is fundamentally different work. Trial work, you're arguing to a jury. There's a lot of theater involved. There's a lot of acting involved. There's a lot of customizing what you're communicating to what the expressions you see on the face of the jury. Appellate work's completely different. Appellate work is you're speaking only to technicians, legal technicians, the appellate court justices. You may never see them in person. A lot of it, most of it's in writing. So if you're a technician type lawyer who maybe doesn't do the best theater or storytelling, appellate work might be really well suited to you, whereas you'd be a disaster in trial court setting.
Yep. No arguments there.
12 years in prison, and he went to trial. He was found guilty of 1, acquitted of 2, and the prosecutor recommended 25, and the judge gave it to him. And exactly. And you know, now we're off to federal court on a habeas, but
good luck.
The trial
they're not going to undo
real.
that.
You know, in so many cases, if the stakes are high enough, it doesn't really matter. But you know, in that case, it was all documented. The judge went through it, and I asked at the post-judgment hearing, the woman who prosecuted him is now a judge. And I could not call her as a witness, but the state did because she waived anything. And I asked her one question. I said, why did you recommend twice as much time? And she goes, your client made the girl testify. And that was upheld by a Wisconsin.
That's enough.
Court.
But he's
by the way,
getting...
listen to that. The prosecutor who was a prosecutor against him before is now a judge. Think about Binger. If Binger stays in the game in 5 years, 10 years, it's Judge Binger.
Yep. Judge Binger with all of the Star Wars resist pins all over that black robe. He'll come in looking like Stevie Wonder with a glittery gown or whatever.
He won't use a gavel. It'll be a lightsaber.
Yeah, just off. But actually that was really interesting though. The prosecutor punished him for making the victim or whatever take the stand. That's a constitutional right. You have a constitutional right to confront your accusers. But no one said a judge couldn't punish you, or
but
a
judge
prosecutor
has
couldn't
that
punish
discretion,
you.
right?
Yeah.
They can use almost anything they want that pops into their pretty little heads to punish you. So don't put yourself in that position if you can avoid it, folks.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've heard those justifications. The most subtle justification I've heard for the trial tax is that, you know, on a plea, there are only certain facts that are known, but after a trial, the full presentation of evidence gives the trial judge more. But that seems sort of like an after the fact justification.
Oh, it was.
I mean, it literally is after the fact justification because the facts are now in the record and this is after the record has been established. Yes. So yeah, it's after the fact, but that doesn't mean it's wholly inappropriate. I mean, because if you're going to, for example, when my client pled down from the felony to the misdemeanor, they pled to a less substantial factual record. I mean, that was the whole point of pleading to the misdemeanor. They didn't have to plead to all the elements of the felony crime. They pled to the elements of the misdemeanor. So if they went to trial, presumably the prosecution would have proved out the facts of the felony. So it's after the fact, but that doesn't mean it's unjustified.
I have profound objections to a legal system that says, hey, if we only have 3% of what we need to convict, we can compel you to destroy your life, sell your business, sell your home, cash out your kids' college fund, because we think maybe we'll get from 3% to 93% by the end of a trial. I think that's what a probable cause hearing is supposed to prevent, that a prosecutor is supposed to show, hey, we at least have 51%. before we drag you into court and destroy your life with you trying to defend yourself against these criminal charges. I think it's contemptible the way the current probable cause hearing is really nothing more than a grand jury hearing, which is nothing more than a rubber stamp for a prosecutor who wants to take anybody they want to a full-blown trial. I think it's terrible because even if you're acquitted, the trial process itself destroys your life. I mean, just imagine a tornado coming through your home, your business, your bank account, your retirement, your kid's college fund, and obliterating everything. That's what a criminal defense does to you.
Yeah, and that's a whole other issue. The probable cause hearings. I mean, what they have to do to establish probable cause is
nothing.
Yeah, it's they fart into a jar and smell it and think that means you're guilty. It's absolutely zero, and it has no basis in whatever probable cause at one time meant. Now it's almost, and we saw this in Rittenhouse. They made the probable cause for the gun charge, the judge said, even though nowhere, like they didn't elicit the fact that the gun was a short barrel rifle. They never claimed it. They never pled it. It wasn't
the rationale the judge used to dismiss the charge, the gun charge, on the eve of deliberations was exactly the same rationale that existed 6 months earlier.
Yep. And
no facts changed. No facts changed. Nothing changed except the judge didn't want to make the call in the summer. He decided to make it months later.
And the problem with no facts changing specifically on that charge was the facts were never going to change because the prosecution wasn't aiming to show the facts that were requisite. And we know that from the complaint. They never alleged it was a long barrel rifle because they didn't read the statute right. And I'm sorry, prosecutors misread statutes. And when they fuck up, you win.
Well, they knew it was bullshit. They were just trying to snowball the judge.
Well, that too, but I was trying to be nice.
Yeah, I think there should be a presumption that the last best offer is presumed reasonable unless rebutted by whatever factors a legislature or judiciary.
The client never testified, so you can't say that he got up on the witness stand and perjured himself.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't testify at the trial. It wasn't like there were extra counts that he was found guilty of. It should have been the 12th. There's no doubt about it. Instead,
the weird thing is that
before turning to the Rittenhouse,
he's got more energy than the people interviewing him, which is weird. I thought he was at zero already.
At least the interviewer, though, in this case, is a criminal defense attorney who knows what he's talking about. I mean, in Binger's interview, that guy was just a fucking moron. Like,
I've worked for the State Bar Association ever since I became a clerk back in 1863.
Are you going to appeal the jury decision in favor of the defendant? Because
I heard about that in the Boston, the Boston Globe said.
Even Binger there, he's like, well, you can't quite do that.
It's a little complicated.
This case, tell us about a case that broke your heart on the defense side.
My divorce.
You know, break my heart is
go, though.
Probably a strong word. And I don't mean that I'm heartless, but if I had to say about a jury trial, it would be the first jury trial I lost as a defense lawyer. And that's not because I'm got some huge ego or I don't like losing. I'll say that. But the client who I represented, he was a bad guy, but he was not guilty of what he was charged with.
Oh, that's a tough spot to
be in.
He
was ahead, supposedly and probably, of one of the local street gangs back in the early 90s who was wreaking a lot of havoc on the community.
He had to do that on purpose.
Who had that bingo card?
I know
who had that card.
He had to have listened to everybody loving him saying havoc, and he had to throw that. He was wreaking
You
havoc.
prompted that, Nick, you bastard. You texted him.
I can't believe it. Oh, my gosh.
And the police department decided they were going to take him out, and they did. And I worked the case very hard. I thought we had a very defendable case. It was a 6-day trial, and
That's
they
a
were
long
out
trial, folks.
in 2 hours, and they came back.
A lot of trials, like for offenses, end up being a day, 2 days.
Yeah, right. 1 to 2 days is, even for murder, is 1 or 2 days is very common.
Yeah, it's usually sufficient. You usually don't have a ton of people witnessing crimes because most people don't want to have people witnessing their crimes.
And found him guilty, and he was given 20 years. That was back when people were parole eligible, so he only did like 12. He turned on me right after the guilty verdict, said I was ineffective and went after me. Yeah, but you know, this is kind of the nice part of the story.
That's normal.
Yeah.
His appellate attorney blew it, and the family ended up coming back to me. He signed a waiver that I didn't, do anything wrong or steal.
Well, that was sweet.
Initially, which was cleared up.
You got to make the argument, right? Like, look, if I'm going to prison, I don't care how good you were as my attorney. I'm going to say you weren't good enough.
So there's two reasons why it's always a different attorney on appellate than it is at trial. One is, appellate practice is just fundamentally different than trial practice. So it's a different skill set. You want a different person. But the other reason is you always want to be able to argue on appeal that your trial counsel sucked, that it was ineffective assistance of counsel. And it's hard to do that if you retained him for your appellate appeal. So you got to kick the guy loose and reserve the right to argue ineffective assistance of counsel, which you can do even if there's no objection, wasn't otherwise preserved, because obviously if your lawyer at trial was ineffective, it can't be expected that he was preserving his ineffectiveness.
Your Honor, I object to myself. Right. I've been pretty bad this past week of trial, and I need it on the record that I screwed up just in case I need to appeal myself later.
Right. So normally errors need to be appealed in the record to be preserved for appellate review, but ineffective assistance counsel is an exception for obvious reasons.
Yeah. And when you're going to prison for the rest of your life, and your lawyer probably isn't going to take it personally, because they know that you throw them, you try and throw them under the bus, because if it gets you out of prison, the lawyer isn't likely, unless they were really, really grossly ineffective, is not likely to get some sort of discipline either. Nope. And also, if you're facing life in prison versus your lawyer's discipline, what the hell do you care?
Fuck him.
You paid that asshole a whole lot of money and he didn't win.
And I represented on appeal. We did lose. But what I remember about that case was it was the first time I'd lost as a defense lawyer. And I did not want to go in. He was out on bond until he was found guilty. And I did not want to go see him in the jail. I wasn't looking forward to it. And I forced myself to do it. It was one of the harder things I ever did. When you go and see a 21, 22-year-old kid, who knows he's going to be sitting for 20 years. And I just spent the afternoon. I talked to him, and then he turned on me, but we patched it up later. And he still talks to me. He doesn't live in this community anymore.
It's weird to me to hear a lawyer say, like, the client turned on me. I would never characterize it that way. I mean, the client's acting in their own best interest. It's got nothing to do with me personally.
I mean, I had a client turn on me, but he was hot-headed at the time. I mean, that was the whole thing. He didn't want to do a deposition, and I told him he would have to answer questions about his financial situation. He didn't want to answer those questions, and threatened to punch me in the face and all this stuff. And I said, well, I think you need other counsel then, man. Like, if you don't like my answers, you don't like my advice, that's cool. And so he got a different lawyer, and that's fine. I get it, but
that's a win, man, for the lawyer, for you.
Yeah.
You kidding? You managed to dump that guy off on another lawyer? That's a win.
Well, it was pretty interesting, because he was consulting another lawyer. For some reason, he had stopped trusting my advice on the deposition a little bit ahead of time. He didn't tell me, but then he said, this other lawyer told me I could just walk out if they ask about this. I'm like, buddy, it's a billing dispute. They're going to ask you questions about your finances. If you walk out, the judge might hold you in contempt. But he's trying to sell you something. I'm telling you what the truth is. And, but if you like his answers, go with him. That's fine.
So for folks who don't know, when a lawyer gets retained, the courts can make it very difficult for that lawyer to get rid of a bad client. They can make it impossible for the lawyer to get rid of the bad client. Even if the client stops paying, the court can say, you're stuck with him. You took him as a client. unless your retainer agreement is very, very good, which by the way, it ought to be for any lawyers out there, because you can protect yourself against this with a well-written retainer agreement. But if you don't have that, the courts can make it really hard to get rid of a bad client. So when you have a bad client and they decide to leave, that is a gift from God.
Here we go.
He's referred me business over the years, and you know, every 5-6 months he calls me for something. We talk, and
A little weed.
I can't say that he's a perfect citizen, but he's not doing what he used to.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Well, I mean, no one's at some of their worst moments, and you know, I mean, he got a whack in and made the best of what of the rest of his life, apparently. So
You got a whack in.
the Rittenhouse case, you know, I was so I don't know, you know, I play social critic in my part-time.
Right. So this guy was obviously, Rittenhouse was a racist killer.
I don't know. I think I don't know. I don't know how this guy feels about anything. I mean, he got Richards on, right? He's not interviewing Binger.
I'm getting that vibe, but we'll see.
Could be.
2020 with a sense of misgivings. And then I heard that there were people coming to Kenosha to patrol the streets, you know. And I thought that's an unusual decision. I don't know what I think about that. There's going to be trouble. And then there was.
There's going to be trouble for people patrolling the streets. I love how this
to keep the city from being burned to the ground.
This mentality is so insane. People are coming to burn the city to the ground in protest, but some people are going to come out and patrol the streets. Now I think there's going to be trouble. Like,
they're the problem.
What the hell do you call all the arson? What is that?
Watching the politics of it has been deeply distressing. And I got to tell you how impressed I am by the few clips of interviews I've seen that you've given anywhere. I mean, you strike me as a lawyer's lawyer. You know.
Well, yeah, this is interesting because I'm pretty sure Mark Richards is a Democrat, that he is generally left leaning. And we kind of saw that in some of the trial strategy, I think. And some of the statements that he's made that do seem to characterize this activity not as righteous or anything like that, or even acceptable, but more as just the product of what the activity was. They went to great pains to not really condemn the rioters as much as they really could have. I mean, they could have been out there. These people are destroying the community. It pretty much in every questioning of people. These people were destroying your community, weren't they? I mean, that's pretty obvious. They were burning everything to the ground, right? You saw the devastation around you, didn't you? Any of the local witnesses, they could have done that too, and they kind of held off on it.
You had a client. You understood the nature of the offense the state had charged. You did the research. You identified a defense. You put it on. You got your client acquitted. And then you kind of basically, in my opinion, you washed your hands and said, case closed. Why is everybody trying to make so much more of this case than they were?
Is that Richards' phone ringing in the background? That's great.
How much pressure did you feel once Rittenhouse knocked on your door? I mean, how, you know, without asking you to waive the privilege that you don't own, I mean, how did, you know, when did you first become aware of the case and that you would take it? And did you see this as a case that the whole world would be watching initially?
Well, I live about 20 miles from Kenosha. And on the night that this happened, August 25th, I was having some health problems. And my doctor told me to go check into the hospital in Kenosha. And my wife and I drove down there, and we couldn't get off the freeway because all the exits were closed. And the first 2 exits we stopped at, the cops wouldn't let us through. I don't think we really looked like rioters. We told them why we wanted to go to the hospital, and they just were having none of it. We went to the next one, and we ran into a Department of Natural Resources warden, and those guys are usually so adamant. But he listened to our story and he goes, "I'll let you go through." And I said, "Thank you." And we went to the hospital. I woke up the next morning and I saw it on the national news, and it was only the first video, and not the one of the shooting of Rosenbaum. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what's going on here? And, you know, as a criminal defense lawyer, you always kind of think, would I get involved in that case? And my initial answer was no. And not that anybody had called me, so it really doesn't matter. It's, theoretical. And then I started looking at more and more of it as it happened. And, I got out of the hospital about a week later.
That goes to the media's influence here. So the media plays the Huber and Grosskreutz clips or whatever he saw. Somehow he didn't see the whole thing. I saw the whole thing right away. Like the first video I saw involved the shooting of Rosenbaum, and then the subsequent shootings. Right away, I thought this is self-defense. I mean, there was no question in my mind from the start. Absent,
but that's why the media is so contemptible, right? So
yeah,
they'll play the video of Kim Potter today breaking that in court, but they're not going to play the defense making a record of Dante Wright's horrific conduct in general for years. That they read into the record that even the state didn't object to. It's all true.
Yeah,
but you won't see that played on the media.
No. Silverfish 606 says, "Hey Nick, in law of self-defense, understand judges are human too, but why are a growing number of them such egotistical moral harbingers instead of impartial arbiters of law, i.e. family court, kids, Rona Vax, Chupp in the Vic case, et cetera, et cetera?" Well,
because
one thing
politics is downstream of culture. And if you've lost the culture, you've lost the politics, you've lost the judges.
Yes. And also we need more judges because there's more work because the system makes money. And as you enrobe more judges, and graduate more and more lawyers, they're going to matriculate upwards. And look at who's coming out of law schools and who's teaching law schools. And there's your answer. But that's a different way of saying what you're saying. Culture is downstream of politics, or politics downstream of culture. Which way did you say it?
You lose the culture first. And once you've lost the culture, you lose everything else.
Right. Because then the people coming up in the culture go up into the positions of power.
And that's not new, folks. That's how Rome fell. I mean, that's how human societies work.
See, Goody, what wine did I recommend that isn't bad, a little on the weak flavor side? I don't know what wine you're talking about.
And first part of September, attorney from Virginia who, out of this whole mess, I actually think is a good lawyer and I respect her, Marina Medved, contacted me and said, "Would you be interested in getting in this case as a local counsel?"
She contacted me.
I would be interested in getting involved in the case, but as just a local counsel and sitting there, I wasn't interested in that because I didn't think I could have had my associate or I could have had my partner who's younger do it, and they would have been fine to be the potted plant.
Mark, a lot of our listeners aren't lawyers. Explain to folks what local counsel is, what that role is.
Well, local counsel is somebody who has
stamps the forms,
licensed in the state where the case is, and they want a lawyer from out of the state who is not licensed in Wisconsin wants to practice on your license. So you file a motion called Pro Hoc Vice. You vouch for that person's qualifications, their lack of disciplinary problems, and things like that. And I've done that when I was a younger lawyer. I haven't done it in 20 years because it's just probably not the best situation in the world.
Be your own lawyer, man.
And, she goes, she was interested in my experience and my local knowledge. And she asked if I would be willing to meet with attorney John Pierce, who at that time was spearheading Kyle's defense. And I said that I would. And John came in on a Sunday to meet with me in my office. And we talked, and he wanted to bring me on board. And he asked if I had any questions. And I said, the most important question, I said, how many criminal defendants have you ever represented at a jury trial? And to his credit, he gave me the truthful answer, which was 0. I'm not making that up.
So, I mean, any lawyer's license can take, a case in most jurisdictions. Some jurisdictions have special bars for various types of law or boards that you have to go through. But once you're licensed or certified, you can take a case. A lot of people have asked me about murder trials, and I tell them I would refer them out. I've not done murder trials. I've not assisted on murder trials. It's someone's entire life. going into your hands. And the idea that you are going to have 0 murder trials under your belt and then go to bat for Kyle Rittenhouse is crazy to me. That whatever anybody thinks of John Pierce, that should have been referred away. That he should not be taking that case. In my humble opinion, that is not someone who should be running that case. And if any people have asked me about things like murder trials and stuff like that, I said, I will refer you. I will not. You do not want me representing you. You want someone who has done a murder trial or assisted on murder trials, who has experience in it to do it. Not that I don't think I'm incapable, but just I would trust someone with the experience to handle some of the issues that I might not think of.
And I'll take that a step further. I mean, I'm technically licensed to practice law in Massachusetts and can take pretty much any case I want within the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But if you ask me to be your lead counsel on a case, I don't care if it's murder or shoplifting, I would never do it. I would not consider I haven't been in a trial court in 20 years. That's not what I do. I'm a consultant to other attorneys. You need someone who does actual trial work to be your lead counsel. Now, if it's a use of force case and he wants me to consult in that case, I'm happy to do that if you have the money. But but I'm not going to be your lead counsel even in Massachusetts, and certainly outside Massachusetts. I wouldn't be legally privileged to do so anyway.
Yep.
And I told him, I said, this isn't the one to learn on.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, we'd have some really good lawyers, blah, blah, blah. And I said, and he goes, would you be willing to, come in and work on the case? And I said I would, but I would not be in the local counsel thing, role. And after that, then I had if I use the word pleasure, I'm being sarcastic. After that, I met Lynn Wood.
What in the world was up with him? He was everywhere for a while. I never heard of the guy. I don't know where he is now. I feel
he's still calling me and bothering me, if that helps.
I feel about him. I used to think
my phone was ringing 5 minutes ago. If you remember, that was actually Lynn. He's got me on speed dial now, trying to get my $2 million.
Sydney Powell was fantastic because of the work she did for Flynn and then the work she did for Ted.
I mean, Lynn Wood did phenomenal work for Richard Jewell, right? Like that's the legendary case that he was able to pull off in the same way that he's talking about Sydney Powell doing phenomenal work for Flynn. Lawyers can do phenomenal work, but then do something you disagree with. That doesn't make them shit lawyers or anything like that. But, it might
also doesn't make them the right lawyers for this case.
Right. And I do think, though, that at the time, Lynn Wood might have been in some ways the right lawyer for Kyle. Now, it came out later that he kind of kept Kyle in jail to try and do sympathy or whatever. But Lynn Wood, like ignoring the bullshit, at the end of the day, did raise $2 million to get bail for Kyle Rittenhouse. Like he did do that. And that was something that not any old lawyer might have been able to pull off. Lynn Wood had a massive public platform that he had been building of people who would be friendly to Kyle Rittenhouse.
It's so complicated, though. I mean, yeah. I don't know what Lynn Wood was thinking or John Pierce was thinking. John Pierce called me. Other people from that legal defense team called me. I was never actually involved with the legal defense. So I don't know any secrets and there's no privilege involved. But, when people start raising that kind of money, you always have to wonder, are they really raising it for the defense or are they raising it for themselves?
Right.
And I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not trying to say they were bad actors, but I don't know that they weren't. I mean, I just don't know. It's a lot of damn money. And I tell you one thing I do know, Kyle Rittenhouse is not in possession of that money.
Yeah, that's of course what's happening now. And I'm saying that as we have the benefit of hindsight to see what's going on so far, where Lynn Wood is trying to get that $2 million. It's in question about what's going to happen with it because of this dispute. And even if he wins it, a big chunk of it now is probably going to be eaten up by the lawyers fighting to keep it, right? Like that's going to happen.
Well, you make it happen.
Yeah. That being said, at the time, it kind of seemed like you've got this high profile lawyer. This is prior to the election stuff really taking off and Lynn Wood going kind of off the deep end. and he's got this sort of rock star persona. I mean, I remember when I first was saying, hey, to a friend of mine, is like, hey, Lin Wood's saying some crazy stuff right now. He's like, what do you mean? That guy's my hero. I mean, that guy's a hero of mine. And then, you know, since then he's gotten progressively farther out there. So I think there was a time where it kind of made sense. I mean, he was doing some stuff with Sandman that seemed to be making some headway. And I do think that brought money to the case that Kyle might not have otherwise had. But the question is, what did it cost him? I mean, a day in jail, a day deprived of liberty is too much.
You know, for me as an attorney, if I'm serving a client, that client is my client. That's the only thing I care about. There are no other interests. If there are other interests, I'm not doing my job as an attorney. So when I see a situation where it looks like an attorney could have conflicts of interest with what's in the best interest of his client, that makes me really fucking nervous. I'm sorry. It just doesn't look right to me.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Stevens in Alaska getting that conviction overturned. And then she got on the stage and started talking about that ballot. Yeah. And I remember my wife was looking at me like, are you nuts? And I'm like, maybe, but I mean, this is a good lawyer. If she said well, you watch, and she went down the same rabbit hole that Rudy Giuliani went down. And I don't know if Lin Wood ever existed anywhere other than in that rabbit hole. Well, how did you?
I think he did. I mean, he represented the JonBenet Ramsey family. He represented Richard Jewell, the Atlanta bomber.
Yeah, I forgot that. That's right.
You know, so he got involved, and I mean, he was involved, and they brought me in, and I found out that there had been an earlier Wisconsin lawyer.
I'd actually feel better if I knew he had been involved in non-circus events. I mean, what I'm hearing is all the circus events. JonBenet Ramsey and the Olympic bomber. And it seems like the guy only shows up for the 3-ring circus. I mean, I'd actually want a criminal defender who like actually did criminal defense and didn't only show up when there was a circus in town.
Yeah. Lin was never on the criminal defense team. He was Kyle's PR lawyer at the time. So, I mean, he was the circus, right? Like that was kind of the point. That's why I think,
fair enough.
That's why I think that like there was reason to believe that he would be beneficial at the time. And then he started going into the election stuff and he went way down the rabbit hole. And the real issue with that for me is whatever you think about Lin Wood's path down the rabbit hole, he seemed to lose focus on his client and Kyle Rittenhouse, and you can't do that.
And that's my problem too. And for folks who don't know, I'm not shy about this. I supported Donald Trump for president. I did in both elections. So I don't have any problem with people supporting Trump, but you don't get to sacrifice your client because of your political ambitions. That's not a thing. You don't do that.
Yep. And that's when I started to have real issues with Wood in regards to the Rittenhouse case.
Their first choice.
Yeah, that always kills you, doesn't it?
No, sure. You know,
I'll ring the bell. Wait, what's that echo I hear? All the other guys who are saying number 3, number 4.
Yeah. But who cares?
Yeah.
You know, and the lawyer, we had mutual friends. He was from Madison, and he got out of it. Well, depending on who you believe, immediately for ethical concerns, or he was fired because he raised the ethical concerns. And, you know, and I was aware of the problems. You know, I'm not dumb enough to be walking in there with, you know, out looking what's going on. But I looked at it as long as they're not asking me to do anything, I'm not raising money. I'm building a relationship with the client. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be as a criminal defense lawyer, bringing some reason and common sense to this. I can help. And, you know,
and I'm glad he did. Frankly, at the end of the day, I'm glad he did.
He did. Yep.
I talked to Wood and Pierce about them fighting the extradition from Illinois, which I thought was ridiculous. And, you know, they were hearing none of that. And they wanted to keep him there, I believe, and I know Kyle believes, to raise money.
Yeah, that was weird because they're gonna extradite him. He's got a felony conviction, a felony trial coming 20 minutes away. Why are they keeping him in an Illinois jail? Take him in, get him to have his first hearing, get him to set bail, and then get him out. right? Like that. That's the
So
process.
when I was called by them, it was around that issue, and I won't say what they said or what I said, but that's what was going on.
Yeah.
I've heard that. How did that work?
They've got him in McHenry County Detention Center, which is right over the border. He was arrested, not arrested, he turned himself in Antioch, and that's where they housed their juvenile prisoners. And so I go down there, I meet with him, and we start working on the case. And I said to him, I go, you're going to be extradited. You know, there's no basis to fight this. And they're just going to end up saying, you fought extradition. It's going to look like you were hiding from the charges. And they didn't care. That's what they were going to do. So I stayed out of the extradition and started working with Kyle, talking to him about the case, discussing things. We right away had a ton of videographic evidence. So I started going over that with him.
Videographic.
Discussing it with him.
Videographic. They put it on VHS tape, I think, or maybe like a DVD.
And by the way, he's got a good point. If you fight extradition, you know you're going to lose. Well, you're going to lose it. And everyone knows you fought it. And why'd you fight it if you thought you were innocent? I mean, if you have grounds to fight extradition, then do it. But if you really don't, and he doesn't, then fighting it looks like a pretext to try to avoid responsibility for whatever you did.
The grounds you have to fight extradition for murder, for intentional murder, one of the charges is first-degree intentional homicide. The grounds that you would have to fight extradition are so narrow. I don't even know what they would be. Like, in all honesty, I can't fathom the situation.
If the other state says they have probable cause, you're going. They will get you. Your state is going to cough you up.
Part of admission into the union is giving full faith and credit to the orders of other states on criminal matters, especially. You're going to go from Illinois to Wisconsin without, I mean, that's just a matter of course. By the way, I see Robert Barnes in the chat down there. Yeah, he is watching right now. I just wanted to give him a little bit of a shout out. Thank you, Robert Barnes, for.
I want to give that guy a piece of my mind. Just kidding, Robert. Love you.
Here we go.
And they fought the extradition and lost badly. And at that point, when they lose the extradition, I'm in the hospital again, this time with COVID. And I get a call on a Friday night, and it was Lynn Wood yelling and screaming that they've got Kyle in Kenosha. And I'm in the hospital. And you know, I'm like, well,
what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah,
you're right. And he goes, well, why wasn't there a stay filed on the decision? And I said, why don't you ask John Pierce? He's in charge of that. And so, you know, he goes, you got to get him back to Illinois. I go, there's no way.
Too many cooks in the kitchen, folks.
That's just.
You got to get Kyle back to Chicago, back to Illinois from Wisconsin, where he's got the murder charges. You got to get him back over there. What are you talking about?
That's never happening. Never.
No. Oh my gosh.
These sound like people who have just never done criminal defense. I mean, I guess that's the case, right? They're just civil attorneys, and they have a lot of legal theory in their heads they learned from law school or found on YouTube or something. But that's not how the system actually works.
Yeah. Both of them high profile people who own their own firms, so maybe they get a little bit of that God complex, right? I can do anything.
By the way, in full disclosure, I'm sure they're worth way more than whatever the nominal sum I'm worth in my life. I'm sure they're hugely successful. But in this context, I think they do not know what they are talking about.
It doesn't matter if you're the greatest torts attorney in the world. If you've never done a criminal case and you're arguing extradition at the onset on a homicide conviction or on a homicide charge, there's almost no way you're going to fight it. You would have to have
there's not a lot of civil law, man.
You would have to. Okay. I thought of the grounds where you could fight extradition. If you could show that Kyle was entitled to some sort of weird political asylum from the state of Wisconsin through a malicious prosecution that was overt.
If he was subject to capital punishment in the other state, you might have an argument.
Yeah, there you go. That would be one.
But that's the only one that readily comes to mind.
By the way, Robert Barnes is taking umbrage with your statement that each of these guys might be worth. He says Pierce is in debt to the tune of over $10 million.
Oh, okay.
So.
Fair point, Robert. I concede the point. Yes, I'd forgotten about all the the various, which I have no personal knowledge of, just to be clear for the record. But I hear that there are a lot of people demanding money from him. So yes, it could be true.
Not going to happen. And he accepted that answer fairly quickly. And that was a Friday, and I ended up doing the first appearance on Monday. I sent my partner to go see him that night in jail so he'd know what was going on. Because I didn't go there, and he didn't expect to be in the Kenosha County Jail. So my partner, Brian Dimmer, went and saw him and introduced himself and told him, where I was and what was going on. And then on Monday, we did it by Zoom, the first appearance.
Zoom?
And, we're off to the races. And
well, how much did Wood remain in the case much beyond
not
that?
Not much after that. That was in November, first part of November. And Wood was gone pretty much out. Him and Pierce were gone by January.
So were you finally left alone, or were there others that,
Once
my recollection is I was called by Pierce in November.
It was about other people attempting to raise money, and it wasn't
I'm
always
sending
that
an invite
successful.
if Barnes has time
to pay the experts.
If he wants to pop on, he can. If not,
I'm not.
He's got to put on his vest, man. It's a lot of work.
I saw him wear a t-shirt once. I saw him in a t-shirt. I was like, this is not.
I've lost all faith.
This is not even real. But Robert, if you
deep fake,
if you have time and opportunity, and you want to, you would be welcome on the panel. I've sent it to you on Twitter, buddy. If you want to pop on, you can. Otherwise, if not, no harm, no foul, and we'll get you on some other time.
I hope he joins us. For folks who don't know, I'm a Robert Barnes fan, so
I am too. I like the guy.
I think he does good work. Yeah.
Not only does he do good work, he has tireless knowledge of several areas of law that is always astounding. It's like, and I'm always baffled at how current he seems to keep on multiple different issues that are in the.
Yeah, we talked about this the other day. Him and Viva Fry.
Poor Viva. He's been literally adopted by Barnes.
He's like he's like on Barnes' knee. But I mean, I have the benefit of focusing on a very narrow area of law, and I can claim some modest degree of expertise in that narrow area. But those guys, Robert Barnes and Viva Fry, holy crap, they're talking about different areas of the law, often in an hour on one show.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it. And Nick, I guess normally you do that too.
Well, I mean,
but
kind of.
You guys are well above my pay level.
Look, I do various levels where I like a lot of times I'm grabbing multiple news stories or keeping up with a couple different cases, and like there's an update on Pacer that I'll grab and review it. But I mean, they're like every week it's like, here's these 5 major complex issues with different areas of law, and we're gonna hit them bam 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 in a 2-hour show.
It's amazing.
I'm like, what are you even doing? I broadcast like 15. Well, outside of the Kim Potter trial, I broadcast like 15 hours a week, and I can't hit those topics. What do you, how? So I think the world of both of those guys.
Yep. Same here.
A bit.
Yeah.
But it was one of those things, you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. We had all the experts, the investigators,
or a kilogram if you're in Europe.
Payments. We were able to put together enough money to use Joel and Demetrius and do the mock trials. Mm-hmm. And where it really kind of separated with Pierce was, once we got into court, and Judge Schrader's a no-nonsense judge, he wasn't going to put up with Pierce going on television every night, spouting off on Tucker Carlson. I said, you have to decide, John, are you going to...
I don't know if Schrader watches Tucker Carlson. I think he would have a problem if Pierce showed up on CNN or ABC.
You know who wasn't on Tucker Carlson was Mark Richards. That might have had something to do with that particular comment.
To be an attorney in the courtroom with me,
I don't think he likes Tucker.
This, or are you going to be raising money and doing whatever it is you do?
These are all totally legitimate issues,
and so we can't.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you ask the question, what are Linwood and John Pierce doing on the case? Right. Like, what is their purpose to the defense of Kyle Rittenhouse? I mean,
sure. I can tell you, if I am, I wouldn't be, but If I were representing you, if you were my client, I'm not out raising money and doing politics. I'm representing you, period, in your criminal case. My job is to keep you from being put in a cage for the rest of your life. All the other stuff is ancillary. If their primary mission is using you as a puppet to raise money for political purposes, all right, well, that may be I don't know, a legitimate political motivation, but it's not my job as a criminal defense attorney.
We have a dapper gentleman joining the stream. Welcome to the show, Mr. Robert Barnes.
Hey, Robert, I'm glad
How
you
are
could join us.
Hey, what are you drinking tonight, man?
That hat.
This is let's see, it's the Glenfiddich Grand Cru.
Oh my gosh.
Nice choice.
I was curious. Richards is leaving a lot of stuff out, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, share, brother. Share.
Well,
I mean,
to the extent that you can.
Say it again.
No, to the extent you can't.
To the
Oh yeah. I mean, almost all of this is outside of, none of this is within attorney-client privilege that I would discuss.
Yes.
So but I mean, I was publicly critical of what was happening with Wood and Pierce at the time from the get-go. Got a lot of blowback for it, but I had dealt with Wood in the Covington kids cases.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it was Sandman or whether it was him or whether it was local counsel was unclear, but there was just unnecessary issues coming up. And I found Wood to be not of the best mental state of mind. And and now to Wood's credit, like what Richards is not talking about, he's saying, to raise money. And so, I mean, would Richards have done the case for free? Right.
Right.
Because
No,
right. Richards can't raise the money. He's got no skill doing that. He's never done it in his life. He didn't like doing it. He didn't like being part of the.
But you should bifurcate those functions.
Yes, and it made sense to bifurcate those functions. The other thing Richards not disclosing is that he was the only lawyer in Wisconsin willing to deal with Pierce. That there were a bunch of top tier Wisconsin criminal defense lawyers who were game for this case. For people don't know, I graduated from Wisconsin Law School. I have a lot of friends in Wisconsin. So I was getting a lot of feedback on this before I was ever part of the case. And they just refused to work with Pierce, and Richards would. What was not clear to me until honestly after the trial was that Richards was biding his time to control the case because he thought he had the best defense, and that's fine. That's his privilege, prerogative. But he was willing to play ball with everybody, at least in the initial stages of the case, where when he was saying earlier that he was number 3, he was really like number 10. A bunch of other people passed right out of the gate.
I remember you said
that's common. That's common in these high profile cases. I mean, a lot of defense attorneys. I mean,
but
the
this
juice isn't worth the squeeze. So
yeah, this was one where for $250,000 you could get basically almost anybody in Wisconsin. So the issue partially was that reality, right? If you're particularly John Pierce. As I found out more information later about Wood has probably gotten too much heat on a lot of this. It wasn't Wood's idea to raise money for Kyle. It was David Hancock who became the controller. The thing that Mark Richards is going to leave out of this whole conversation, he probably will never mention David Hancock's name because Hancock is the one who personally delivered him control over this case over time. And so he's hinted at problems with Hancock, said there's people that are around Kyle, so on and so forth, that he probably needs to start making his own decisions, etc. But he won't. My guess is he won't discuss it here. And there was a range of decisions that he made on his own accord. But going all the way back to the beginning, David Hancock was running security partially for Lynn Wood. It was his idea for Lynn Wood to use his public standing to raise money for Kyle. And they raised a ridiculous sum quickly. Now, John Pierce somehow hitched his wagon to Wood. And I and other people were telling him, terrible idea. This guy is the Michael Avenatti of the right. I know him from L.A. He has a terrible reputation. He set up multiple fly-by-night he was this big macho lawyer, big talker, good marketer. Terrible. There was no evidence that he had any experience in any criminal cases that I knew of.
Hey, Robert. Could I interrupt you just a moment? I don't want to interrupt your dialogue. But just for purposes of full disclosure on my end, I did have brief conversations with David, what's his name? Hancock, and John Pierce. I just want to say, just so people know, very brief phone conversation, no retention, no client privilege, nothing like that. But I wouldn't want people to think that hadn't happened when it had happened.
Oh yeah.
So
and you know, and so I think I put it on the record already. You know, I try to get them to hire you multiple times throughout the summer to consult.
Well, I didn't know that, but thank you very much. I appreciate the vote of confidence. But I don't care if I was hired by them or not. I was not, by the way. So
but you never.
I only want people to know that those conversations happen, so I don't hear 2 weeks from now that I didn't say that. So
right. Oh yeah.
So anyway, continue. I love your narrative.
And for full disclosure, I represented Kyle from January until about a week before trial, in the replacement role for what John Pierce was doing in terms of court of public opinion and fundraising. We raised over $650,000 at least. That's what I know of. I mean, one of the issues became it was a black box where the money was going, what was being raised, who was in control of it. I was led to believe that Wendy was in control of it. Found out a couple of weeks before trial that wasn't the case. $4 million lawsuit was filed against David Hancock and the Milo Fund that controls the funds, saying that there's all this illicit activities taking place. I became concerned about that, and soon after that, I was gone. So I mean, that's the story that Richards is not going to tell, and I understand that. You know, I was curious whether he would start to tell any aspect of this, but he may still be waiting to get paid some. Because I was ultimately carved out of the loop on all that. They're going to lose the bail battle legally. They don't understand that, but going back to the
who's
beginning,
they? Pierce and Wood are going to lose the bail.
No,
battle,
Wood's going to win. Wood legally, Wood's in the right. There's almost no doubt about it.
Really,
he put up the money.
But
yes,
so
it's who posts bail.
As far as the court is concerned, Wood put up the money. He's going to get the money back. Now, what donors might have had, the donor expectations might be different, but that's got nothing to do with the court.
Yeah, see, I was approaching it from the donor expectation level, because if you run, and it depends on how the organization is structured, I guess, but if you run a nonprofit or a charity and you elicit funds that are earmarked for a specific place and you use them in a different way, you can incur some legal liability there. And so I was thinking it would
be the donors who would have that legal claim.
Right. That's right.
And not Kyle.
Yep.
That's a good point. I had not.
That would be my expectation. Right.
I mean, I got a resolution with Wood for most of that money to be released for Kyle's benefit, for cover legal cost, expert cost, security cost, ongoing cost of his well-being that I thought was really could be considered legal defense costs. He was amenable to that, and David Hancock turned it down. He wanted all $2 million, and all frankly under his control is how that ultimately I figured out what was happening. So So the backstory ended up being more, at the time, I was very critical of Wood primarily because of Pierce. So if he had brought in, because I was like, I know tons of very good criminal defense lawyers in Wisconsin, and if I get on the phone with them, they'll be happy to help and be part of this kind of case. We could put together an OJ style dream team defense with Wisconsin experienced criminal defense lawyers, and add some national self-defense lawyers to the equation, add some good street lawyers. I mean, Robert Gruler was willing to help for free. Gruler does a lot of criminal cases, was doing good analysis. That's just, but he would be part of sort of an advisory board. Several good lawyers that I know a bunch across the country. I'm
noticing a distinct absence of Minnesota grifters. Your description here. What's going on?
Belated happy birthday. I did wish you happy 60th birthday earlier.
I saw that. Thank you. Don't worry, a hand grenade is in the mail for that comment. I appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly. But I wanted to add, Andrew, there's a couple of other people that do good self-defense work that have won some self-defense cases that were game to come on as on an advisory board. And the goal was, you can keep yourselves confidential if you want, if you think it's too politically hot. And then if you want to take credit after the case, we win, have at it.
No, I think your vision is the perfect way to approach this kind of model, because there's a lot, they're very fact sensitive cases. There's lots of different areas of expertise. I mean, I would never be lead counsel for a client because there's so many areas of a criminal defense that I don't have expertise in. I have expertise in a very narrow area. That's why I'm a consulting attorney and not a lead attorney. So setting up a team of attorneys to run this kind of case makes absolutely perfect sense to me. They're all answering to whoever the lead counsel is. That seems to me a brilliant approach to this kind of situation.
And, yeah, and I think it was ideal, and it was what I was pitching to Wood, and I was also telling him keep Pierce out of this, and Wood was just ignoring everything. So I went public with my criticisms. I went public because there were people in Wisconsin calling me up saying it's a shit show here. Saying,
Robert, I will say to the general public that model that you were espousing that I agree with would be optimal is also extremely expensive. Now, Kyle Rittenhouse had the money for that, but I wouldn't want people to think that's what a normal defense looks like.
It's
well,
very
this
difficult.
isn't a normal prosecution. I mean, this isn't a normal case.
The other utility was, I thought with my pitch, Pierce can take whatever little piece he wants. Wood can take a little piece they want. You know, like everybody, whatever they want, fine, no problem. This will best serve the client and is justification for raising $2 million, $3 million, $4 million.
Right. And all I care about is what best serves the client.
Right, exactly. I mean, and I thought this was a must-win case, that no risk could be taken unduly or unnecessarily.
This is an 18-year-old kid looking at life in prison. I mean,
and it was if you could convict Kyle Rittenhouse in Kenosha, a place like Kenosha, with facts like these, nobody had self-defense that you could. Your self-defense was at the whim of a rogue prosecutor
of the mob.
Absolutely.
Right.
And that's why it was terrifying. And he was a poor kid that they're used to crushing. And I thought Richards could have a role. It would not have been my idea to have him be lead trial counsel, but and maybe he guessed that from early stage. Whatever it was, I ran into a lot of resistance with him down the road too. But my initial pitch to Wood was get away from Pierce. Pierce said what happened with Pierce is he was a corporate lawyer, kept hopping between corporate law firms, goes out and starts his own gig, creates this big sort of image, and he brings in a bunch of other marketers. Problem was they weren't delivering, but he was great at suckering. I don't know how much you deal with these, Andrew, litigation funders. So that's a new space in the last decade or so. It's these Wall Street guys that think they can make money investing in litigation. So particularly civil litigation primarily. And Pierce was the best at hustling those guys. He would get them to give him $5 million, $10 million, $5 million. And then, of course, all the cases they invested in were going south and sideways. So
Robert, in all fairness,
that was John Pierce, not Lynn Wood.
Yeah. So in all fairness, I just to be clear, I've dealt with people that you are describing to a T. The particular individuals you're describing, I don't have the personal experience with them to know that they fit that profile to a T. It would not surprise me a whit if they did. But my own personal experience with them, I don't know that's the case. Now, you obviously have a different experience with them. So you're speaking from your experience.
Yeah. I mean, with a lot of litigation funders, I think their limitation is that they hire other young corporate associates who don't know the practice that they're investing in.
Very common.
Yeah. So I had a case right on the eve of trial, and because it was on the eve of trial, they wouldn't fund any aspect of the case. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, no, we want this other case that hasn't even got past a motion to dismiss yet, hasn't even got past summary judgment yet, hasn't even got past into favorable discovery. I was like, you guys don't know what you're doing. It's like that case is a high-risk case. I got a case that's guaranteed to go to a jury trial, that's almost guaranteed to get some sort of money back. But they didn't understand and then I discovered all the litigation funders, they have ad marketers. And those are the guys that pitch, hey, we really want to fund you. They really have no clue. They're just salesmen. They transfer you to their actuaries. They're people that do the analysis. And those guys don't know what they're doing. I mean, if it's high-end corporate IP litigation, they know what they're doing. And in that space, they've had a very profitable rate of return. But
their mission is not justice or winning cases or losing cases. It's just making money.
Absolutely. And Pierce figured this out and exploited it like a madman. And that's how he started racking up massive debts. And so the way he got ahead of this was he would just close down that firm, start a new one, then close down the next one, start a new one, then close down the next one. I think he's on firm number 4, 5, 6. He's got like a nonprofit up and going now. So he screamed grifter. I knew about the problems before he got on the political stage. He somehow got connected to Wood, convinced Wood that he was this big player that he's not. And Rittenhouse was going to be his case to show what a great criminal defense lawyer, great trial lawyer he is. And that's why he was very reluctant to ever step back.
I was called by Pierce, and obviously I can't talk about what I discussed with Pierce, but I will say that I was sufficiently uncomfortable with the discussion that the price I quoted for my consultancy was much higher than I normally would have asked for. And it was in the expectation that it would not be met.
Listen,
that's always a sage proposal. Give them a proposal they can't refuse. If you want to get out of something, give them a proposal that they can't accept.
Robert, look, all I heard out of the past 10 minutes, I was over here doing the legal work while these guys were raising money or whatever. But all I heard was you pitching Wood. I don't know what that means in your vernacular, but in Wisconsin, it means having an erection.
Right.
Poor Nick, we've been doing this for 2 hours, and he's like 13 minutes into the actual video we're supposed to be discussing.
We're 27 minutes in. We're doing great. We're doing great. Real quick, Robert, have you been following Kim Potter? I mean, I imagine you have, because you have this preternatural ability to follow everything. Yeah,
I've been following you guys' coverage of it.
Okay.
So my take now, the only thing I didn't get a clean read on was how the defense expert did or didn't do the use of force expert.
He did great.
Oh, he was
fine.
He was his CV dropped balls on the table of the state's expert. That's it. Like he actually didn't even have to testify. The fact that this guy's still a cop, been a cop for 44 years. Still active.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. In 9 months, Judge Shu is going to announce a baby.
Right.
Oh, that's the one the judge was doing eyes at?
Dude, this guy is like the definition of Giga Chad or whatever.
He's like the literal Chuck Norris.
Yeah. That's a great way to phrase it. Yeah.
I invented SWAT.
Yeah.
There were no doors until I kicked one down.
My foot was underused, so I invented doors so I could bust it in. No, he tells the story of the invention of the taser, right? I can't remember the guy who invented
I was there on day one.
And then he's like, it was bought by these two brothers, Richie and so. Richie taught the first master taser class of 20 people. I was in that class. It's like, oh, okay, you're the first taser instructor on Earth.
I rubbed out the first electron.
It was ridiculous. And yeah, he had open heart surgery last week and then drove from Missouri to come represent Kim Potter for free. Yeah, Missouri.
He's from the show me state.
To do this, to do his expert consultation for free, which he does all criminal expert consultations for free. Because he has a profound sense of justice. Oh, and he also disclosed
since the 1990s, not new.
Yeah. He also disclosed that he's got 5 active cases, which came out on Cross. So he's got 5 active cases. 2 of them are for cops, and 3 of them are against cops. So no element of bias, no money on the table. This guy was like a walking dream of an expert witness. And it was embarrassing for the state.
A wet dream if you're Binger.
Yeah. That's not a walking dream. Well, that's a stay in bed dream.
It seems like, given the way the whole trial has gone, that the only real question is, can you get an impartial jury for a use of force case in the Twin Cities right now?
Or can you get the judge to agree to a jury instruction that leaves ambiguous what recklessness means? I mean,
is she still keeping it ambiguous as
we haven't seen the final jury instructions. I haven't.
I think so. I read the state's proposed jury instructions on recklessness before the stream. I don't think they get there. They specifically have recklessness in the manslaughter, or well, they have a conscious disregard of the risk in manslaughter 2, and in manslaughter 1, it's reckless use of a firearm, which ends up with a death. And so that still has the element of recklessness, which is kind of weird because the way they're charging out Man 1, it's basically Man 2 has the exact same elements involved.
It's reckless and reckless.
Right. So I don't see how they get to recklessness.
But
There's
we've
just
heard the
no way.
prosecution repeatedly argue recklessness as if it was mere negligence. Clearly, she screwed up. She pulled the wrong weapon, so therefore it's reckless. But that's not what reckless means in the legal context.
No, the question will be whether or not the jury superimposes that definition, which they.
That's my concern, right?
Yeah. I left out the absolute best part of the defense expert witness from yesterday, the use of force expert, which was on cross. They're going through his CV and they're going line after line through all of these. He's been in like every country on earth training their police forces because he's fucking Captain America or whatever. And they go, what about this Project Hope? And he's like, oh, that's a thing I do
in my free time
down in Haiti. And they're like, oh, so you offer security for Project Hope? He's like, no, I don't do security. That's just rescuing orphans in Haiti.
Wow.
They go to this other thing. His free time, whatever minimal amount it is spend saving orphans in third world countries.
It's like Captain America with like 55-gallon balls and a 5-gallon ovary on the side.
Yeah, it's like Captain America had sex with Mother Teresa and this came out.
Basically, Chuck Norris is a perfect description. You know, all the Chuck Norris memes.
Hey, welcome to the show, Kurt. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Kurt.
Good to see everyone. Good to see you, Robert.
Look how awake Kurt is at midnight.
Aren't you in Texas?
Time.
I am in Texas, yes.
Yeah,
so it's like 1 a.m. there, right?
It is 1 a.m., yes.
So you're a night out.
Yeah, I'm more awake at night than I am in the day. When I was on this morning, 8:45, I was like,
you look pretty stoned this morning.
No, I was not.
No offense. I'm sure I did too.
I was tired. I was tired and having my day job has been keeping me really busy, so I was under quite a bit of stress and trying to, I really enjoy streaming, so I was trying to get a half hour in before I had to go to work to try to cheer myself up. So
did it work?
A little bit, yeah.
All right, good.
There was another thing I left off, Robert, just again from that expert who was so overly qualified that it was dumb. He's a member of the National Association of Police Chiefs or whatever, or he's on the board of it. He literally wrote the best practices taser policy for the National Association of Police Chiefs.
That was so great. That was on cross. They go, are you familiar with these regulations? And he's like, well, I wrote them.
Have you won some awards? Some. Are you in the National Policeman's Hall of Fame? Yes.
Oh yeah, it was.
He had a silver star for rescuing a hostage.
I think gold star
in a liquor store robbery. And like, are you proud of that? He's like, no, because I had to slay the hostage taker. It's like, oh my god.
I wish I would have gotten the honors under different circumstances because I didn't want to use deadly force. It's like he's literally. Like,
so he kicked in the door, shot a bad guy in the face, and rescued the hostage, and he feels bad about it.
Every cop from here to infinity should be petitioning that guy to do their case.
Oh my god!
Forever.
He just made $10 million.
Except he doesn't take money on criminal cases.
Right.
He's the equalizer. He's the equalizer.
He does on civil though. He does take a fee on civil cases. He did disclose that. So, and most of them are Graham issues on civil, right? Like that's the overwhelming use of force that we come across. Scott Bain says, RE double jeopardy. I reject the dual sovereign judicial invention. Also believe jeopardy should attach with a hung jury. I rejected prosecution rebuttal to defense's closing argument. Fundamental fairness demands that an accusation is always followed by a defense.
I agree with that. I agree with every single thing that person said.
Yep, that's good stuff. Steve C says nothing better than having a bad night and finding this crew online. Goat Chad was the best. That's the defense guy.
By the way, I know most of the watchers know Nick and Robert and Kurt way more than they know me. I'm a relative newcomer here, but for those who came here because of me. Folks, these are world-class attorneys you're watching. I don't mean me. I mean these other guys are world-class attorneys you're watching here. It is a gift to have these guys in one room.
I learn new things all the time. I love it.
Well, Andrew, for you, I guess it's been kind of like peak. I mean, how many high-profile cases can you have back to back to back to back that are right in the self-defense wheelhouse that get
You know,
a lot of public attention.
I've been covering these cases since Zimmerman back in, I mean, that's 12 years ago.
7, right?
But yeah, but they're I have to confess, I mean, I was at if you can't tell, I was at a Christmas party a few hours ago talking about this. These last 3 cases have been, like 6 to 8 weeks of nonstop 14-hour days. It's been for a guy who's only 29 years old, it's been kind of tough. Yeah.
Okay, I got 2 super chats to read, and let's get back to the interview for a little bit and see what Richards has to say. And we might actually bow out of Richards and talk about the court TV stuff with Kim Potter, because I find it kind of interesting to see their the legal analysis there. But we'll see.
Legal analysis.
Legal analysis, as I like to call it. Snowboard Dan says, what are you drinking from a Glencairn glass instead of, or why are you drinking from a Glencairn glass instead of a normal glass? Because I'm drinking scotch. Leave me alone. Please visit Wisconsin and come see the quartering and some great bars. I do plan on doing that at some point. I just need to find time to drive away from the family for a little bit.
I'll do it in the summer, by the way. If anybody wants to fund a motorcycle trip from Denver, Colorado to Minnesota, I'll be happy to do it. I'll ride up there.
If we ship the books to me and you drive to Minnesota, I'll fund it personally. I don't care.
In that case, I'm not flying. I'll take the bike.
Yeah.
I'll ship the books and take the bike to get there.
I'll pay your gas.
You mean summer, right? You're not going to go up to Minnesota in the winter.
No, summer. I mean, I've ridden in the winter, but it's not fun.
My brother lived for a while, taught it in the Twin Cities, and man, January, Lord have mercy.
No, I've lived all my life in New England and Colorado, and we have winters, so. You can ride in the cold, but it's not fun.
January is literally the 7th, 8th, and 9th circles of hell above the Lake Cocoitus in Dante's Inferno.
I get it.
In Minnesota. It sucks.
I don't know if you guys saw, there's an interesting potential self-defense case coming out of Baltimore, Maryland. This military guy, Alexandria or Gonzalez, I believe his name is.
It looks like bullshit to me. So.
Yeah, it does look like pretty bullshit. It looks like he was trying to defend his grandmother, had no opportunity to escape, and Baltimore's charging him with first-degree murder.
Yeah. So what it looks like to
the news report looks like some pretty big bullshit coming out of Maryland. So what's surprising there?
What it looks like to me is someone was giving his grandmother shit. He didn't like it. He went up to their apartment, got into a fight, and killed the guy.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I haven't looked closely at the case, but
it's a case to follow. It's a case to follow.
Have you guys followed the Austin case at all?
I haven't been following it. I really should.
People have been asking me about it, and I have not followed
Gardner is it Forrest?
Because my understanding is it's a self-defense case. Is that
is that the guy who was driving what do you call those cars? The rental cars, not YouTube cars, Uber cars. He's driving an Uber car. And some guy in the mob pointed an AK at him and he shot him.
Yeah.
That's the case?
Yeah.
That looks like self-defense to me. I'll cover that case.
Yeah. If you point an AK at someone, you should expect to get shot.
I'm sorry. You point a gun at me unlawfully, you might get shot in the face.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would say other parts of Texas might have, but jury pool in Austin, I think probably if there's a weakness with this defense, my guess is it's just speculation.
I'll let you know if I get jury duty for the case.
That's right. You might. I suspect, like Chauvin, they did not test this case with, meaningful polling information. Not only sort of thematic. How many people in the Twin Cities for political or personal reasons say that negligence equals recklessness under these circumstances?
Right. So I don't touch those issues at all because I'm not competent to do it, because I can't do the kind of jury models that you do, Robert. I only look at the legal merit. Right. And then I say, well, juries can go insane. So whatever the legal merit is, I don't predict verdicts because I can't predict what a jury might do.
I think if the judge gives clarity in the defense's favor on the instructions, I think it's a sign that the judge is sympathetic with the defendant, which he might not have started out being. But and I'm just reading tea leaves from what you guys' commentary is. The way that they handled the cross-examination of her, the prosecution, that is.
Oh my God, that was
horrific.
Yeah, may
Yeah.
have made the judge more sympathetic to her than hostile. Is at least and that may get people don't think that matters, but unfortunately, it often does.
Oh, I
I
think the defense won the next couple objections that came out after
that's what you were
the
pointing out. They probably were even wrong illegally on those objections.
Yeah.
But it may have been because the judge's dislike of how the prosecution was handling it. And often that, like, sometimes you actually design a trial in part to persuade the judge because the judge can give you key instructions that help you with the jury.
Well, I hope so.
As you know,
I hope so. That's
Well,
part.
and Earl
she
Grey. Oh, go ahead.
what do you think about Earl Grey? I've heard different things. I've had people send me stuff saying they didn't like how Earl Grey did. I just saw some of the early cross-examination stuff, and I thought it was very good. But maybe it was up or down. I don't know.
The only minor complaint I had about Earl Grey is I thought he maybe could have elicited more out of the state's expert on cross. That was favorable, but that guy was such a weasel, and I think anybody in the courtroom kind of saw him evading answers, and then when the defense, we didn't know this at the time, but the expert that they had coming in to counter that guy was so ridiculously qualified and composed on the stand that I just didn't see an issue.
When you have Dr. Miller coming in after, you don't need to get into the mud with Dr. Stoughton.
That's true.
Yeah, I think Earl Grey's been phenomenal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you guys points on some of his cross, and Andrew actually included some of the clips from his cross. Looked awfully good to me. I mean, I like short and concise and to the point. I like stuff that repeats the key thematic principles to the jury, and he seemed to be doing that exceptionally well. And he managed difficult witnesses very well. The way he basically took apart that mother without being hostile or overt.
That was brilliant. I mean, I wouldn't say so. When I watched the George Zimmerman trial back in 2011, 2012, whenever it was, Mark O'Mara and Don West, to me, conducted a perfect legal defense. I mean, it was perfect. What Earl Grey here was not perfect, but it was damn close to perfect. I mean, it was really, really solid, and that's all you can really expect from your defense attorney.
So they didn't miss like 100 things you should object to.
No.
Like,
no,
They believed in objections.
They've been all over the objections. The only time where they were really quiet on objections was a couple days ago, and they objected 4 times in a row, valid objections, and the judge shut them down, all 4 of them within about 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And after that, they just shut up and let them talk. And then when they got up on cross, the prosecution tried to object, and the judge the judge was very permissive back to them. She played very fair. And it was pretty obvious. They knew the score on that. I don't even remember what witness that was, but they knew the score on that witness. They weren't going to get objections in, so they just let it go, and that was fine. Like I said, as long as the judge plays fair and you know the score, you can't ask for anything more than that out of a judge. Just give me the expectation so I can craft my case.
Right. A judge can be tight or loose. Yeah. I don't care either way, as long as it's the same for both.
Please don't ever say tight and loose in regards to Rami Judge again.
Okay.
the chat will lose their minds.
Fair enough.
But no,
but I meant it. Every inch of those 14.
Well, and I assume for people that don't know, I mean, this highlights how very unusual the Rittenhouse case was in terms of objections and evidence coming in and just reading whatever you want as cross-examination material that doesn't fit the standard for prior inconsistent statements. You get more of a sense of what a normal trial looks like.
Yeah, and
yeah, even this wasn't a normal trial, but
she's a little bit sharper than at least I'd come to expect on scope of questions. She's been pretty tight on that one in my view.
Yeah, she's been I think her handling of objections, while a couple times I disagree, I get the theme that she's going for. And again, I acknowledge my own bias. At this point, I think the state has brought a case that's untenable against Kim Potter, and that's my bias. So I try and mitigate that as much as possible, but there's going to be times where I say, I want the judge to sustain an objection or overrule a state objection because of that sort of expectation that I have not seen the state
But the
properly
judges are
elicit
biased too. The judges
Yeah.
are biased by their normal experience. Folks, 99% of criminal defendants who get to this point in the system are guilty. They did it. That's just how the system works.
So if they're not guilty of this, they're guilty of something.
Whatever. Yep. So the judges are used to, all right, whatever. This guy gets convicted. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's a normal case. They're not used to a actual not guilty client moving to this step of the system. And it changes everything. But they treat it like it's the same. Like, all right, this is the drug dealer who's here for the 10th time, and but it's not the same.
Yeah.
A little bit hard not to become just primed based on your experience. It's like, it's like everyone builds these rules, these shortcuts in their head. It's like, well, this is why I saw the last 99 times, probably this time too.
Listen, many of us probably have friends. I have friends who I grew up with.
I don't have any.
When I grew up
with guys,
they were conservative or reasonably conservative or middle of the road. And then they went on to become academics. They became professors. They work in, academic unit, and they morph to reflect that environment in which they work. They become as political as that environment. And it's not because they're bad people. It's because if you're going to live as a normal human being among other human beings, you can't be the albino wolf in the pack. You'll just never get tenure or whatever that you're trying to do there. So you begin to adopt those views. It doesn't mean they're meritorious. It doesn't mean you're a bad actor. It just means you're a human being.
Yeah. Education plus experience leads to acculturation. And these judges are picked because it's not a bunch of defense lawyers they put on the bench either. So
yeah. Typically it's a prosecutor that gets on the bench.
The defense attorneys are hopefully making too much money.
Right. Well, that's what my friend Ty says. People have approached him and said, would you consider being a judge? He says, no, I don't want the pay cut.
I would never be a judge.
Yeah.
I'd be a judge. I think that'd be cool.
It'd be great fun to be a judge, but there's no way they're going to let me anywhere near it.
For a week.
Okay, let's.
What do they pay judges? What's a judge get paid?
It depends. What do they pay in Minnesota? Probably six figures at least.
It starts off at 165, and then
that's good money.
It moves up to like 180. Yeah, they move up to the starting federal judge salary basically, which is not a bad. It's not a bad gig.
That's true even out in the country, out in rural Minnesota.
You have to take that money and do the judge job.
So rural Minnesota,
I'd rather take that money and do my job.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that being a judge in downtown Minneapolis or St. Paul. But out where I live, I mean, 165, 180K a year is really, really good money. I mean, you're making more than many of the lawyers in town.
Some of the judges I knew in Tennessee knew how to make that job pay multiple ways.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Brown guy, you said who cares? I don't mean that in a way to compete with the other lawyers. I just mean that in a relative scope of how much money that is out here. You can get I was looking at a house today that
I concede the point. Yeah. I totally concede the point. I work in a different environment. I work kind of on a national scope because I don't work within a town or a state. I consult nationally, so it's a bit different. But
there's no doubt all judges take a pay cut if they're good lawyers. That's just reality, no matter where they're at.
Yeah, but here in rural Minnesota, it might actually be a step up for many judges. That's actually my point. Is you might get a promotion,
at least for the average lawyer.
Right.
Now, I mean, the reality is, there probably are some maybe some personal injury guys, maybe some guys that operate in multiple counties. Like in rural Tennessee, they might be in rural Tennessee, but they often had operations in 10, 12 counties and actually were, some of those guys were seven-figure a year guys.
Yeah, you can get those guys. You can get those guys out here, but most of the local guys are not. Yeah.
Yeah, your average is probably about $150, $200, $225, depending on the scenario.
Yeah. Well, when you figure the average, the fee for a partner out here, the hourly fee is $250 to maybe you find someone who makes $300 an hour. I mean, that's
fascinating.
You're not pulling a ton of money.
That's your corporate billing rates from 25 years ago.
2 hours west of the Twin Cities.
Huh.
So, I mean,
it doesn't surprise me too much. Rural Tennessee's $250 an hour. Yeah. Most rural middle parts of America are still 200, 250, 300. You barter. I got an old buddy that services the Mexican-American south side of Chicago. He barters for a lot of his. Now, he's doing it for principal purpose. He could make a lot of money if he wanted.
Sure.
It's not his game. But but yeah, that kind of makes sense. And then you have your flat fee structures. Usually your smaller town lawyers are flat fee structures. $5,000 a divorce, $5,000 a DUI.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, I've been there. I've been there.
Heaven. That's heaven if you're getting divorced.
I was there. I did all that work.
Yep.
Yeah, remember that? $3,500 for a small thing, $2,500 for this.
House closings, divorces, all that bullshit.
Wills.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when it was a big deal. The big lawyer in town in this rural area in Wisconsin, was up to $5,000 per DUI, and people are like, "That's outrageous." The local legal community. But yeah, it all depends on where you're at, where you practice. But for sort of a mid-tier lawyer in a small town, a judge's pay is pretty good if it's that kind of scale.
Yeah.
But for any big-time lawyer and any lawyer in a big city, that's a massive pay cut.
And of course, I've got kind of a bias because I don't really see clients. So my clients are the lawyers who are leading their own cases. So they're looking for an expert consultant. So if they don't have money, they don't come to me in the first place. So the only people who come to me are people who have money. So
I was going to mention that earlier today on the stream, that you have kind of like a unique clientele, because if they're hiring you, these are people who are already positioned to pay for their defense.
They're not rich, by the way. They're just normal middle class homeowners.
They've got a retirement account.
My clients are not millionaires. They're just people who own a home.
Yeah, their life's on the line, and that's a different dynamic.
Right. And one final thing they're
not impoverished because
your usual criminal defense lawyer makes good cash at what I would call street defense level, is connected to the drug trade. Defends drug dealers.
Yeah, I actually have zero drug clients.
Real quick to the chat. As we're talking about these lawyers' fees and what they cost, that's not what they take home. If you're getting $250 an hour, it's not what you're taking home.
On average, you get 40 to 45% for a typical lawyer of their hourly billings that they take home.
It's good money, but that's not what they actually earn. So when you see some lawyer making $400, $500 an hour, they're taking home, $180 an hour, something like that.
Now,
yeah.
And by the way, if you think it's a money mill, go do it.
Yeah, it's not.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, it can be very lucrative depending on the circumstances.
If you're a personal injury attorney taking 30% of massive settlements, I mean, you make a lot of money if you can get the settlements.
Outside of the high-end M&A corporate guys, the biggest payday, number 2, is personal injury lawyers.
I know a lot of poor lawyers. I know a lot of poor lawyers.
What people don't know
now, most of them should be poor because they shouldn't be lawyers. I mean, they're just not good lawyers. But,
your average small town lawyer, particularly before they have 10 years of experience in a marketing business, they're hoping to take home 6 figures a year. They're not looking to take home mid-6 figures.
And they don't know anything.
The median income on that is somewhere around 55 to 60K a year.
I made more than that as a diesel mechanic.
I track that when I'm hiring young lawyers. I learned this from a young lawyer in Wisconsin, or actually no longer young lawyer, when he started his own practice. And he was like, "Barnes, you have no idea you can get them cheap now these days." But so you know what the market rate is to know what's fair. Now I give big bonuses out and all that, but but yeah, so I mean it can vary. Now guess, Andrew, what was John Pierce's hourly rate that he charged Kyle Rittenhouse for that extradition representation?
Well, he never told me.
$850.
If he told me, I wouldn't be able to share it with you. So
I said $850 an hour.
I have no idea, and if I had an idea, I couldn't tell you.
What do you think what would be a fair market rate? Somebody's never done extradition, no criminal experience, no background in Illinois.
I don't know, because I don't know.
I bet he charged $500
an hour. I just don't get it. I mean,
$12.50 an hour.
When they called me, I didn't understand why they were involved in the case, what they were doing, why they wanted me. I just didn't really understand any of it. And if I don't understand it, I don't want. It looked very ambiguous and vague and confused to me, and so for those reasons I didn't want to be really involved. Most of the cases I work on, it's very clear. My client pointed a gun at someone. Now they're charged with aggravated assault with a firearm. These are the facts. Here's the video. Here's the criminal complaint. Those cases I'm happy to work with, but this kind of weird. We're going to fight extradition. I mean, that's just not. Other lawyers can deal with that. That's not in my wheelhouse.
And there was
a way to. Yeah, tell me about that. I'm curious about what the method was.
I'd even gone out there publicly. I was like, if you're going to fight extradition, because normally you don't fight extradition between the states.
It's pointless.
Very difficult. Not only that, Pierce had a fundamental misinterpretation from some very loose research about the application of certain federal laws under these principles. He thought you could bring a federal habeas in a certain way, and he didn't understand that. He'd never done habeas representation before, and that the principle he was thinking about had been gutted about 30 years before by the Supreme Court. Used to be ways you could challenge interstate under certain federal legal principles, interstate extradition in the United States. They gutted that congressionally.
Even if he could, what does it matter? He's going to end up in court in that state, no matter what.
The only real reasons to do it would be a bifurcated argument. One, to use it as leverage to try to get a more reasonable bail terms. If you could come up with a credible enough legal argument to confuse someone like Binger to say, hey, give us $1 million bail, not a $2 million, not a $3 million bail.
Okay.
The second is if you wanted to use it to leverage in the court of public opinion. And the theory that I say is like, if you're going to pursue extradition, one of the theories you can pursue that is still recognized under Illinois law and some other states is if there's a difference in the self-defense legal standards between states. And there was a certain aspect of the way it was being interpreted out of the gate that you could argue that Illinois was more protective on a certain issue than was, I don't even remember what the issue was now, than was Wisconsin as was currently being construed. And I was like,
Illinois law was never going to apply in Wisconsin.
No, but what is you have a right if you're being extradited for something that is not a felony in both states. Then you can.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
I get it. But
the only reason to do it would be political. To say this is a politically motivated prosecution that that wants to pursue something that violates core self-defense principles, so on and so forth. You would give you enough of a legal foothold that if you wanted to buy time for whatever reason, you could buy time. That if you wanted to argue in the court of public opinion, you could use it to leverage in the court of public opinion. If you want to negotiate a different bail deal with the prosecutor, you can do that. It would always be a long shot, but if that's what you want to do and justify the work, fine. That was the limited objective. People made this clear to Wood and Pierce. They just
my response, and not knowing your position on this, Robert, because your position could be either way. I don't know. And frankly, I wouldn't care. I mean, I respect your position incredibly, but obviously I'm going to come to my own conclusion. I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. I just don't think that fight is worth the effort.
It's not worth $12.50 a fucking hour. That's
and it could be turned against you.
Oh, yeah.
So
he didn't know what he was doing. He thought he had a technical issue with the way the form was signed.
That's crazy.
He even said something stupid at the hearing.
Well, he's going with a form error?
Yeah, basically it was a form error.
Which
can be grounds.
We can get you a new form. I mean, come on.
I mean,
you're dealing with human beings. You're not dealing with robots. I mean, no one cares what the technical forms are. I mean,
right. And it's the kind of technical thing that it used to be more applicable 70, 80 years ago. A lot of your extradition law is very old. Very few people fight it within the United States in terms of state to state. It used to be more, Doc Holliday fought it successfully. Totally different rules,
different culture.
Yeah, different culture. And different understand. And it was back then there was real concerns that documents were fake or documents were wrong or identity was wrong. That's no longer a practical concern within the United States between states. That may still pop up between the United States and some third world country or some other nation we don't trust their internal documentation on. Things like that.
That's why if you want to if you're coming from like a refugee camp to the United States, it's a 3-year process. You spend 3 years in a camp in Kenya if you want to come from Africa to the U.S. On a program, because the record keeping isn't good, and they do a lot of checks and interviews to try and make sure that the people coming in are appropriate refugees rather than not. And they still fail, right? Like they still fail at it
all the time.
But
I mean, Africa, you can get whatever birth certificate you want. There's parts of Latin America, same thing. Parts of Asia, same thing. So there's all kinds of things you can manipulate in that aspect. That was sort of the untold story of why people had questions about Obama. Because of unusual things that happen in Africa in terms of birth certificates, but that are still true to this day.
Wait, there was a question about the Obama birth certificate? Really?
Well, the allegation was that there was really.
I'm just kidding. Stop. I'm just kidding.
Okay, yeah, right. So
I don't want to sink Nick's YouTube channel.
Look, you're worried about my YouTube channel. You know, the origin of that was Hillary Clinton. I'm worried about suiciding myself to 2 to the back of the head. Okay,
and
let's be honest here.
Politically, legally, it was also related to John McCain. The first legal challenge was actually to McCain because he was born on a military base in Panama.
Right.
Robert, I know. I'm begging you, just let's do this on a different forum.
Gentlemen, let's get back.
Happy to discuss it on a different forum.
Let's hit a couple. Let's see if we can get a couple more minutes of this interview, and then maybe swap to the court TV analysis of Kim Potter.
By the way, I agree with Robert entirely. I just different forum.
Here we go.
Cancel him out of the Pro Hoc Vice. He was no longer a lawyer because I didn't want him saying the things he was saying. And we never agreed. Kyle never agreed with the militia defense that he wanted to raise. So eventually, I think Kyle and his
wait. Can you?
You know, that's a screw up by Richards. Richard should be more careful here.
Yeah.
Because he's suggesting that Kyle was fully cognizant of the militia defense and that he was just uncomfortable with it. I mean, that's not what he said in Tucker.
Okay, so the militia defense...
That's Richard's being a little careless.
Now, the militia defense, to be clear, is the idea, is this against the gun charge? For example, that he's a member of the militia as a 17-year-old male.
Yes, but it went further politically. Legally, that's what Pierce said on Tucker Carlson. And I was screaming at the time, don't be making that comparison. You don't need to make that comparison. You don't, as Andrew had done, as you had done, Nick, all you had to do is read the statute and knew this statute didn't apply.
No, the moment the militia question comes into play, it's a state of mind issue. It's a motive issue. You don't want any of that shit. This guy just defending himself against imminent attack. That's all you want. You don't want, he was a warrior in a battle with, holy crap. All kinds of mutual combat issues come into play then. You don't want any of that. He was minding his own goddamn business when this pedophile attacked him, and then this guy with a skateboard attacked him, and then this other dude attacked him. That's the clean narrative you want. All this militia stuff is bullshit.
Yeah. So to be clear,
don't
want it.
To be clear to the chat,
politically radioactive to bring that up.
Right.
But that was his first pretext. Then he expanded it politically, and Pierce started comparing Kyle to the militiamen, to the Minutemen of the American Revolution, and we're going to come marching in. And
which is good for raising money, but it's not good for your client.
No. Very bad in the court of public opinion.
No.
To be clear to the chat, so the idea is this comes out of US v. Heller and McDonnell or whatever out of Chicago that came a couple years later.
You're a lawyer? Come on, man.
Look, Scalia wrote basically a justification for the right to keep and bear arms being the idea that the militia encompasses basically everybody. And it was the idea that at the founding of the country, the militia included all males able-bodied between the ages of 17 and 45. Kyle Rittenhouse is a 17-year-old male. He has a Second Amendment right to carry that gun. Therefore, the illegal gun charge doesn't exist. It's nice in like an appellate sense. It does not play well.
He could have called that just Second Amendment rights to be self-defense. He didn't have to use the word militia.
If Lynn Wood wants to be elected senator of whatever state he lives in, make that argument.
It's still in the U.S. code,
a legal argument you make when you're
client. Yeah, there's a U.S. code provision that also includes
Title 10 somewhere.
Yeah, there are two militias.
Phraseology.
There are two militias defined in the United States. First is the National Guard. That's the elective militia. You sign up for the National Guard, male or female, and you get to do there. The second part of that is the unelected militia,
unorganized.
The unorganized militia, which can be called at any time. All of us. I've got 5 years left. Bronca, you're out. Barnes, I think you're out. I don't know. You might be 42.
But I paid my dues.
But it's all able-bodied males between 17 and 45 because they could be called by the governor or the president in the case of an invasion. And so therefore they should have an unfettered access to their Second Amendment rights. That's the idea behind it. It doesn't play out that way, but it is a good political argument for a political campaign.
If the idea ever was to put that before a jury in any sense, you'd have to be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs insane.
Yes.
It's PR of the militia. That definitely makes it okay. That's definitely something you want in the jury's head. Let me tell you why.
To win that argument.
Right.
That's not going to happen.
It was unnecessary in this case.
Right, because as you pointed out, Barnes, if you read the statute allowed 17-year-olds to have long barrel rifles and shotguns because it's fucking Wisconsin. Of course they do.
And I preferred, was arguing that the way to phrase that was the farm boy defense, because that's a more politically palatable
There you go.
term.
That'll work.
And it's correct historically in Wisconsin. It's why it exists. They didn't want the lead son to not have a rifle or shotgun if they got problems on the farm. I mean, that whole gun bill was about Milwaukee crime, handgun crime. That's what it was all about.
Obviously, right? I mean, not to be racist about it or anything, but
it's reality. I mean, it's what happened. It's what they were targeting.
That's what was going on in the 90s. Was a massive spike across all metro areas in the United States in gang-related violence.
And by the way, the people who were being killed were also black and brown people.
Oh yeah,
that's who they were trying to protect.
You mean black people kill black people? I wasn't aware of that.
I know, but yes,
it's and
just like white people kill white people. It's
right. The overwhelming majority of murders involve people in your quote unquote tribe because that's who you're associating with. It's weird how that works. Okay, back to this Richards interview for another 2 minutes.
Family began to build a little bit of trust with myself.
A little bit of trust. I can't believe how you can do this accent, Nick. Do you live near there?
I'm like, I don't know, maybe like 8 hours or whatever. It depends on how fast you drive. If you drive like me, Mark Richards, it might be 9 hours. But if you drive like Sharafacy,
Robert, where did you grow up, Robert?
Tennessee. But my family's from New England, so that's why I don't have much of an accent.
All right. Yeah,
wait, so you're from Tennessee, your family's from New England, and you went to school in Wisconsin? What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, undergrad in Connecticut and Tennessee, and then law school, Wisconsin.
Where'd you grow up in New England?
Why did you choose Wisconsin?
My father goes back on the Barn side, Rhode Island, to the 1600s, and my mom, New Hampshire, to the 1700s.
Okay.
Why'd you choose Wisconsin for law school?
My brother was there getting his PhD in philosophy. That was half the equation. The other half of the equation.
Also the bitches.
Right, exactly.
I like them corn-fed, if you know what I mean.
That there are people making, because I was defending Kyle for free all the time. People were saying, Barnes, Wisconsin's mom was, near there. Maybe it's Kyle's, Barnes is a secret dad. But that none of that was true, of course. But I was getting that on like random comments from people. The other reason is Wisconsin was at that time, it believed in teaching the philosophical underpinnings of the law and the practical application of it, not just black letter law. They called itself the anti-Harvard. That he's like, Harvard's only teaching you black letter law. You need to know the real philosophical principles behind which law is based. And you need to understand the sociological impact and statistical analysis that show that what's really going on and how the law really works. Mark Gallanter sort of invented sociology in the law. He was at Wisconsin. And so there are a bunch of people there like that. So I was particularly inclined for that reason.
Okay, so two things. One, imagine unironically researching the law school you're going to attend. What's wrong with you? Two, because I just went to the one that fit my schedule. Two, I just learned that Wisconsin is opposed to black letter law.
By the way, Nick, I would just, if I can, I see in the comments that a lot of people are objecting that I said bitches and like anti-woman. I would readily throw Assistant DA Binger into that category. Look, so it's not
the man said, bitches ain't shit.
It's not a gender specific thing.
If you think this is a woman thing, you ain't met no bitches from Wisconsin. That's all I'm saying. All right, here we go.
And I said, I'll take over the case, but I need a second attorney. I can't do this case alone. Mm-hmm. And, they said, well, what about so-and-so? And there were people who were in the conservative wind who I wasn't really interested in working
You're right.
with.
He's a liberal, really.
I don't think we're necessarily trial lawyers.
That was the other reason. I was wondering what it was. I believe I have reason to believe, without going into anything, but even before this, that the family was interested in bringing in the people I was talking about, dream team I was talking about, including me. Now I know in part why he was so he strung me out is what he did. He acted like he would yeah, oh yeah, we'll get around to that. And then it was just never happening. And I started to be more and more insistent, particularly. And then he said, don't worry, by the time of trial, we'll allow at least people in for these jury selection, other purposes. And then he pulled the rug out a week before. But now, politically, he never liked anybody being associated with the right, being associated with the case. He never wanted anybody. Now, the irony, a lot of people I was bringing in were not political. I mean, the body language panel people are not political. Richard Barris does a lot of political polling, but he prides himself on being accurate for polling. But now I know he always filtered people like me as being on the right wing, and he wanted this out. That's interesting.
John Pierce and Linwood are wacko do shit shows. So that's my objection to them.
What's interesting,
which is a different story, but I think Richards overreacted to that. And people were saying afterwards, why run to CNN afterwards when CNN did more to libel your client than anybody else? It's because Richards is a liberal Democrat, always was, but I didn't realize it was that strong until he just said that.
But you can almost understand it, right? I mean,
I understand where it comes from. Yeah.
I'm not saying that Linwood and the other guy, I don't even bother remembering their names, but
they're unimportant to me.
But all that matters is that Richards would believe that they were extreme rightist, right? And he would reflexively respond against them. But even if they weren't, even if he was wrong, what value were they going to add to this defense?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, nothing.
I understand them not wanting them out. But what he's saying right here is he's saying after they were out, that the family was saying, he came back to him and said, I want a second lawyer. And the family's like, what about some people? I can guess.
Oh, yeah. But I mean,
names were, and he was saying, I don't want anybody that's associated with the right involved.
I'm not saying that's a rational decision, but it's not a non-understandable decision.
I'm not necessarily going to judge it one way or the other. I was saying I didn't know that was why until just now.
Well, it's interesting because Barnes, you get labeled, I think, is right wing, but
it's ironic. In Wisconsin, that's not my reputation. I mean,
so that's what's
my
interesting
reputation
about
was
it.
on the left because, particularly in Wisconsin, every major case I've been a part of is civil rights or personal injury.
It's crazy. I get labeled as right wing, and I'm like, the only thing I guess I'm right wing on, I don't know, even is a right wing. I'm a Second Amendment absolutist.
You know,
I want that for all people of all races, of all colors, of all genders. I don't care who you are. You have an absolute right to keep and bear arms.
Unfortunately, now I think that's become a right-wing issue because the political landscape is so perverted that people will sacrifice enumerated rights for the purpose of politics, to me, that's insane.
I have people message me all the time. Well, what if black people have guns? I'm like, that'd be awesome.
Do you realize that the first gun restrictions were anti-black? Like that was the whole point, was to keep guns out of the hands of black
people. What if lesbians have guns? Awesome. What about
reduce the domestic abuse
with the guns? We call that Pink Pistols. They're an organization. They do great work.
I've worked with them. I'm very familiar with them.
It's like, no, I want guns in the hands of every mentally sound person who can have one, because I believe that an armed society is a polite society, and I think that's a real thing.
And there are people who give a shit, and that's what I care about. I want a citizenry who gives a shit, and I don't care if you're green or purple or black or white or whatever. If you've made the decision to go out, arm yourself to protect your family, your community, you give a shit. I want you living in my community.
And if you're purple, you probably need a gun because it sounds like you're getting your ass kicked all the time.
Well,
just frankly,
I made better color choices, but okay.
All right, here we go.
Part of it, just to be a part of it. And I said, look, the guy who I've worked with a lot over the years, I knew him when he was a prosecutor, is Corey Sharafazi.
Best decision Mark Richards ever made was having Corey Sharafazi on the case. Dude seems like a very, like, again, criticisms of Richard. I think Richards has strengths that showed through the trial. I think he has weaknesses that showed through the trial. Corey Sharafazi is an excellent attorney to complement a Mark Richards. And I think this is, I think this is a great choice by
We don't know. You never know.
You never know what?
Yeah, what he's known for is good cross-examination.
Yeah.
He's not, as you probably saw, he doesn't have the softest touch. So, like when Kyle came off the stand, nobody hugged him, which was got Grueller and some other people agitated. And when Kyle stood for verdict, you as a defense lawyer can stand. There's no obligation for you to sit.
Yeah.
And you'll see with other cases the defense lawyers stand. Famously, of course, the O.J. Simpson case. But
Yeah.
Corey's just not sociable.
They
But
always
that
stand.
lack of sociability
Yeah.
translates well to cross-examination.
I thought a lot of Corey. I think he did a great job as second chair. But just because the guy does a great job as second chair doesn't mean he would do a great job as first chair.
This is a fair point.
It's a different job.
This is a fair point.
Yeah, he's not. He's a specific. If you want a specific skill set, cross-examination, and if your arguments are to be very impersonal, if you're looking at open, now he's much better at understanding the law than Richards.
Yeah,
So
he made great
better motion guy, much better.
Mostly great legal arguments on his motions. I thought his oral argument pre-trial on the gun issue actually lacked.
Oh
yeah,
yes, completely. And not only that was annoying because I had sent them various. I was like, "Why don't you let us help you in that aspect?" And again, didn't require us make an appearance. Anything else? They always refuse that. But now I understand more. He saw any conservative, quote unquote, conservative lawyer. Now he doesn't say it here, but I heard elsewhere, a high profile lawyer too. He thought that was radioactively negative to get anywhere near the case. And now I understand it. I didn't fully appreciate it until what he just said.
He said in his post-judgment interview, right after the judgment came in, he said there were people out there, and I'm guessing this is a little bit of his presumptions. There were people out there who wanted to make Kyle into a cause, not a case. And while I agree with the concept, I think based on his statements here, where he's saying I didn't want anybody politically misaligned to me, I think he was automatically assuming that anybody on the right was going to make Kyle into a cause celeb rather than being a case that they needed to deal with.
And maybe he's right.
He could be right, but I think that's an overgeneralization because I think there are legitimately people on the right who would love to help Kyle just because they thought he was innocent. Not because they thought
but how do you know? I mean, and just to
Oh,
be
I mean,
fair,
I
I mean,
know.
listen, I'm on the
I know.
right, so you know. But if you're his defense attorney, how do you know if it's not going to be another John Pierce, Lynn Wood, another jackal coming in to raise money, millions off this poor kid's demise? I mean, if he ends up in prison, they still have their goddamn money, right?
Yep.
So what's their interest?
Well,
I mean, I would be concerned about that if I was his attorney.
I always go back to that scene in A Time to Kill, right? When the NAACP lawyers come with all the donation money from the church to save Samuel L. Jackson, and Matthew McConaughey starts pointing out, you've never won a case. In fact, most of your cases go to death penalty because that perpetuates the grift, basically. And that is certainly
a hard truth, but true.
Right. It's certainly a concern. I'm just saying that, the concern is there and the concern may be valid, but there are also plenty of right-wing attorneys who would have competently complimented Mark Richards without making Kyle into a cause. But I can see the point. How do you discern it?
Why he did what he did, though I also think some of that might have been ego. I mean, really the only lawyer that could possibly help out is his buddy that he's worked with forever. That's the only lawyer in the whole country that could help. I mean, that's a little bit of Richard's ego. Pretend I have to do this for my righteous cause to make sure these bad political people don't come in and corrupt my case and hijack this case for their political purposes. And conveniently, it means you can only hire me and my old buddy.
So can I interject a little different perspective here? So
yeah, absolutely. No, there's no disagreement on this lawyer show.
I'm not really disagreeing, but I'll just point out that, so I've taught several times at the FBI Academy at Quantico, and I observe what they do is they work very hard to bring in local law enforcement, senior local law enforcement from agencies all over the country to this national academy that they run. So it's kind of like a Harvard for senior law enforcement. And the reason they do that is not just to teach these guys, but it's when they have to send agents back to those districts. There's a senior official there who's like, oh yeah, I've graduated from the FBI National Academy. I'm familiar with these guys. I want to work with these guys. It's not like in the movies where whenever the FBI shows up, all the local guys are hostile, right? So the FBI does that quite deliberately. And shouldn't we do that deliberately in other contexts?
Mm-hmm.
If we care.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree with that. It's just, I think he's explaining his reasoning that there are definitely arguments in favor of, but I think he's masking how much this was personal ego. He's pretending there was no personal ego to this.
Well, he's just a human being, right? Like all of us, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I think it could have proven to be a mistake. It didn't ultimately matter.
Right.
I think in his mind, his decision led to this outcome. I'm not sold on that, but it is interesting. I mean, it's interesting. It's going to be something to look at for future cases. The way in which, that people can overreact, I think, to the politicization of a case. In other words, I think he kind of overreacted. He saw the most crazy version of what a politicized case looks like, and his response was, I'm not going to get anywhere near anybody that could possibly be like that. And I'm going to just assume conservative bad. And I'm just going to assume right-wing bad. And I'm just going to assume celebrity lawyer bad. And I get that. That often backfires as often as it pays off. And I think in this context, there was a balance that could have been struck that he did not strike. But I get why. But it's interesting. I didn't realize how strong he felt about all of this, that his reaction to Wood and Pierce was nobody that he thought could possibly be a Wood or Pierce.
But it's
colored by
Robert.
that interaction, right? Like he's got Wood and Pierce, who are presumably right wing, or at least that's his perception of them. He's got a bad experience, and he's like, I need to distance myself from anything even close to this as fast as possible if I want to run a competent defense.
Little caveat to this: he hid all these beliefs. He lied to me for 10 months, so that's part of my bias on the subject. He didn't disclose any of this. He acted like, oh, yeah, no problem. I'll welcome it. Now, the thing I found baffling was we were structuring in such a way they weren't going to be, they would just talk to him. They wouldn't talk to Kyle. They wouldn't be making an appearance in the case, all of that. I do realize now I made the right decision. I guess I sensed aspects of this because I could have appeared right away and to change some of the leverage. And I chose not to.
To be fair, if memory serves correctly, Robert, you had said at one point on a prior stream that that he suspected that you might try to jack the case, and that might have been a fair and reasonable perception on his part.
Oh yeah, because if I was picking a lead defense lawyer for Kyle, it wouldn't have been Mark Richards.
Yeah, I'm just saying that his hesitancy on maybe working with you or trusting you seems to have been justified from his point of view.
Oh yeah, I don't have a problem with that part. What I thought that was why I didn't realize it was completely. He was against anybody because I didn't realize why it was everybody that we recommended he wanted nothing to do with. Ultimately, as he claimed he did at the time, later he ultimately turned down everybody. And I just found it baffling. It's like, why don't you want polling? Why don't you want body language people? Why don't you want witness preparation? Why don't you want free investigation people? Why don't you want?
So the message I would suggest that I'm sorry, but the message most of our audience are not lawyers like us. So the message I would suggest people take away generally is don't put yourself in a fucking situation where lawyers like us are fucking talking about how we would have dealt with you after the fact.
Right. Yep.
Okay. Because obviously you're fucked already. I mean, Rittenhouse got acquitted, but if he'd been convicted, we'd be having the same goddamn conversation. None of us are going to jail. He'd be in jail. And we'd be talking about it in a theoretical context. So for the normal people among you, don't do this unless you really have to, because this is the possible consequence.
No doubt about that.
There's no defense that we would have been perfectly happy with, I'm sure.
And by the way, I cannot
ours, right?
Tell
like
the
our
audience
defense
how much I respect Robert Barnes and Kurt and Nick and all the guys in here. But the bottom line is you do not want to be, we don't control your fate. You use force against someone else.
If it were one of us, it might be even worse because we would not only disagree with them, but we feel like they betrayed the group because they don't agree to the group think. So it might even be worse if it were one of us. Lord.
I will never agree to groupthink, but
the interesting thing about all of it,
revelatory though. All this is fascinating because it's stuff that I was only speculating on. I didn't know the motives until now. Now that and I get where he's coming from, but it's very interesting. Very interesting.
People think that their lawyers are just working for them, just have the best intentions for them, and that's supposed to be the case, but it may not be.
once you get a national case, you never know. Like you will never know. Even Richards, he's presenting himself here as having Kyle's purest intentions at heart. But honestly, like, oh, I was never going to take, I'm in the hospital.
Is he going to be a
I'm
CNN
not gonna-
analyst now?
Yeah.
Do we know?
I'm never going to take this kind of case. And then I got called and I thought, well, maybe I'll assist. It's like, that's a narrative that Richards has crafted. It may be true, but can you believe it? Because if you have the opportunity to defend a Kyle Rittenhouse and you think you can, those two critical factors, you're capable to do it and you have the opportunity to do it. I mean, if you have a self-defense claim in Wisconsin tomorrow,
I can tell you that almost every Wisconsin criminal defense lawyer that I knew was interested in taking the case.
Of
was
course
interested
they
in
were.
helping out.
I'm
And
actually in a
guys-
more honest position. I mean, I make more money not consulting on your case than I do consulting on your case. I mean, what I can reasonably charge you for consulting on your case is I'm sorry, it's a fraction of what I can make commenting on your case publicly.
I have no idea what you mean about that, Andrew. What are you talking about? Because what, like, and not to be weird about it, but what I made on the Kyle Rittenhouse case, not by charging a fee, but just by people free will donating.
You wouldn't have made that representing him, would you?
Not even close.
Of course.
Not with my level of personal experience and expertise, right? Like that's not going to happen. I'm not a Robert Barnes, right? I don't have high profile defenses under my belt. And that's why I wouldn't take the case. But I certainly can comment and give opinions and bring together a panel of weirdos to talk about it at 2 a.m.
Weirdos.
Well, I meant
I'm talking about Kurt that way.
Here we go. Let's get a couple more seconds and then let's go to the Potter thing.
And him and I have done a fair amount of cases together, and we've won a fair amount of cases. We've at trial. Before this we were 3-0. And I said, meet with Corey, tell me what you think, but he's my pick.
Yeah.
And they met with him, and I said, and when you sell somebody like that, they think you're selling your friend because you want to bring your buddy in.
Or
no, they don't actually.
Right. And that wasn't it at all.
Yeah.
I
and
would hope not.
Or he said to me, he goes, Mark, what's it going to pay? And I said, same as me.
You know what? I completely disagree with how Richards is characterizing this. When you develop and he says, and I'll take him at his word here, that he worked really extensively on the attorney-client relationship with Kyle. If he has developed a rapport and trust with the family, if he recommends someone, they're not going, oh, you're recommending your buddy. They're going,
What?
oh, you're recommending
Can we
your
hire
best
someone
bet.
for half that fee?
Yeah, no one.
That's not happening. That doesn't happen. If they've bought into you as their defense attorney and you say, listen, I need this other guy on the case, same fee as me. They're like, if they have the money, they're like, absolutely.
And you say, yeah, we've worked together in the past 3 cases I've done. We're 3-0. I think we're a really good team. And I think he compliments me well. They're going to, outside of that guy coming in and giving them a really bad vibe, they're going to hire that guy 9 times out of 10.
Assuming they have the money, which obviously they did. So,
yeah. Well, why don't we pop over if you guys are okay doing this? I want to pop
play
over
one just a little bit more. Yeah. I'm curious.
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. Here we go.
We're co-counsel. You're as good as I am. You can get paid what I get paid. And so we bill the same rate, and he's a great guy to work with.
Kind of.
Now, was Schrader assigned the case initially?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
in Wisconsin.
Did you want me to pause?
No, I was just curious whether that went any further, because that's the part I was curious about, his motivation about the hiring process.
Yeah.
And he's disclosing a lot of stuff. I think him talking about worried about that he was hiring his friend, etc. I think it's a little bit of confession is what that is. My speculation was that was part of his motivation. And it was his story to himself is, I think, hey, we got to stay away from all the political guys, all the high profile guys. I'm just saying, if that's truly your motivation, you don't go to your buddy right away is the only choice, right? I think part of it was he wanted, and maybe for his own independent cause, but I think he kind of felt, maybe it would look bad or something else, but he didn't want to say, you know what, I want to bring in my buddy, someone I know, someone I trust. This is who I'm going to bring in. I don't think he wanted to say is I know the best lawyer that can help you in your case. He wants to pitch it that way. Is my take from this.
But I mean,
conversation.
for me, I often recommend I recommend people to, now everybody's going to take this the wrong way because they misunderstand the relationship I had with Ty Beard prior to referring Vic to him, where I think I had talked to Ty Beard maybe once in my entire life before referring Vic to him. And when I say talk to him, I mean like an exchange of a couple words. And that's a question I don't know if I ever even had. But that being said, I'm talking about my law school classmates. I know some really good dudes from law school who practice in certain areas. I'm way more apt to recommend someone to them. And I'll tell when I refer someone, I say, hey, this is a friend of mine, a colleague from law school. I trust them. This is who works in that practice area. That's who I'm going to recommend. You don't have to hire them, but you know, this is who I know works in the place. Interview
who else
are
you going to recommend?
Right.
Yeah.
Except people you work with and trust. I mean,
and
well,
I
look,
think he didn't want to. I think that was what was really motivating him. He just didn't want it to appear that way.
Right.
Now,
which is
the story's
crazy
not telling
to me because that's
because the story you guys are picking up on it. The story is not telling. I wasn't counsel at this point, so I'm not disclosing anything. It's privilege. You can reasonably infer he had some sort of hurdle. Maybe it wasn't the family that was the hurdle. So that there were other people really being key in the attorney decision-making process whose motivations were different and separate. That would be my guess as to why he had to sell it this way in part, rather than just say, buddy, worked with him, trust him, he's coming on. I also didn't realize until some of these posts how much I knew coming in or knew before I came in that that the pitch had always been that Richards was just local counsel. That Richards was not hired to run the case. And that by removing Pierce and Wood, he got to take over the case. And so and that he wanted to keep, what I didn't fully appreciate is how much he really wanted to keep control of the case. And he felt he could do the best job. And I think it was a combination of things. I think he felt he could do the best job, but well, honestly, not an objective view would conclude that, but that's my point on that.
But to some degree, you need that arrogance, right? I mean, obviously, I would
do,
presume
but
that
ideally
you think
it comes
that you would
with
do the best
confidence.
job, right? So, I mean,
ideally, it comes with the capability.
Right? I'm frankly happy if Richards, who whatever his record is, he's a guy who has, I think in the footnotes of this description says he has 125 criminal trials under his belt. I'm happy he took the case from Linwood and John.
Oh God, yes,
for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Linwood is a crazy person.
That's the right move.
Well, Wood would have never,
even if you don't go there, I would just say they're not criminal defense attorneys. So
it was John.
It's a criminal defense. So
yeah,
you're not going to give it to a baker.
Obviously, been a disaster.
Okay, so
no doubt about that.
This is Court TV, and Court TV has this panel of lawyers that comes on and talks about for a couple minutes of time at a time about their response to the Kim Potter.
You're paying us more than these lawyers, right, Nick?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I am. Just check your email. There's definitely
check my PayPal.
There's a Venmo coming. I swear to God. But here we go. By the way, guys, just consider vivabarneslaw.locals.com, uncivillaw.locals.com, and lawofselfdefense.com/advanced, because they are not getting paid for these appearances. But here we go. So this is right at the end of Kim Potter's direct. So this is their talk about her direct exam. And I do think, to their credit, that they have assembled a diversity of opinions here. But I wanted to get y'all's takes on how they analyze this case. So here we go.
Kim Potter on direct. Let's bring in the think tank joining us tonight in New York.
First of all, real quick, I hate with every fiber of my being the host of this show. Kim Potter on direct. Let's bring in the think tank.
By the way, did they do this same thing when they the defense put into the record Dante Wright's criminal history?
No,
of course not.
No, that was omitted. But here we go. So we've got 3 different lawyers. This chick's a former prosecutor. This guy's a defense attorney. I think this guy's a defense attorney. But here we go.
New York City. former senior homicide prosecutor Bernarda Villalone, and in
That's
Cleveland,
this
Ohio,
guy.
criminal defense attorney Ian Friedman, and out
That's this guy.
west in San Diego, California, Brian Watkins is with us.
That's this
former
guy.
prosecutor, defense attorney. Good evening to all of you.
Good
Bernarda,
evening to all of you.
on this. So direct, you know, kind of as expected. She gets a little emotional at one point.
A little bit.
Did
They had the recess court.
they get enough out of her on direct? And your overall thoughts on her testimony today? This is big.
Look, Ted. In terms of King Potter's testimony, she's lucky that I'm not on the jury and you don't have a New Yorker like myself on that jury, because to me, credible or believable. I found this to be a performance doing direct examination.
So she believes that Kim Potter is faking the crying and tears. That's what's going on here.
Okay.
That's
I
her
mean,
perspective.
Why does
it
she
is
have a
revelatory.
golden cobra behind her?
Look, I don't know.
It's revelatory in that, you know, this is how most jurors actually respond. Now, in a sense that most jurors come in with a bias and they predetermine your testimony by their bias. That there's this myth that we're taught as lawyers and that we teach the world that jurors come in without bias and that they actually listen to the evidence and they pay attention to the jury instructions and then they just work real hard to apply those jury instructions to the facts. That's mostly non-existent. It's marginally relevant. What mostly you're arguing is you're giving testimony and jury instructions for your side to argue to the other side in the jury room. But what is useful about this is the sense it shows for people who I think have no bone in the fight, who came at this, say, neutral, Kim Potter testified very effectively. But for someone who's biased against her, her own testimony is used against her by this kind of juror. If she was on the jury. Now, the flip side is it also reveals how many lawyers. Now, this is some lawyers playing for TV, but it reveals the number of lawyers who cannot read, cannot be objective, is extraordinary. And she's reflective of this here, because a good analysis would be, here's how I think the jury might have responded. Here's how I responded, but here's what etc. She's not capable of that. That's your typical
why would she be
liberal Democrat.
I mean, you don't get to be a CNN analyst by being Nick or me or you, Robert or Kurt.
Wait, this isn't the way to becoming a CNN
You get to be a
analyst?
CNN analyst, paid whatever they pay those people, by being someone who will say what they want you to say.
But one of the principal things they went to some effort to try to distill in law school, at least in my experience, was teaching you how to think, which means looking at things from a variety of perspectives and views so that you can be a better thinker and analysis.
They really started changing that, though, early 2000s. More and more law schools effectively, I learned this in my legal writing class, they teach you to pretend your subjective biases are objective law and to manipulate the law to get to what subjective conclusion they want you to do.
I agree with Robert 100%. I lecture in law schools from time to time, and what I see in those schools today, not in 1990 when I went, but today, is the end of the law, the conclusion is what they seek, and they will frame the law to be whatever that is. And frankly, I saw that just a couple days ago with what's her name? Natalie?
Yeah, Natalie.
Right? All right. She had a conclusion in mind and she was framing the argument to achieve that conclusion. And to my mind, listen, that's one way to go. That's fine. But as I was taught legal analysis, that is not legal analysis. That is just doctrine.
To give you an idea how bad it was, our legal writing assignment, first year law school, was supposed to be an objective legal memorandum to our partner whether to take a case. And the entire project was actually about pretending your subjective bias was objective law when objective law actually directly contradicted the subjective bias they wanted you to conclude. It's like whatever you thought about the policy at issue, it was clear that there wasn't a legal claim under existing Wisconsin law that we were supposed to be writing for our partner. So they were teaching us to give bad advice.
Get to this outcome no matter what.
Exactly. But
pretend it can be a fun exercise too.
It's objective.
I mean, it makes you have to solve a problem. It makes you get creative.
Not when someone's going to jail.
Yeah.
My closing argument exercise in writing representation and practice class involved a racist customer of a bar. So just to give you guys an idea of where law school was in 2014 or whatever. I think that was 2013 when I
was it less political?
Less political than now. Yes.
or less political than, it was like what Andrew and I are describing. Was that your experience at your law? Because my experience has been the law schools that are more accessible, some of them had less of this politics. People I've hired that have gone to small local law schools have experienced less of this than people that have gone to prestigious big law schools.
I think there were parts of my law school that were less political, but frankly, we had 2 conservative professors in the entire school, in the entire faculty. You knew exactly who they were. My constitutional lawyer professor and my national defense lawyer, or my national defense professor, national security. Sorry. That was the same guy. A great guy, very, very interesting guy. Afshin John Radson was his name, former general counsel for the CIA, Harvard grad the year before Obama. Phenomenal professor all around. And the other guy was Michael Jordan, not that one, who's a great guy, motorcycle rider, gun carrier onto campus, which made all of the other professors crazy. Famously asked during a discussion about Obama and about how race plays into politics, he said, this is a black guy, and he says, was it Obama's white half or his black half that helped him succeed at Harvard?
Nice.
And blew up the entire faculty room. Those are the only 2 guys, though. And so, like our civil procedure class, my first civil procedure semester was pretty neutral. The second one was taught by someone who believed that corporations shouldn't exist at all, like legitimately believed and expressed that corporations shouldn't exist as a matter of principle. And it's like, well, I mean, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? I'm a lawyer. I don't care if they exist or not. They do.
They do. Right.
So, but yeah, so I think we had some political stuff, some not.
Well, I went to a regional law school, Hofstra Law School outside of New York City in 1989, 1990. That was the time frame. And I don't remember politics being at all relevant. I mean, I guess I generally assumed that law professors would be generally liberal in New York area, but it never felt like a compelling part of the class. I mean, I never got that at all. It wasn't until I actually was a lawyer and teaching at law schools and going there to visit, to lecture, that I saw the whole BLM, the pamphlets, the stuff, standing in line, waiting to buy a cup of coffee. And the students in front of me were saying, oh yeah, this racist guy is coming to speak to us today.
And you're like, honestly, yeah, I'm right here. What's up?
I'm right here. Yeah, talk to me. I'm right here.
Yeah, Wisconsin was going through a transition. The younger people, some of the new bureaucrats, were part of this movement to create the appearance. And what's key is it wasn't just about subjective law. It was about pretending what you're doing is objective law.
Right.
And that's what made it particularly pernicious. But a lot of the older professors were old school and weren't part of any of that. So, I mean, I had, but, you know, I mean, I can fairly say a third of my professors, at least, I had no idea what their politics was, because if they were teaching this area of law, you couldn't even guess. For the ones you could, they often were across the board, or they always were very diligent, for the most part, at not letting it create problems in the way they taught law.
I mean, but when I was taught, like contracts or UCC or I mean,
there shouldn't
it's
be.
Just the law, right?
The contract professor was a very interesting character.
There shouldn't be, but I will say that there were a couple.
You're part of the white male patriarchy, Andrew.
I guess so.
And the law is part of that. It's been built into the institutions, and what it is we've all been distorted. The rule of law is, I mean, what started to be seriously introduced in the legal academy was the idea that an objective rule of law was itself a racist, sexist, evil institution, patriarchal, colonialist institution. The idea of objectivity, objective truth, was bad because it was part of that bias. And that's what led them to justify in their own minds. And that's why people coming out of law school today, they believe in some crazy, they don't really believe in the rule of law disproportionately.
Well, the future judges, folks.
The interesting thing for me was on balance, most of the professors, you could not discern their political bias without delving into it. There were a couple that you could, including one of the conservatives was very outspoken, right? The other one was not so much. But I mean, he has a bunch of is it SSRI or whatever? He has a bunch of law review articles on SSRI that all end with "and how Obama will kill you," right? Like,
Okay,
but
fair enough.
he's open about it. But most of them you couldn't really tell, but there were some that you could. I think since I graduated the 2015 or whatever, beginning of I graduated the end of 2014, and then my whatever was 2015 bar passage, and so I think from there you got this interesting. You've got this massive shift. I mean, from 2015 to today, that was all pre-Trump. And since Trump, people have solidified their political leanings in favor of the culture war.
Well, enjoy the ride, motherfuckers, because it's coming to you hard, good and hard. I hope you like it.
So it's
chaos.
It's kind of weird, like
havoc.
Yeah. But okay, let's get back to this this panel here.
In terms of her crying, I didn't see a tear come rolling down her face. I think it was very well timed. Also, it was like a Jekyll and Hyde experience, because during the direct examination, she wanted to come off all emotional and sentimental. But then doing cross-examination, she had attitude.
Who's this? Is this Kamala Harris?
I think
this is a former New York prosecutor.
I would say it's a caricature almost. She's like a caricature of a New York liberal Democratic prosecutor.
Could you imagine being a judge in court with her delivering arguments? Be like, can you just like speak like a normal human for 30 seconds, please?
Yeah. Can I exclude them from my courtroom because their voices annoys me? Is that a thing I can do?
Yes.
Okay.
So to see her, two different people doing direct and cross examination, it didn't do it for me. And for me,
like, okay, let me just stop, because I heard this earlier, and this is one of the most ludicrous points I've ever heard. Yeah, on direct and cross, yes, you are two different people. That's the whole nature of direct and cross, because you're confronted with two different conversation partners. One of them is friendly and one of them is hostile. This is every witness on the planet. And the way she's framing this is not framing in the terms of someone who does criminal prosecutions or criminal defense, but as someone who's politically motivated, in my humblest of opinions.
I mean, if I was a cynic in her position, I would highlight that Potter's a longtime cop.
Yeah.
Because nobody knows how to testify better than cops. And that would be my spin. My spin would be cops win convictions and win acquittals when they're on trial disproportionately, because they know better than anybody how to regulate their emotions to pitch the witness, the examiner, and the jury. That would be more effective than, I just hate her. I think she's guilty. Everything she said, I'm going to interpret it. But I think it's useful for people out there watching. This is how, like doing lots and lots of mock juries, this is how a juror who comes in, most of them come in with a preconceived bias. I've watched it happen over and over again. I'll get opposite interpretations of the same witness's testimony based entirely on their predisposition to the defense from the very beginning of the case. And it's fascinating, and it doesn't budge them. Like, you'd think, what if you really saw the person? And I think a lot of us want to believe, hey, if I got up there on the stand and testified on my own behalf and people saw the truth, that would reach them. It doesn't generally. You get this kind of, and my biggest concern about this case is how many of the Twin Cities jurors are like this lady.
Yeah, and I actually think not many is the answer. I mean, I know that the Twin Cities.
Well, yeah, you guys sat through a lot of the jury selection, right? So you have a sense of these jurors.
And
did base juror make it on, or he did not make it on?
No, the base juror did not make it on. The guy who lived out in the woods with no TV for years or whatever, that guy was hilarious.
It was like, was that the guy's like BLM? And he was just like, every answer was boom, boom, boom.
Why do you call them communists and Marxists?
Yeah,
the webpage.
I'll give a shout out to Law Nerd Clips, because he's been clipping a lot of your stuff. But I think,
but yeah.
But so your sense of the jurors from hearing them is that they're not like this lady.
No, look, they're liberal, but they're Midwest liberal. And that's a very distinct difference from New York liberal. And this lady, frankly, like to her credit, she couches, She's basically like I'm a New York liberal. You glad you don't have me on the jury. I don't think you have anyone like this lady on the jury who completely is going to disregard a middle-aged woman on the stand.
Kim Potter's
having an emotional
liberal
breakdown. Yeah,
she's a Minnesota liberal.
Yep. Yeah.
Do you think, Andrew, how much do you think it helps her that she's a woman?
Oh, infinitely.
If this was a white guy cop, is it tougher?
Yes. I mean, I don't know what Andrew says, but yes.
If Derek Chauvin is wearing that sweater, he's going to prison.
Well, here's one of the things that came up, right? In her 26 years, apparently as a patrol officer the entire time, I thought she was a desk jockey because that's what was reported. She's apparently been a patrol officer the entire time. She has 0 complaints. 0.
Wow.
Look,
that means she's not a bad cop then, period.
But as a male,
that's my number one filter. I mean,
you know what it tells me is she doesn't do anything.
Well, and I think
right. That's probably partially right, true. But she's been in enough. Usually, at least bad cops will have a record. Not a guarantee that
she's not bad, but she doesn't do anything. I mean, she's not a use of force cop. She gets there, and then she calls Sergeant Johnson, 6'3", 280 pounds, whatever. That guy shows up and actually makes the arrest. But that's her norm. She's 5'3". She's not arresting anybody who does not want to be arrested.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. That's the key here. If it's a Chauvin, and Chauvin's not a huge guy, but he's built enough. He's gonna affect arrest. He's gonna have some complaints.
The reason he couldn't take the stand, well, yeah, I mean, he had like what, 16 complaints?
Yeah,
I mean, there's not that many. What that told me is he's a quick force guy. And what you're saying about her is that she's a void force,
a no force lady.
That's good for her defense in this case.
Yep, absolutely. But the real question is how many arrests has she affected that were confrontational? She's never drawn her gun, or no, she's never fired her gun or her taser at any time. So it's like, yeah, she's not
in 26 years of patrol.
Never fired a taser in 19 years
in a high crime area.
Well, I don't think Brooklyn Center was always a high crime area. I think that's actually recent to the past probably 5 to 6 years, frankly.
But this is though the cop said that he'd grown up, well, it was by inference. That was good defense cross-examination because he said he'd grown up there his whole life. That's how he knew this was a high crime.
I'll tell you this. So Brooklyn Center is a suburb of Minneapolis, right? It's a first perimeter suburb. It's adjacent to Minneapolis. You're leaving Minneapolis on 94. You're driving through Brooklyn Center for at least part of it right away. That's the next town that you hit. That's where when I would drive, I went to law school in St. Paul and I live 2 hours west of the city. So I'm driving through Minneapolis. I'm driving through Brooklyn Center. I'm every night stopping at the Popeyes in Brooklyn Center and I'm buying fried chicken for my ride home because I fucking love Popeyes. In 1991, when my family moved to the Twin Cities from Houston, Texas, we moved to the southern suburbs, and we're like 5 suburbs down in Lakeville. We left Houston, Texas, and Minneapolis, St. Paul area had 61 murders that year, which was a high year for Minneapolis. Houston had that in January of the same year. So when we're talking about having a suburb of Minneapolis 30 years ago, you're talking about a completely different environment than a suburb of a first perimeter suburb of Minneapolis now.
All right. And you talk shit about Castle Rock Gonzalez, but man, we got no murders this year.
Look, I just don't like Scalia's opinion. That's the only thing there.
All right.
But we're talking about a severe transition with and this may be controversial, but the importation of a large Somali population into the Minneapolis area changed the dynamic of a lot of stuff. And a lot of these things, knockout games, assaults, frankly, are perpetrated by young Somali males in the area. That's just a reality of how Minneapolis demographics has changed from 1991 when I moved to the area to today. And it is very, very much a drastic change. You've gone from a low crime city to a high crime city.
Not just Minneapolis. Have you been to Columbus, Ohio?
No, I don't go to Ohio.
Yeah,
I've been to Columbus once.
I had a
Same
case
thing.
in Columbus. Almost worked for a corporate law firm in Columbus. They went out just for a summer. They took me out to eat. They got totally drunk. That was their whole goal, was to get drunk on the corporate dime.
Yeah.
And midway through, I asked them, I go, well, what's the worst thing about your job? And they said, man, I would really like to be able to see the sun someday. And I was like, what the hell? You guys are in some part of the office, you never see that. I was like, I'm obviously not working here even for a summer. But and then had a trial that turned out okay. But yeah, that's every place is having crime explosions right now, of course.
Yeah, any metro area has
Any
gone
big
through
metro.
dramatic changes in the past. I really think it's in the past 15 years primarily, and accelerating towards 2016. Because we had a big spike in the early 90s, and then it dropped off, and then in the mid 2000s,
all the controversy, the Clinton crime bill kind of worked.
Yeah.
You know,
well,
I mean,
it was horrifically racist, but it was a fact, like horrifically racist or
it just
tyrannical
took a bunch of
policies.
people off the street and dramatically reduced the crime rate.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, like what happened in the late 60s, early 70s was all the leftist groups pushing certain like Black Panther style agenda that was really aligned with protecting criminal operatives. I mean, the Crips
Like
figured it
today?
out. And now we're seeing, I think, the same thing. BLM has kind of unleashed a new wave of criminality in big cities.
Well, and I think it reflects in the data, because if I'm not mistaken, in 2020, the majority of big cities had double-digit percentage homicide increases over the last year, and that was an increase over the prior year. Which if you look at 2018, you have notoriously low crime percentages coming into 2019.
And by the way, that grossly undercounts the historical figures, because in the way we can do trauma care today in 2020 is vastly superior to what we could do in 1970.
Yes.
So a lot of guys getting shot today are living.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
we can keep them alive. They would have
murder
died
rate
in
would be
1970. So what was a 2,000 in New York City alone, 2,000 dead people a year would be 4, 5, 6, 8,000 dead people a year in New York, except we have tourniquets and we have better trauma care today.
Right.
Yep.
All right, let's get,
because the number of shootings actually that's the number
way up.
Way up. Yeah. Let's see what else these people have to say.
For me, what hurt me in terms of her testimony was like when she was asked the question of, isn't your gun heavier than your taser? And she said, I don't know. Like, come on now. Come on.
This freeze right there.
Yeah.
You hear her say what hurt me? Hurt me?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, why do her emotions matter in the case? I mean,
a woman who's never held either a taser or a Glock 17 in her hand.
Or any different gun. Again, my wife has a gun. I have a gun. Mine's a 1911 Springfield Armory Colt style 1911 Colt Rangemaster or whatever. My wife's is a P238 Lady from Sig Sauer. There's like a 4-pound difference in those guns. Other than the recoil that you feel lifting those guns, it's 1.5 pounds versus 5 pounds or whatever. You don't know, because your arm can shockingly lift either of those weights very easily.
And you're only shooting somebody because there's some other human being trying to kill you.
Yeah.
So maybe the weight of what's in your hand is not your top priority.
Yeah. It's a ridiculous argument from someone who's, again, a New York prosecutor, has probably never in her life held a gun. Ever, much less two guns and a taser. So, because like I've never held a taser. I don't know why I would.
Come on now, the simple stuff you can't admit to.
All right, Bernardo with a come on.
And the frustrating part about this is how disingenuous this prosecutor is, knowing that an admission that your gun is a different weight than your taser is critically damaging to your case. But in reality, the practical aspect of is do you know the weight difference between your gun and your taser? No. What if your gun has 3 rounds in it versus 15? It has a weight difference that is significant. You don't actually know the answers to these questions. And again, why I always say when I get pulled over by cops, I answer no. Do you know what the speed limit is? No. Do you know how fast you're going? No, it's not a crime to not know how fast you're going. And do you actually? Because even if you're looking at your speedometer, that thing is likely wrong. It's an approximation. Bless you, Andrew.
I once got out of a speeding ticket by being honest with a cop, though. He pulled me over. He goes, "Do you know how fast you're going?" I was like, "Yeah, about 98." He goes, "What was the speed range?" "Yeah, I think it was 65 speed limit." He started laughing and he's like, "Go ahead, you can go." So
but that's luck.
The one time
I've had that experience too.
I was screwed anyway. I was trying to get past this other car and I passed the cop car, so I was DOA anyhow.
The only time that honesty worked for me at a ticket, I was coming home from law school and I did night classes in the city. So I would go to night classes. I would go hang out with my buddies at a restaurant for an hour or so, and then I drive home. So I'm getting home at between midnight and 1 a.m. And I was entering my town, and there's a spot where it drops from 65 to 55. And I was going like 70 something or whatever. The cop pulls me over and he's like, "Hey, you know what's going on?" I was like, "Yeah, man. I know it drops here, but I've been driving for a couple hours. I'm coming home from law school. It's 1 a.m. I'm just tired. And I lost track of my speed. I'm sorry." And he's like, "Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, just slow down, be careful." And he let me go on my way. But most of the time, since then, every single time I just say no to everything. And it's been very effective for me because there's no admissions, but yeah, my problem with this is this prosecutor is acting like she should have just made an admission that she knows the weight difference, knowing that if she knows the weight difference, then she has reason to know that she's holding a gun versus a taser, which means she's suddenly reckless when otherwise she would just be negligent.
But we know she didn't.
Right.
There's no evidence she knew she had a gun.
Yeah. But again, this is the prosecutor mindset who wants her convicted. And maybe specifically a liberal New York prosecutor mindset. All right, let's get to the next guy. Is this defense attorney down here?
Come on, man. Ian, what about, you're kind of in the Midwest.
I
in
hate
Ohio.
this host,
there. You're
by
not
the
as
way.
brash maybe as a New Yorker. Your thoughts? Did she connect? And it's hard because we're not in the room, right? We're not in the courtroom. We don't know what kind of relationship she's built. But overall, from our view, your view, do you think she connected?
So it's hard to tell, right? What these jurors were thinking. But what this highlights for me is, and I looked at a lot of the social media responses and so forth, people are looking at this testimony, as Bernardo just did, looking at the tears, looking at, certain things. But the words here, the testimony, the facts here, I think are compelling. And I do think that they set an absolute defense here. The problem's going to be whether or not what she said is going to be overshadowed by how it was said. And this is where I always caution young lawyers, because jurors get up there and they think, well, if I were on the stand, this is the way that I would do it. Or she should have looked this way. She should have answered that way. She should have had more tears. Who knows how they would be if they were on the stand? And that's the thing here. I disagree, Bernardo, with you on this one because, here's.
You should disagree because disagreeing with an insane opinion is the sane thing to do.
She is, never being in the situation before. And during the direct exam, people are not nervous about the direct exam. They're talking to the lawyer that they've known for years. And they tense up. She's never done this before. She's never been on the world stage for murder where she expects a professional prosecutor to be coming at her. Here's someone, she's a police officer, but she's on guard. She's defensive. She's worried. She's going against a woman who cross-examined her, who wants to put her into prison. Of course, she's going to act differently than she would when she's responding to Earl Grey or Paul Eng. So, I think it's going to be incumbent now upon the defense lawyers to really bring it home during closing.
Okay. So this is the fundamental agreement I have with people like this. They presume guilt. They presume a bad outcome happened. Therefore, bad conduct of criminal levels occurred. Therefore, the defense has to prove that it was not illegal conduct. That's not the law.
Right. It's not the law, but in fairness, it may be, and I think in many jurors' mind, it kind of is the way the reality, the practical reality of it.
Fair enough. And then
Yeah.
the defense has to counter to that.
And it shouldn't be that way. That's poor education. That's poor jury instruction. That's poor courtroom demeanor. And it's a product of a system that we have built over the past couple hundred years that is overtly prejudicial to the defendant when it was intended to be deferential to the defendant.
And by the way, if we loosen the restrictions on convicting defendants, it's not going to be mostly white defendants who get sentenced. It's going to be largely black and brown defendants who get sentenced. So if you care about that, if you care about social justice and criminal justice reform for minority people, this is not what you want.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. And it's interesting that that's in the areas where I agree with groups like BLM on criminal justice reform is reforms in the courtroom on the presumption of innocence and stuff like that. That's where my limited agreement ends, though, because when they start talking about racial quotas for policing and stuff like that, I'm like,
well, that's
okay,
all bullshit.
Yeah, you lost me. You lost me at the moment you said racial quotas. But
if they're arguing, listen, probable cause hearings are bullshit. Yes, I 100% agree. They should be much more rigorous than they are. And if they are more rigorous, guess who's going to benefit most? Young black and brown men are going to benefit most.
And in terms of having more minority police officers, the studies that have been done show minority police officers are more likely to use force under similar circumstances than white officers, particularly when it involves a minority defendant. So that wouldn't get the outcome that they think they would like.
Well, again, if you can ignore the police officer statistic and just look at the crime statistics, right? The overwhelming majority of violent crime is in-group crime.
Right.
White on white, black on black, Latino on Latino.
And if you're a white cop, you're nervous about using force involving a minority defendant, whereas a black cop, you're not. I mean, that was kind of admitted by this trial. I mean, the other officers were like, absolutely it was okay to use force. And I'm not sure if their roles were reversed, if they were in her position, what they may have done. In other words, that they're, as a general statistical matter, they're more likely to actually pull the gun deliberately than is a white officer. Just statistically.
Or to put it another way, if it had been Sergeant Johnson instead of Officer Lucky moving to cuff Duante Wright, I think it would have cuffed him.
Yes.
I don't think he would have muffed it.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, this goes back to my favorite documentary, Don't Be a Menace to South Central While Drinking Your Juice in the Hood, where Bernie Mac, the black cop, arrests the Wayans brothers, Marlon and Damon Wayans, for being black on a Friday night. Right. And he has that scene where he's arresting them and he says, I hate your black skin. I hate your gums because they black. I hate Whoopi Goldberg's lips. Yeah, it's perfect. It's the fantastic scene, but it does actually illustrate the idea that that black cops are more likely to be or more comfortable employing force and against a black suspect. And similarly, white cops are more comfortable employing force against white suspects. It's just the way that in-group thinking works.
Yeah.
But
listen to what she said and don't expect that she's going to be an expert, just like you don't know how you would be on the stand. So there's a lot there to sort through. We'll see what happens.
Brian?
That's a great opinion.
No, I liked her testimony. I thought it was genuine. And we got to look at it like this. What's the other side of the story? What's the converse? This is all a cover-up. She intentionally murdered him, and now this is all the taser comments, and the testimony is.
Oh my God! Is that the left cover-up? Is that the left story?
The fact that she murdered him.
Well,
she just wanted to murder a black dude, and she's covering it up.
I think he's saying, like, aside from the fact that she genuinely made a mistake, what the hell is the alternative narrative?
So I don't know. So when I cover a trial, I actually only look at the trial. I don't look at news coverage. So I'm kind of blind to what the media narrative is. But it's the media narrative that she was like kind of in a weird way, like just wanted to kill a black guy, and that's that's why she did all this?
Well, it's either that she consciously wanted to kill a black guy, or she subconsciously, due to systemic racism, wanted to kill a black guy because the institutionalized prejudice.
She necessarily wanted, it's that she had irrational fear. That this is what happens.
Because none of that was argued in court.
No, of course not. Of course not. But that's, in fact, a lot of liberals, this is what they believe. It's what I've heard from. This is part of
it's so fascinating when I break away from the actual court testimony, which normally I'm buried in, to watch this. I'm like, holy crap. It's like,
well,
that's a new world.
That's what I love about this particular guy. He's basically saying, okay, so she's crying on stand. It's a mistake. Everybody seems to think it's a mistake.
But it's only because he was a black suspect.
No, he's not making that argument. He's saying, if you're going to argue the opposite of the mistake, what the hell is even the argument? I mean, this guy is favorable towards Kim Potter. He thinks that they've made their thing. He says, is the alternative that the taser thing is a pretext for murder? Because that's what the state's case, they haven't said it, but that's what it has to be, right? Absent just a negligence argument, they have to get to recklessness. For recklessness, she has to choose to disregard the harm she's causing and then cover it up.
Some malice, right?
Right.
So was it racial malice?
And this guy can't find it. I really, really liked his analysis based on this. And it's this idea. And I think that Gray and Eng would be apt to touch on this and close. What's the alternative question here? She obviously made a mistake. Are we to determine that she actually wanted to kill someone? Is that what the state's trying to prove? Because the state has to prove that she basically was so callous that she wanted someone dead. And if they can't prove that she wanted someone dead, you have to let her go. Because
or at least she knew she was deliberately ignoring a risk of foreseeable death.
Right. And again, they can't get there. So that I really liked what this.
I mean, she clearly thought she had a taser in her hand the whole time.
Yeah, here we
that story, that narrative right there is far fetched. Clearly, this was an accident. Clearly, like if you can just look at this woman and say, how would she respond in a physical fight and a confrontation with a young, strong guy? Would she be panicked? Would she be freaked out? Absolutely, she would be. Could she be in a situation where
she's 5'3", by the way,
wrong thing and pull her taser, pull her a gun instead of her taser? Absolutely. I believe that she could be in that situation. I believe that she was in that situation.
So who is this guy?
This is all.
He's a criminal defense attorney in Ohio or something. No, he's San Diego, I think. And frankly, you got the difference, right? Prosecution, middle guy's a defense attorney in Ohio. This guy's a defense attorney in prosecutor in New York, criminal defense attorney in Ohio, criminal defense attorney in San Diego. Two criminal defense attorneys have a sane approach to this case. And they say, look, we got to look at this from the perspective of a defendant. And the prosecutor says, we have to look at this from the perspective of the state. I mean, that's basically how it goes.
A charade, I think, is a far-fetched argument.
What about the Johnson element? And what I'm talking about is Officer Johnson.
You can't ignore the Johnson element.
I don't know if this guy's ever ignored a Johnson element in his entire
I went
life.
to the prom. The Johnson element was a pretty important component there.
That guy pushed me around, called me a nerd. I was only 5'6".
Vehicle. If you look at the video from Kim Potter's body cam, Johnson doesn't seem to be a player in it. And you look at the other angle. Johnson, from her angle, maybe isn't a big player in it. He gets up there on the stand, though, during the case in chief for the state, and he says, yeah, she kind of saved my life. And afterwards on Batacam, he comes over there and he says, hey, don't worry. You saved me. You saved me. At that moment, Bernarda, did you buy her saying that I looked into Johnson's eyes and saw fear as I'd never seen before? Because a lot of people didn't buy it.
Now, Ted, you know me better than that. Now, you know I called bull when she said that. In terms of, oh, my God, I saw a fear that I recognized in his face. Woman, you did not see his face.
You should have her on the law group.
Yeah, that would. I'm sure that would lead to very civil discourse very quickly. Listen to that, though. Woman, you cannot see his face. You're making that determination from a body cam. that is at minimum 18 and probably more like 24 to 28 inches away from her eyes.
Can we agree that that's an incoherent argument?
Yeah. This woman has predetermined the guilt of Kim Potter, and she's sticking with it. That's what has gone on here. But to Barnes's point, you brought this up a couple of times. There actually are probably, not just maybe, there are likely jurors coming to this issue or coming to this case with that preconception.
Right.
Well, they heard this.
Sergeant Johnson testified last week, Friday, just a week ago, and at no point did Sergeant Johnson come off or even say that he was in fear for his life.
Look, let me simp for guys who are 6'2" to 6'3". As a 6'2" to 6'3" man, never in your fucking life will you sit, unless you are accused of murder and you're making a self-defense claim, never in your life are you going to sit on a witness stand and say, I was afraid of anything. This guy's a cop. He's 215 pounds. He's over 6 feet tall. If he says he was scared at that moment, like, everybody makes fun of him for the rest of his life. Let Kim Potter say, I saw him in fear. That's a completely different thing. But just a mild amount of male ego here. Unless you are defending yourself in court, you will never say that you're scared.
And
no
he said
way.
it. He said it anyway. He said, hey, I was about to be dragged in that car.
But he didn't say I was scared. He said it as a fact, right? I'm going to be dragged. Because he's a big dude. He cannot. He's a cop. He's going to be out there enforcing
Fine,
things.
but if you're dragged in a car without subject of fear, it's still death or great bodily harm.
I'm not criticizing him in any way.
I'm just going to hop off. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, thanks, Barnes. Catch you later.
All right, Robert. Take care.
And we'll probably wrap up in just a second here, actually.
Oh, you bastard.
Do you want to keep going?
No, I'm done.
We'll wrap up in just a second then. I'll read super chats, but I won't keep you around for that because I know you had a Christmas party.
No, it's fine. My wife is not here complaining, so I'll stay until she shows up. Once she shows up, I'm done.
Once she shows up, I give you full permission to say, hey, gotta go, bounce, peace, talk to you later.
That's the deal.
Here we go.
So I think that point right there did not come off credible to me. I'm sorry. It just did not. Maybe I'm being harsh, but I've been doing this for so many years, and I just didn't believe her.
You're jaded. First, let's listen to or read a little bit from the legal team for Daunte Wright's family. They issued a statement after today's testimony and said this is part of it. While the defense attempted to garner sympathy today through Kim Potter's testimony, we want to stress how misplaced that sympathy would be. As the defense rests and we look ahead to jury deliberations and a verdict, we must not forget that Daunte's parents, his extended family, and his child are facing another holiday without him. And it's because of the reckless and tragic choices made by former Officer Potter and failures by the Brooklyn Center Police Department in training and development of their police force.
Okay, everybody in the chat, that is fluff for their civil case. That is the political aspect.
That is all negligence.
Yeah,
that's not criminal.
Because they said reckless doesn't make it reckless. There's no element of recklessness that has been shown in this case. That is the major failing of the prosecution. They have not gotten to any element of recklessness. Even with their their expert witness, they got to this point that she shouldn't have drawn her taser, but they didn't get him to admit on the stand that if she drew her taser in absence of permission to do so, was she creating an unreasonable harm? I think that's actually a failure of their direct examination of their expert witness. Okay, you say, so just to recall, you said that deadly force is inappropriate. You've said that non-deadly force with the taser is inappropriate. In your professional opinion, your training and experience, your expertise, would you suggest then that her decision to use a taser and her accidental use of the gun, that either of those independently, whether she used the gun or the taser, amounts to a conscious disregard of the risk she was creating? And they didn't do it. They didn't ask that question. And why not?
They'll do it on closing.
Yeah, they'll say it on closing, but they could have gotten that little weasel to say it
if they wanted to settle this on merit, but they don't.
Yeah. But they should, right? Like, because
Well,
that guy,
yeah, they should.
that
Before
guy
you put
would
a
have
woman
said
in
it.
prison for 20 years, you ought to settle it on merit.
But my point in this is they have a favorable witness who they've paid to deliver the opinion. He's delivered every opinion that they've asked, right? He's delivered the opinions favorable to the state. Don't you just ask that guy to say flat out that she had to consciously disregard the safety to Dante Wright by pulling a taser? Like,
there's literally no evidence of that.
I know, but you want to have your expert say it because that's what he's there to say. I think that's a failing by the prosecution.
Yes, indeed. It would be nice when the prosecution's criminal charge is based on recklessness, a deliberate disregard of risk, that they had evidence of a deliberate disregard of risk, but they don't. They're just pretending. They're going to wave their hands in front of the jury and pretend that mere negligence, which I think everyone would agree she committed, is enough.
Electric Paper says he can't testify to her state of mind, i.e. consciousness. No. You don't have to testify to her state of mind. You just say, would a reasonable officer in that position, pulling a taser, be disregarding the health and safety of Dante Wright, the other officers, and the passenger of that car, and anyone else? I mean, he basically testified to that. Just clarify it. Put it on the record. And then in close, you can say, and as you heard from Dr. Stoughton, or Mr. Stoughton, I don't think he's a doctor. As you heard from Mr. Stoughton, this is a classic case of someone disregarding the safety of the victim and the people around the victim. And in doing so, Kim Potter consciously chose to put everybody in that situation in danger. You get to say that at close if you call it, and they're going to try and argue it. But to me, if you've got a favorable opinion from the expert, and favorable in a ludicrous capacity, right? The idea that they can't pull the taser is nonsensical here. But if you've got it, you might as well get it so you can say it on cross that or on close. That's my opinion. But I'm not a prosecutor.
No force would be justified.
Well, if she had used the force, right? If she had lifted him out of the car with metachlorians and moved him to the curb with handcuffs on him, that would have been fine. Only the force, but no other force would have worked.
Because the car was in gear or not in gear, or he was a deadly threat or not a deadly threat, or whatever the parameters are. There is no matrix of parameters in which Kim Potter's use of force, whatever degree it might be, would have been lawful. So she's effed. So, okay, that's compelling, I guess.
So I really hate to do this to you, but I'm drinking a bunch of whiskey. Can you plug your book or your class for just a second? I'll be right back.
Okay. If you demand it. If any of you would like to get hard, you can now get hard. Law of Self-Defense, hardcover book, autographed, and a bestseller on Amazon.com. Get it at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard. It will be about a month before you get it. Sorry, I'm told just today we've run out of books, so we're fulfilling current orders. But if you would like to get hard in a month, this would be the book to do it. lawofselfdefense.com/gethard. Also, our Saturday, January 8th. Man, it takes him a long time to pee, huh? January 8th, Law of Self-Defense Advanced class. A semester-long law school class in self-defense law, that quality. Many defense attorneys, prosecutors, judges attend the class for CLE credit, but we teach it in plain English. You can be there on Saturday, January 8th, for live instruction. Plenty of time for live Q&A, but only that one day, and seats are selling out. You can learn more about that at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. And with Nick not yet back, let's see what the comments are. Oh, he's back.
Sorry about that.
Perfect. I did a very poor drunken grift for law of self-defense, but thank you.
I hate to do that at this time of night, but I'm sitting here. I'm like, I I got time left on this show.
It's like if you like a drunk class on self-defense law, just,
listen, this is how you defend yourself. You just pull out your gun, you put it in their mouth, and you hold their head, and you pull a goddamn trigger.
Well, hopefully none of that. Thank you, but thanks for the help, Nick.
No, anytime, Andrew. It's fine. Dia Stryker says, I have been debating this all day. I have action errors daily. The wrong foot, the wrong hand. I've even moved the mirrored finger on the opposite hand. I have trained martial arts for 38 years and hold a 7th Dan black belt. Yeah. It's remarkable how common action errors actually are when you get down to it. Well, I made several action errors tonight. I cooked. By
the way, you have pee all over yourself, so
that's fine. Look, okay. I'm gonna lick it clean.
An action error happens a little time.
No, so I cooked ribeye steaks for me and the missus. I made mashed potatoes and I made a homemade gravy.
Oh, that's so fucking awesome.
It was really good. But in doing so, right? Like the good thing is cooking is relatively forgiving, but you're managing 3 things. I'm sitting here doing different things and I'm letting things go a little too long here, going too long there, not cutting here when I should be getting things prepped. You make action errors all the time. Because I cook like every night. I love cooking. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite activities. So I'm well versed in it. I know exactly what I'm going to do, but I still mix things up. I have to run to the pantry really quick or go to the fridge because I forgot to grab something. Anyway, here we go.
Ian, that point that she wasn't trained properly. Training's been a big part of the case. Do you think it's going to be a big part of the decision-making process for this jury at the end of the day, one way or another, that yes, she was trained, should have known better, or maybe she wasn't trained as well as she should have been? Today, she made an off comment saying, yeah, we learned that people make mistakes with this, but it was never accentuated.
Sure. So, and I think that training will certainly come into play, but they're going to ask, did she act in accordance with her training? It's also going to be a big issue in the, civil action, which certainly will come after this. But I think here, I'm looking at the training a little bit different. While they're trained, I'm looking at, not did she act in accordance with her training, but really, as some of the experts talked about, despite that training, what's really not given is, it's one thing if you do the training and it's not a real life situation. That's very different from when you are actually in a situation like this, like we're watching on the screen. Something happens in a second. Guns are drawn. People's lives are in jeopardy, and everything happens so quick. It's very different than your training. And so
I'm on board with this guy. The more I look at that video, the more it looks to me like she's good.
Yeah, and importantly, the 2 criminal defense lawyers, they've taken an appropriate approach. They look at this thing, they go, I don't know how on earth the prosecution crafts a narrative that is effective here. You can talk about training all day, but the whole point of training is to mitigate the possibility of this, but it's always a mitigation. It is not elimination. These errors happen, and they're the reason for the training to limit them. So, and that's going to be I would be surprised if Earl Grey on cross does not say, you heard a lot about training in this trial, but in reality, that training is there because these things happen. We're trying to eliminate them.
I would hope so.
But you can't. You can't eliminate mistakes from humanity. If we could, no one would ever die. Right? Like no one would ever die.
She's just a human being. You're just a human being. This could be you making a mistake.
Yeah. And that's the critical element. Can the defense, and frankly, I think the defense has the high ground here in general. I think you get a lot of these reactionary things. Court TV, this guy, this weirdo up here, he's like, I've been watching the social media and people don't believe her. Well, that's because that's your social media bubble. If you're in my social media bubble, everybody believes Kim Potter. Neither of those are representative of the actual truth because Twitter
What's the evidence to not believe her? What's the counter evidence? Is there, she made
No.
statements that were racist or what? I mean, show me the evidence. I'll change my mind.
Yeah, there isn't any. But my point is, the reality is that Twitter is a garbage place for actually garnering appropriate opinions. Because if I go on Twitter, I'm going to see a bunch of conservative opinions by nature of how Twitter delivers me content algorithmically. If this lady up here goes on Twitter, she's only going to see liberal opinions. That's who she follows. That's what she likes. That's what she retweets. She's going to get BLM and Antifa stuff. That's what she's going to get because that's who she actually interacts with. And so her perception of the case is going to be wildly different than mine. That's why social media is a terrible judge of gauging where people are on the case. The only thing I use social media for is how much interest is there in the case. Because that's a distinct difference I've noticed between Potter and Rittenhouse. Every Rittenhouse tweet was thousands of likes. Potter tweets might get to 1,000 likes.
Dead.
Yeah. But ultimately, most people don't care outside of Minnesota.
So I was commissioned weeks beforehand to cover this for various sponsors. And when I covered Rittenhouse, they were getting hundreds and hundreds of comments on their blog posts for everything I posted up on them. They're getting 3, 4, 5 I mean, there's nothing. In fact, I actually reached out to my sponsors and I said, do you want me to keep doing this? Because to me, it looks like it's worthless for you. And I don't want to keep working hard for no value. I won't charge you. Just if there's no point, just let me know and I'll stop doing it.
Yeah. Well, I think Potter was popular in the context of Rittenhouse. Once he got the acquittal, once that was resolved, I don't think Potter matters anymore. Rittenhouse is a big case. Potter was always a tag along. She was this go-between of Rittenhouse and Chauvin, right? It's Minnesota, so it's related to Chauvin. It's use of force, so it's related somewhat, and it's got politicized, so it's related to Rittenhouse. But that's it. Once Rittenhouse is out, and a lot of people thought that there's no way Rittenhouse is going to be acquitted. A lot of people on the right thought that there's no way Rittenhouse is going to be acquitted because of politically motivated juries and prosecutors and all that stuff and judges, whatever that value that carries, that didn't pan out. So Potter was the next fight. But once Rittenhouse was won, I think Potter's entire case lost interest to a lot of people. Now, thank God, a lot of people are still watching the trial live with us because I love that. But it is noticeably different. I thought Potter would be a much bigger case. Of course, I would have immediately covered Smollett or Maxwell ahead of Potter if that were available, but they weren't. Because I think both of those were bigger cases in the cultural zeitgeist. And again, I think the left was licking their wounds after Rittenhouse. I think they don't want to watch the Potter trial in that way. But with that, why don't I jump into super chats? And if you need to go at any point, you let me know. You can go now or you can go later. It's fine.
I am ready to bow out, but I will hang in for the super chats.
Well, you may be signing up for more than you want. Is there anything you want to say before I start?
Jesus Christ, we're out of all the goddamn books. It's
yeah. I mean, you don't have to, but
we sold out of everything, folks. Sorry. We except the class. lawselfdefense.com advanced class. Just go to lawselfdefense.com/advanced. I would sell you a book if I had one, but I don't. You bought them all already, you bastards. So
you beautiful sons of bitches.
Yeah, I love you all. My wife is very happy. She's going to have a marvelous Disney vacation after her cancer surgery. But if you would like to attend the class, lawofselfdefense.com/advanced.
By the way, on the down low in private, legitimately let me know when you're going. My parents live in the Tampa area, and if I could come down and pop into Epcot with you guys and do a drinking tour of Epcot or something.
All right, so we can probably do that because you mentioned that you've done this kind of how can I describe it, luxury Disney experience before on someone else's dime.
Yeah.
We're going to be in the same position. We've got like 4 people, but the ticket covers 10. So we'll be looking for people to plug in. I mean, it doesn't cost us anymore. And
well, we'll talk about that in private. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I'd love to hang out in person. And if I get to go and let my kids visit my parents and hang
kids
out,
love it.
Yeah, that'd be great. Adam Riley. So, okay. So I'm jumping into super chats.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Adam Riley says John Black and GOAT expert should Wonder Twin fuse. Yes, John Black and I can't even remember the Geiga cop's name. I can't remember his name. It doesn't matter to me. He's just all police officers to me.
I mean,
do you remember?
Iams?
Yeah, Iams. That's right.
Okay.
Iams. Jesus. Yeah, he should merge with John Black. My favorite line that John Black said,
in 9 months, you're going to have his baby, dude.
My favorite line that John Black said was when they asked him about killing someone with a skateboard. He's like, well, I mean, I could probably figure out how to kill someone with a skateboard.
I mean, let's face it. Couldn't any of us?
Yeah, but I think John Black could do it creatively. It's like, I've been murdering people for years.
Here's your suppository, trucks and all.
You see, when the trucks pass the sphincter, it causes a tearing that is fatal to the human body. Mandy Karavichus says, one of you isn't wearing pants. Who is it? Confess. No, I've got pants on. And
me too. Sorry.
These pants that I got, they're like these weird athletic pants that are super stretchy. Look, I don't shop anymore. I have a service called Stitch Fix, and they send me clothes every month, and they're like, here, you idiot, you don't know how to shop for yourself, so I'll give you a woman to shop for you. And they mail me clothes, and it works just fine. They sent me some weird pants. I feel like a youth. It's like, just send me jeans or khakis. Oh my God, I'm old. Kyle Bogue says, I'll buy Bronca booze if he comes to Minnesota. Kyle Bogue, why aren't we hanging? What the hell's wrong with you? Why aren't we?
I'll come to Minnesota. I mean, if you do it in the summer, so I can ride my motorcycle there, I'll come.
Oh, we're
I'm
arranging
not doing it in the winter.
You're locked in. We're arranging this for.
Oh, that's separate. That's separate. Our deal is separate. I'll fly in for that.
Amateur. Well, I thought you said in the summer you might ride up. Well, it depends on when we can arrange it. If it's in the summer, you'll ride up.
If it's in the summer, I'll ride up.
Yeah.
Right. If it's in the winter, I'll fly. But whatever you can arrange. I'd rather ride. I'd rather spend 3 days riding than a half a day flying.
That's what she said. Amateur Ant says, if it's actually war for our freedoms, it should be all able-bodied men and women, 17 to 45 years old. If you don't want women going to war, then we need to repeal the 19th Amendment and women shouldn't be able to vote again. That was actually the biggest vote, or the biggest argument from women against the 19th Amendment, was they didn't want the responsibilities of war, of police service, of firefighting, and all that. That's a whole separate.
Almost my entire life, we had the 19th Amendment, and women were not subject to the draft. So that's just a public policy choice. It's not mandatory law.
But that said, that statute is worded 250 years ago, and it's not changing. I mean, that's just the statute. That statute is basically pointless, right? Like, have any of you been called to the national defense for an invasion? Have any of your parents, grandparents, great-grandparents? I mean, you might get to someone whose ancestry in the 1800s was called into.
So when I turned 18, which was in Jesus, who knows, 1970 something, I had to register for the draft, and if I didn't, it was a criminal offense. So I did it, but I never had any expectation I would be called up, and I never was. But I don't know what it's like for people today.
Right. After Vietnam, I mean, the draft was wildly unpopular. And it was not just wildly unpopular amongst the populace. It was wildly unpopular against the political class. People in large part were not prosecuted for overtly defying their draft tickets. It became an issue. And we determined largely as a society that we would rather incentivize participation in the military than make it compulsory when it was necessary.
And we ended up with a much better military for it.
Yeah. Well, at least for a while. I don't know if it still is because
Well, who knows what's going on today? I mean,
the current one has
they're
some
all
weird
wearing pink.
commercials. That's all I know about my I'm a woman and my two gay fucking moms or whatever. Like that's a weird commercial for the military.
Shut your dirty mouth.
They kiss each other on the lips, both sets. Dia Striker says, I've been debating this all day. Oh, wait, no, I read that one. AZ Beauty 7 says the guy on Court TV was defense attorney Brian Watkins, who represented Kellen Winslow in San Diego, who was convicted of rape. Which guy? The top left or the bottom right? Because the lower left guy was Ian. I know that much, but the other two I don't remember.
I don't care who they are.
Bob Piffle says roses are reddish, violets are bluish. If it weren't for Jesus, we'd all be Jewish. Quoting Benny Hill, Happy Christmas and a Merry New Year. Hey, thank you, buddy. Very much appreciated.
Nothing wrong with being Jewish.
No, not at all. Not at all. Joe, my good friend, good logic. Joe Neerman is Jewish, and I like him very, very much. And I have some Jewish relatives as well. In Fantasy I Die says, hey, Nick, how about lawyer cake instead of boomer splaining the internets? You and the crew do Yeoman's work covering the trial. Say thank you. Eric Winberg has upgraded to lawyer status. Thank you very much. Blotty Blah says, can you dig into the truck driver case, please? It still seems wrong, and the judge hated that she had to give the sentence, but was forced to because of mandatory minimums. Look,
is that the same person asking about this truck driving case?
I don't know, but either way, mandatory minimum sentencing is a different type of issue and or evil than the idea of whether or not this guy is guilty. So if this guy is guilty, he's guilty and should be sentenced as such. Mandatory minimum sentences to me are actually they are, for me, presumptively bad. I don't like mandatory minimum sentencing. I don't think it has created the effect that we wanted it to. I think what it did is it's like the idea of, well, some people are poor, so the solution is to make everybody poor. And mandatory minimum sentencing says some people are sentenced poorly, so we want to sentence everybody poorly as compensation to make it equal. I don't like it, but I'm open to different opinions on it. But
okay, can I offer a different opinion?
You, of course.
I don't really disagree. I think it's also terrible. I think it's a bad public policy, but I think it's in response to a reasonable public objection, which is that they perceived that bad people were committing bad crimes and not serving any reasonable time for that. Yeah. So they demanded mandatory minimum sentencing. If you had a rational criminal justice system that said, all right, you raped somebody, you maimed somebody, you murdered somebody, you're going to do this minimum amount of time, even if it wasn't a mandatory minimum, just customary practice, I think the public would have accepted that. But when you kill someone and 2 years later you're out of prison, they're like, well, what the fuck is going on?
When you kill someone or rape someone, specifically for me, rape and child abuse crimes are crazy to me, that those go to prison for X amount of years. But if you have 8 illegal weed plants, it's 5 years of plants. It's a mandatory minimum. Like, to me, that's the issue. That mandatory.
I agree. But I think what happens is people see circumstances where they perceive real abuse, and they say, all right, we want a mandatory minimum. And then it gets extrapolated to cases where they had not envisioned it might be applied to.
Yeah. So, okay. So what I'm hearing you say, and I think I agree, is there are instances where mandatory minimums are okay. For example, as Richard said, in Wisconsin, if you're convicted of first degree murder, and the same in Minnesota, it's actually in the statute in Minnesota, first degree murder, you're getting life, period. That's
Let's make it worse. Minimum. Let's say you had to kill 3 people.
Yeah.
Right. So you kill 3 people, clearly murdered them intentionally, you get life in prison.
Yeah.
I think that should be treated differently than, all right, you had 3 weed plants in your garage. Okay.
5 years apiece, 15 years in prison. Like, Jesus goodness. Okay. Speaking of Jesus, Jesus Banda Or Jesus Banda says, Nick, send help. I'm in Houston, Texas, and I just shot somebody trying to break into my house. Look, Jesus Banda, I'm going to assume you're joking, but if you're not joking, please,
we can counsel right now.
I legitimately have, first of all, I need to sober up, but I legitimately have references in Houston, Texas that I can give you on that issue. And I'm sure Andrew may be able to point
stop
you in
talking
some
on the
direction.
internet about it.
Yeah. Don't talk on the internet. But if you need help about that, please email me. I'm going to assume you're joking for the meme, but that's not a meme that should exist.
No, it's the pot guy, the guy who shot the person in the head outside his illegal pot shot.
Oh, okay. That's
shop.
probably what it is.
I think that's what's going on.
Yeah. But anyway, Samuel Williams, the founding father, says, Andrew, so nice that you invited Nick onto your stream. We all come here for Andrew and stay for the Nick.
Sorry, Nick.
You don't have to apologize to me at all. I invited you on because I enjoy your commentary. Smack Daddy Zero, welcome to Paralegal Status. Brian says, Bronco without his tie, we're in for a wild night. But the real question is how we get Andrew wearing nothing but his tie.
That's possible.
Fatal System.
I'm a lawyer. It's all about the fee.
Look, we'll do anything for the Dosh. Fatal System Error says Bronca, no tie Bronca. Sorry, that's what he ended up saying. Meth Bear says, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Appreciated. Jason Oppenheimer says, I'm seeing a lot of posts about the case of Rogel Aguilera Medeiros, who was found guilty on all counts for 110 years. What do you think about the trial? Look, as we've both stated, we're not familiar enough with the facts to make a full determination of the case. So I'll look into it. I just have, guys, I got done with Kim Potter and I started cooking, or I had to run to the store real quick after cooking 2 of my kids' ramen. And then I had to start cooking for me and the missus after I got back from the store. And then
Nick, I don't know about you, but for me, it's been like 8 weeks of 16-hour days. I mean, if I can find 15 minutes to jump in the shower, it's been a miracle.
Yeah.
So sorry, MFers. We're working our asses off. And if you can send me convincing evidence about this ridiculous I-70 truck driver, sure, I'll look at it. All right.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. In the same way, since Rittenhouse started, basically, I do 8 hours a day in the morning. I do 3 hours at night, and the time that I'm not on, I'm spending with my family, but also on my phone, trying to prep for the 3-hour show. That's just how it goes. So I don't know. Like, again, we're commending Viva and Barnes on their ability to get knowledge on all these different cases, but I'm hyper focused on Kim Potter, and it really does impair my ability to look at other stuff.
Every day I get said 6 to 12 other use of force cases from around the world that people want me to comment on. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't simultaneously watch 12 hours of this Kim Potter bullshit and then spend another 3 hours afterwards doing analysis and video and blog posting, and also respond to the 12 other worldwide cases of use of force. Yeah. If things slow down, I'm happy to look at it.
Jordy says, do you know any Brown attorneys? Well, aside from having a couple Brown attorneys on the show,
Nate's awesome.
On how you define that. I respect and value the opinions of all of them. I do also know some Brown attorneys in real life, but again, the late night panels are always whoever's available. I broadcast late at night. So someone the other day was like,
am I not brown enough? Is that the issue?
Look, I didn't want to say anything, but I'm going to need.
Sorry, I'm about as. I mean,
no, spray on some bronzer and you get your ass in that tanning bed, you bigot.
I'm half Sicilian. That's like 15 miles from Northern Africa. So probably there's something.
I'm Polish. I'm Polish. So I'm the brown of Europe, I think. Gonfall says the problem with that truck driver being sentenced that these companies can just get away with sending new drivers out there that don't know how to drive on mountains. My Colorado didn't train my CO didn't train me on it. I had to learn on my own. And that's a separate issue. It is. But and again, we don't know the facts of the case. So we're not here to argue on it or anything like that. That's just, we've given you initial impressions on how they might find recklessness. They might find recklessness by saying he should have known about his brakes. They might find recklessness by saying there's a whole bunch of signage that tells you you're operating a motor vehicle and specifically a truck in a very dangerous way on this massive highway. And then they might find recklessness by saying they ignored pull-offs. But I don't know if he actually did any of those things. I don't know what stretch of I-70 it is.
Same here.
That stuff's at trial. And without having reviewed the facts, we can't make reasonable opinions on it. We can just give you ideas of how they might have found recklessness without knowing. So Donald Gooch says, some complain about the grift. I say go to lawofselfdefense.com/get hard for the book and /advance for the January 8th course. Love you, Dronka. He called you Dronka.
I have to be honest. If you order the Get Hard book now, it'll be at least a month before you get it. Sorry.
Look, that you're no different.
I don't want to deceive anybody.
You're no different than Amazon at this point, right?
Yeah.
Amazon's not delivering shit before Christmas if you order it on the 18th of December. Sir Marhouse says, Rackets, who's the guinea you watch that makes the pasta sauce? Need some new recipes. Oh, I love that guy. What the hell's his name? Hold on. I'm gonna figure it out real quick on the fly. I think it's like Sip and Feast or something. That it? His name is Sip and Feast. He's an Italian guy. He cooks a lot of traditional homemade Italian dishes. And look, I've learned a ton. I've been exploring French and Italian cooking on YouTube lately, and he has been a godsend on the Italian side. And his channel is criminally undersubbed. He's got 95,000 subscribers, and he's really, really good. He's from New York, you can tell. And he's
Who is that?
Sip and Feast. And I've learned a lot about using tomatoes, different types of whoa. I think he kicked himself out. Sip and Feast is the guy. He uses, I've learned a lot about how to use different canned tomatoes because I typically cook only fresh. I don't buy frozen stuff. I don't buy canned stuff. He's taught me how to use canned tomatoes in different kinds, crushed, diced, whole, chopped or whatever, in various ways. He's fantastic. So Sip and Feast. I will simp for this guy. He's phenomenal. Welcome back.
Boomer.
You typed it in the wrong window, I guess.
No kidding.
But no, he's great. He's really great. Homemade Italian dishes, and every one that I've made that I never take a recipe directly from someone, but I take the tips from it. Every one that I've made has been very good. Yeah, just the tip. The shrimp puttanesca is really great. And if you don't know what puttanesca means, it means whore of the sea. And it's a great dish. And his explanation of it is phenomenal. Or wait, was that him? I think it was him. Sir Marha. Oh, wait. Bobbert says the Brewery Black Tuesday Grand Reserve released from the cellar for this 40+3 in October for me. What is Brewery Black Tuesday Grand Reserve? 22.6 alcohol by volume. Is that a wine? That seems like a really that's a fucking steep beer, but it's a weak ass whiskey. So what is that?
It's Mad Dog 2020.
Brandon Daniels says, Your Honor, I strongly object to Mr. Riqueda's hilarious impersonations of me, and I ask that the court strongly admonish him for it.
Sanction him. Sanction.
I'm not going to ask for sanctions or whatever. I just want all of his money. That's what I'm saying. Really now says it's like throwing a baseball. It goes where you want it. Wrestler Town says Aaron Eldridge is just angry that Ken Potter has a husband and kids.
Oh my God. That's probably so true.
Look,
that she meant when she was 15.
Someone in Someone in the chat. I hate doing this because I'm feeling the whiskey, and I know you are feeling whatever you're drinking.
No, I'm not.
Erin Eldridge is definitely a demon in the sack. She has so much pent up rage and aggression. I've been wanting to say it on the daytime show, but I just can't. Look, she goes home and just whatever sap she takes into the bedroom is just destroyed and demolished and goes to the hospital afterwards out of the sheer rage that she brings, and the bite marks are prolific. That's all I'm saying.
You can tell she only dates like Trumpers because of the way Larson throws his pen across the courtroom. He's like, he still wants to get into that.
Yeah.
Opening.
He would never make it, right?
No, of course you can't.
Yeah.
It's not what she wants. The heart wants what the heart wants. And it wants Donald Trump.
The heart, huh? Okay, we'll take the heart as the answer there. But no, there's no way she's taking a Larson home. She's going home with some Geiga cop Shad from Missouri who will dominate the shit out of her. And then she's going to actually turn the tables. That's the trick. Because I think that it would be dangerous to sleep with this woman, frankly.
She might turn the tables on the open heart surgery patient from a week ago.
Yes.
I'm thinking she loses that fight.
He's like, look, I just had open heart surgery, but I can still kick your ass.
I got Missouri mules tougher than you.
Andrew War Snowboard says, as Keanu Reeves, Your Honor, I declare that the most excellent country of Nigeria is MAGA country. Melissa Ann Mead says, these two have the best chemistry, bromance. Must be the zodiac signs aligning. Happy belated birthday to you both.
Oh,
hey, thank you,
you,
Melissa.
Yes.
Cool dude says, Bronca. Tara Rayner says, the demonic moment today was like the poltergeist, and the judge dropping F-bombs was satisfying. Happy birthday to both of you from the awesomest Canadian. I did go back. The judge actually does definitely say, oh, fuck. She does say it. It was beautiful. Yeah, when she realized that tomorrow was Saturday, she's like, oh my, tomorrow's Saturday. Oh my goodness. Oh,
she's
fuck.
a naughty judge. Very naughty judge. Can't keep her day straight. Earl Grey should definitely straighten her out.
I was thinking of Earl Grey, and I was just hoping I would see him tomorrow. That's the problem.
The next best-selling novel to women for 5 years will be 50 Shades of Earl.
50 Shades of Grey with an E or whatever. Logan Liberty says, I'd pay for a Ricada Law hip-hop album. Oh, God, what a disaster that would be. Crusader says, this music is like that damn lo-fi hip-hop that my damn kids listen to all the time. Dude, every night my kids go to sleep to the lo-fi beats to sleep to live stream that's been going since 2020 and has like 10 million views. Motherfucker. Tara Rayner says, fecking meant to say birthday, not bay, FFS. No, I got it, Tara. Sir Marhouse says, Bronca, it's really helpful listening to you talk about your divorce. I'm currently going through one after she cheated. Luckily, it's uncontested with no kids, but I've definitely felt like this was the end.
No kids makes all the difference. Just eject. Find your new life. No kids is a miracle. God bless you.
As a man who's survived divorce with kids, right? If I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
A lot of young men out there are being told on the internet that there is no hope through family court. There is no hope of a man who gets married. Do you have anything to say to those people based on your experience as someone who's been through the family court, which is a fucking nightmare, and come out on the other side?
Yes, I do have. But my advice only works if you have money. So, I'm sorry, but that's my experience. So basically what I did was I went to my soon-to-be ex-wife and I said, I will give you all the money to have joint custody of my children.
Yeah.
And so when I was 40 and I got divorced, I was dead broke. I did not have a fucking penny to my name. But I had joint custody of my kids. And within a few years, because of her odd behavior, I had full custody of my kids. And that was the only thing that mattered to me. I always figured I can make more money, but I can't get my kids back. So that was the sacrifice I was willing to make. And she was stupid enough to make that deal.
I have a follow-up question with that. Was it worth it to
100%.
get your kids?
100%.
Of course. Of course. And that's something you can't really, in my experience, you can't effectively communicate to people who don't have kids is how much they change and influence you. You can say it all day. It doesn't matter until someone actually experience. To me, it was the moment that my first child being born, that they came out of the womb and they cried for the first time. I was like, and I was talking to a friend of mine who didn't have kids, and I was like, I cannot tell you the profound impact that this had on me. But there's really something there that is different.
Well, hopefully, I mean, for any normal human being, hopefully it's, I mean, you've had it, I guess, 12 times now.
5, literally just 5. Come on now.
But I remember my first child, you hold it in your hands for the first time. And it's like, okay, the rest of my life now is devoted to preserving and protecting this particular human being.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I tell people all the time, listen, I work a lot. I know you work a lot. Yeah. I work 12, 14 hours a day, every day. And I have no complaints about it because I'm doing it to support my wife and 4 kids. And I'm happy. I have the work. I've been dead broke, man. I am happy to have the work to be able to support my family.
That, to me, and not to get too far into this, and we can veer off this topic in just a second, go back to super chats. But to me, that is the male prerogative. That is biologically imprinted on us, is to provide. I mean, it wasn't always
a good man, job.
Right? Yeah, thank you. I love that. Well, only if you're a good man, though. Otherwise, you're not. No, the idea is that you're wired towards provision. And whether centuries ago that was you scraping up lizards to grill that night or whatever. To today, it's you working your ass off, no matter how much you make, to bring food home. Whether it's McDonald's, whether it's a 5-star or a 3-star Michelin meal, whatever it is, you're putting food on the table for your family. That's what we're wired to do. That's where we're most effective and where we're most satisfied and fulfilled. And I think that's an important message for men to hear, because I have friends and see a lot of people who are opposed to families because of the risks. But I think ultimately, and I get the perspective, but I think ultimately we're most fulfilled when we are fulfilling that role of provider. That's
Listen,
just me.
I believe in individual liberty. So if you want to live a different life, that's fine with me. I don't care. But I would just suggest to people, look at the people around you and who is happier.
Yeah.
Because the people living in isolation, the women who are 40 years old with no husband, no kids, I don't know. Are they happier than my wife, than me? I would suggest not.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I don't know any
your
who
own
are.
judgment.
I don't know any who are. Steve C says, I went through the same divorce about 15 years ago. I have never heard another man say that. Take all the money. Give me access. It works. Thank you, Andrew. Bob Piffle says, good stuff, fellas. Keep on keeping on. Gordo Fabulous says, Mark Richards does a great Mark Richards impression. Alien Baby, welcome paralegal. Selrin says, with cameras in all courts, wouldn't it also make paneling a new jury easier? You can't just play them the footage of the trial rather than do it all again. Or you can just play them the footage of the trial. No, you're going to have them re-argue things. And I think that's an important thing to do, is to correct your mistakes and to go back. If you're going to get a second go at it, you get a second go at it, because you might change your entire strategy based on what happened in the first trial, and that's okay. But no, the idea of transparency in the courts has nothing to do with the convenience of the jury. It has everything to do with the protection of the defendant's rights to be innocent until proven guilty. And
it should.
Yeah. and to make sure that the state is doing its due duty.
We're talking about putting you in a cage for the rest of your life. The burden to that should be pretty severe.
Right. And to me, that means letting the whole, I get the risks of saying, oh, you're accused of this, you're accused of that. Well, if I'm accused of it and I'm acquitted, fuck you then. But the entire idea is that I'm accused of this thing. Put me on trial publicly, because if I'm wrongfully convicted, it is far worse than if I am merely accused and besmirched in the eyes of the public to some extent. Wrongful conviction means prison. People who don't like you because of the conviction means that some people don't like you. Even
just look at the comments. I mean, as far as I can tell, 10,000 people don't like me tonight. I don't care.
I think it's significantly less than that, but that's okay.
Oh, whatever.
Haywood Jablomi says, after every drink, repeat the phrase Irish wristwatch 3 times.
You blew it.
Sobriety. Look, I can't say that sober. Reality Now says, just invite me then. Joey Benninghove says, Nick's Mark Richards is better than Mark Richards' Mark Richards. Listen, I don't want to come out as being a little bit pompous or arrogant or anything like that. My Wisconsin,
I don't know how to object.
My Wisconsin nature would maybe object to that if I knew what objection even was. But frankly, Nick is better than me at my own voice. Thank you. Pride or Honesty says, I'm from Racine. It's a post-industrial city with a lot of crime. Well, damn, I'm sold. Garrison Sand says, search Jimmy Ferris Spur, Texas on YouTube for a hilarious story involving a septic tank and dynamite. Also a good impression opportunity for Nick. That sounds horrifying.
Like exploding septic tank. I'm sure you could pull that off, Nick.
Look, I have a septic tank and I fear the day that explodes, frankly. James Slabonic says, OBFU, my mom always said, one aw shit wipes out thousands of attaboys. Correct. The Four Stooges says, can you put Richards on 2x speed, please? I can't. Carter Cole, thank you for the donation. Kinda X122 says, I'm starting a petition to officially change the official term for an invoice of lawyers to a suit of lawyers. Suit gang rise up. Kevin Dorr says, Nick, what Andrew says about the FBI, look at Russiagate. A bunch of agents who went to law school and 100% political left. Ask Andrew what he thinks about FBI in Boston. Corrupt from 60s to Boston bombers. I mean, you can answer that if you want. I don't know.
Well, I think it's the evidence speaks for itself.
Yeah, I think that's the appropriate answer on any alphabet agency. No, I said, stop. Don't pull that gun on me, you motherfucker. I said the evidence speaks for itself. Don't worry about that, guys. Don't worry about it. No alphabet agencies are present.
All right, I'm taking over this program right now.
Okay, I'm okay. Leave me alone. Just I'll calm them down. Stop glowing if you can. Paul Manecki says, my dad passed away from cancer a year ago. He was 25 and holding. Asked how long he'd been holding, and it was over twice that. Even though he preferred gin, I'm having 18-year Glenlivet. Join me. Look, I have some Lagavulin in the glass, and I will. Cheers, brother. To the memory of your father.
Fair enough.
Akikama says, your admin bans people who paid to join your Discord. I don't think they ban people. I think they mute people, which is a weird product, but I'm not going to talk about it on a live stream. Kate says, thoughts on eco lawyer Steven Dozinger doing time in prison, convicted of contempt of court for not handing over his phone and computer, a misdemeanor. I have no idea about that case.
But if the judge tells you to turn shit over, turn it over.
Yeah, frankly, you kind of have to, whether it's just or not just, and you fight it on appeal. It's the same thing with the whole, like, you might being arrested or searched illegally. The place to fight that isn't the courtroom.
Or the side of the street.
Or no, the place to fight that is the courtroom. Right. God damn it. Not the side of the street. Because you lose the fight on the street. but you might win the fight in court. Irie has upgraded lawyer status. Really now says, I prefer open carry, but it invites more trouble. I carry Glock 19 or Smith & Wesson Shield 40.
Carry open if you want to. I don't care. It's okay with me. I just won't do it myself.
Water says pro warning shot or anti warning shot.
Oh, come on.
I'm anti warning shot.
Of course. What are you firing a warning shot for?
If you're justified in the warning,
either someone's trying to kill you or not.
Yeah.
If they're trying to kill you, you need to solve that problem. If they're not trying to kill you, what are you firing a shot for?
If you're justified in firing the warning shot, just fire the warning shot directly into center mass and do the world a favor, because that person is trying to kill you. If they're not trying to kill you, don't fucking shoot. That's it. There, I've helped you. Jennifer Gunter says, love you both. I work from home since March 2020, but watching you. Shh.
She means me, Nick.
That's okay. That's okay.
Fine.
Jennifer, keep watching Andrew.
I only have one wife.
Look, if we adopt certain cultures, you can have more than one. It's fine.
I'm only like 10 miles north of a weird religious community that does.
Wait a minute. So you're in Castle Rock, which is between Denver and
Colorado Springs.
Have you been to Fargo's Pizza in Colorado Springs?
No.
Well, look, you might not want to go because of the neighborhood, but the pizza's good.
Yeah, so I've been to Colorado Springs a lot, and a lot of it is a
disaster.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's fucking garbage.
Imagine
the
worst parts of Florida, man. It's right there in Colorado Springs.
Yeah,
I mean, it's horrible.
But
I would go for good pizza. But my taste in pizza is I hate to say it. I grew up in New York City,
right? Yeah,
and it's that's the only real pizza. All the pizza in the rest of the country is shit.
Well, look, I can't sell you on Fargo's Pizza for good pizza to a New Yorker, but let me sell you on Casa Bonita for the shittiest fucking Mexican food you can possibly find.
My wife grew up here, and she's been telling me about Casa Bonita for years, saying simultaneously, we have to go, but please don't eat the food when we go.
That's the most Casa Bonita thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
We
have to go for the cultural significance or something, but whatever you do, for goddamn sake, we have to order food. They're going to make us order food. Please don't eat the food.
And it's all you can eat too. So you get this little stupid plate.
It's all the food poisoning you can eat.
Look, just order the sopapillas. You're fine. Just eat those and nothing else. You'll be okay. No, it's funny. As I said, my father-in-law is Air Force. So he was at the Air Force Academy there forever. And my wife spent a lot of time with him there. Her parents were divorced. So she spent summers with him in Colorado Springs. They went to Fargo's Pizza and Casa Bonita all the time. So whenever we go to Colorado, I'm stuck going to these two places. Fargo's Pizza is it's pretty good pizza. It's not New York pizza, but it's good pizza.
The Casa Bonita place just got bought by the South Park guys.
Did it really?
It did.
Oh, that's fantastic. I bet it's about to get 10 times
They're
funnier.
promising to, I don't know what they're going to do. It's South Park. Are they going to make it 10 times better, 10 times worse? I don't know.
Look, I'll make the trip to Colorado just to see what Trey Parker and Matt Stone do with that shithole.
And it got approved. The purchase got approved by the zoning people. So apparently it's a done deal. So I'll come out to Minnesota to deliver the books to the Binger crew, and you got to come out here to. We got a guest room and a hot tub and all that shit.
I'll go to Castle Rock because I know that whatever I do, the police won't respond.
Sure.
That's what I know about it. James Deneen says, Nick, did you see the borderline assault on Timcast? Is there any legal analysis to it? No, I have not watched Timcast. I heard he had a very hostile interview. I haven't watched it. Darth Crypto says, speaking of thanking people for service, good time to plug the new case I'm on. Everyone check it. Genuine war hero guys. Everyone needs to cover it. Darth Crypto, you can follow him on Twitter. He's promoting a particular case with a veteran who has engaged in self-defense or something. Look, I have not looked at a single fact in the case. I have no idea about it. Darth Crypto's on top of it. If you want to follow him on Twitter, and you should, to check it out, you can go ahead and do that.
And by the way, he invited me on that stream tonight of his, and I would have been there. I'm happy to be there, but I was still working on today's analysis. So
I said the same thing in chat. It was like at 7 p.m.
Right.
And I got done with the Kim Potter stream at 5, and 5 to 11 or 5 to 9 p.m. specifically is my time with my kids. 9 to 11 p.m. is my time with my wife. And frankly, like with the recent amount of time I've been spending streaming, I need that time. So I appreciate the invite. I would have loved to come on. And had I not been streaming the Kim Potter trial, it would have been a yes. But tonight I couldn't do it.
Same here.
Trend Legacy says, ready for Mark Richards to credit Milwaukee's best and cheese curds for his monotone success. Look, cheese curds are delicious. Kay Vegdal says, grew up in New London and am on Lake Minnetonka now, enjoying your stuff. Keep it up. Hey, thanks. Vegdal. Look, Vegdal. Wait. It used to be Vegdal's Hardware here in Spicer. Are you related to that Vegdal? And by the way, thank you, because you guys have done some work for me, if that's you. Otherwise, hey, thanks, man. And envious of you on Lake Minnetonka. I hope you have a very nice place and enjoy the lake very much. Not applicable says pink dildo gavel. Wolfgang Deo says, hey, Nick, check my most recent Twitter DM. I will. Carpal Tumble says, happy belated Dick Cicada. Thank you. Angry Baneling says, no, check my most recent Twitter DM. Woo. Clown World resident says, Daniel Perry case in Austin. Lead detective filed a motion with the defense for prosecutor misconduct in the grand jury indictment. The judge unsealed the testimony but wouldn't admonish the prosecutor. That's that Garrett Foster or something case down in Texas that I'm not familiar with. I haven't.
Is that the guy who shot the Antifa guy who approached him with an AK? Okay.
Yeah. Look,
listen, I'm happy to cover that case, but I don't have many facts on it. So when it gets closer, when is it? I mean, I'll cover it when it gets closer.
I don't know. But let me just suggest humbly that if you point an AK at someone, get fucking shot. If you have no legal justification for it, get shot all day. Don't point guns at people unless you have justification for it.
Don't point an AK at me. I mean, that would be not a good day.
Chain Breaking Sage says, I will not allow this havoc. These simps need to hit the like button, Your Honor. Yeah, guys, we are only at 2,766 likes. I'm going to need
what? Why am I here?
I don't know.
Get hard.
Actually, people told me, they specifically said, I will not like the stream if Andrew's on. And I said, look, that's no, that's not. Blue-Eyed Roof Korean says, Rudolph Abel case of 1957, Bridge of Spies, tried in New York federal court. Tom Hanks character, big firm insurance lawyer appointed as defense. That occurred today. I have no idea what that case is about. I couldn't tell you. Poached Owl Egg says, as a 6-year family court combat veteran, finally victorious, I thank you all for showing a different perspective of attorneys. Happy belated birthday. Look, family court is not...
It's a nightmare.
It's not even law.
No.
Family court is a pretend era where the judge's word goes because they have this unique legal standard called in the best interest of the child.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that because these family courts have all kinds of programs they run and they're all good causes. They're for battered women and children and all kinds of great stuff, but they're not funded for that. You know where they get the money for that? Off of your court appearance fees.
Yeah.
So they have zero interest in making divorce an efficient process. They have every interest in making divorce as inefficient and costly as possible because your fees fund the programs for good purposes that they want to fund.
Yeah.
So if you wonder why a divorce that should take 3 goddamn days takes 3 years, that's why.
Yep, it does, and it is slanted. I will contest that the statutes that are written are getting better. That doesn't mean the court specifically is getting better. But that being said, family law is not real law. As someone who's practiced family law in a limited capacity on a couple cases, all involving custody of a child, some with restraining orders, some with not. The reality is that it's entirely in the judge's discretion. There are no objective legal standards, and you just argue specifically for the judge to appeal to your case. And I'll say it, if you have a female client, it is 10 billion times easier, and I would take a female client all day.
In the near term, in my experience, the female client wins 99 times out of 100 in the near term.
Yeah.
And if you look at them 2 years later, 3 years later, that female client is effed. And the guy's doing just fine. Got a new wife, has a new family, has a new job, making more money. Whatever the female client got, she's stuck with forever. But she's not making more than that.
Yeah, it's it's a weird sort of prospect, because for the attorney, if you want the easy win, you take the female client. But if you want the long-term client that you build a relationship with, that you hope goes on to succeed, like maybe they were successful prior to the divorce and they're going to move on and move past it, and you want to handle other issues for them, like a prenup for the next marriage, you want to handle estate planning, because, by the way, if you have children and stepchildren, you need estate planning, because the state statutes don't account for that sort of blended family, all of that stuff. And that is, you want the male client for that. Absolutely. For the long term. Darth Crypto says Linwood specifically called himself defense co-counsel. I know he did, but there was no illusion that Linwood was going to step in and actually litigate this case in a defense capacity, in my opinion. Maybe I missed something.
No, that's all theater.
Wolfgang Deo says in Soye voice, "This is beta country." Fazl Mato says, "Ricada, how many hours have you been drinking whiskey now?" Just these 4,
it's the last 20 years.
Just these 5. It's almost 5 hours in. Holy shit. Potentially Criminal says, "All you can really contest on extradition is I'm not the guy you're looking for." Greg Ray says, "If
not even that."
Yeah, it's a losing proposition inside the United States.
They'll argue the party seeking you does not have jurisdiction. Period.
Mm-hmm. Greg Ray says, "If I use my Desert Eagle 50 AE meme gun for home defense and I shoot a robber in my entryway and the round is so big it goes through the assailant and hits someone else, am I screwed? God bless."
No, not necessarily.
You're not screwed, but the prosecution will make a statement that you are screwed. Like, they're going to use it against you.
Got to argue it out.
But if you used a 9mm, they would say that was wrong too. Remember, that's how prosecutions work. Wolfgang Deo says, "Can my home defense be living on my own warship?" Yes, you better have a lot of fucking money. Lord Vader says, "Wand confusion is real." Signed, Garrick Ollivander. Squizgar says, "I have approximate knowledge of several things." Zachary Carter says, "If I were to simp for anyone other than Judge Chu, it would be Mr. Barnes, closely followed by Big Nose Rackets." Seth Kaiser says, "I'm way too drunk. Here's another round." Hey, thank you. Mojo Itch says, "Can't wait to get the gifts, Mark, from the fans of Littlefinger."
Hey, Nick.
Yeah, you got to go.
My wife is calling me. Yeah,
so
I got to go.
Get out of here.
So,
thanks,
hey,
brother.
Folks, it's been great enjoying the last, oh my God, 5 hours with all of you. Great to be here, Nick. And I hope to be back soon. It's going to be a little complicated for the next few days, but I hope to make it back again on a regular basis sometime soon. In the meantime, if I don't get back, safe and happy passages to everyone, and Merry Christmas to those of you who do Merry Christmas.
If I don't see you before Christmas, Merry Christmas. Otherwise, if you're able to, join whenever you want. Otherwise, of course, understood. Peace.
Thank
brother.
you, sir. All right. Take care.
Allison S. says, "Need to know, is Viva Barnes not barred in Wisconsin, and that's why he wasn't the defense for Kyle, or was it for another reason?" Seems to be for another reason. C. Goody 564 says, "This wine you recommended is extremely mild, not disappointing, but is not what I expected." I don't know what wine that is, C. Goody, but I believe you. QASZXC says, "You guys are the best." Zowie Fender Blast says, "Watching this as a normie makes me not want to live in a society Woodsman, individual me, sans land sharks. Wolfgang Dose says Captain America described Kurt comes on gay. A long story short, says, is there any chance that this 14-year-old kid from Philly will be charged for shooting the robber attacking his mom? Yes, there's always a chance. No, I don't know if it will happen. I'm not super familiar with the case. I've only heard bits about it, headlines, if you will, and I can't render an idea on a headline. Tara Rayner says, Andrew and Rekieta Law have a man crush on Iams. Next will be man buns and he hives. Stream the Kyle documentary. It's free for US at Fox Nation. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. Logan Orr says real bikers ride shovel heads all year round. Don't be a rub. Shoot the Moon says John and Michael Miller, another father-son self-defense murder case in Texas in January. Wait, is that the dumpster guys? Because, look, I recently rewatched the video of the dumpster guys. I see the self-defense argument. I see big fucking problems in the self-defense argument. Demon J says headphones wearing off the hair. They literally are. They literally are. I'm gonna order. I get paid by YouTube for November on the 21st of December. I'm probably gonna order in-ear monitors like the musicians use, because I really don't like having these giant fucking things on my head. They get hot, and I'm allergic to heat. So I'm gonna have some in-ear monitors that are custom made for my ears. It'll be pretty cool. But if the Millers are the father-son defense murder case in Texas, if they're the guys who are standing by the dumpster and they end up doing that, those guys have a really fucking tough case. Really fucking tough case. Kimberly Campbell says, will anyone cover Billy Joyner's case? Don't know who that is. Texas P12 says, when are y'all getting on Sitch and Adam show? Sitch and Adam, I think they broadcast on Sundays. I would love to schedule a show with them. I've had conflicts basically every Sunday lately. I will get on Sitch and Adam. I've talked to those guys. I would love to do a show with them. It's all about my schedule. That's it. It's not them. It's entirely me. And with the trials lately, my weekends are my time with family. So I'm trying to balance everything. Kyan Rennell says, lol, Rekieta Law sounds like DSP about not getting paid until the 21st. Look, YouTube pays you once a month. You have to budget around that once a month. I have a wife and 5 kids, and the budget concerns are fucking real. People have asked me about the donation to Nathan DeBruin. It will likely happen on the 21st when I get paid. Because unfortunately for me, there was a combination of things. My October income, which got paid on November 21st, was reduced significantly, frankly, reduced by 30%. And I have, like I said, I have a family to feed, I have bills to pay, and having a 30% reduction in your income arbitrarily by YouTube because they're fucking gay, there's nothing you can do about that other than try to address it. So that was, it's not been a tough month. I'm not going to pretend that it was hard, but it makes it hard for me to do the extra things that I want to do. So Nathan DeBruin will get a donation from me as soon as the paycheck from YouTube comes in. And then there's a whole bunch of other things that I'm doing. By the way, don't tell my Discord admin, but I'm going to buy him something nice because he works for free like a weirdo. So there's that. My editor's getting a bonus. All sorts of cool stuff is happening as soon as I get the bonus. One major thing about me, guys, is the people who help me get to where I am, I try and give them compensation above what we've agreed to, because I think that's the appropriate thing to do. Uncle Draw says, why don't you find a real job? In my town, there is no job that pays what I make. There isn't a job that pays what I make in my town. Not a lawyer, not a judge, not anything. There's nothing that will do it. So Sarah, and that's you guys. That's you guys voluntarily sending super chats. I appreciate it. I love it. I would do the show without super chats. And I've had low super chat shows. It doesn't matter to me personally. I would do the show without super chats, but when you guys do the super chats, it makes me fully able to do more and more content. That's why I'm able to do a daytime show and a nighttime show. That's why I'm able to spend 13 hours on the show, is because you guys participate. I really appreciate it. I really do. And I'm humbled by it. But that being said, there's nothing I could do in this town that would come anywhere near what I do on YouTube. Sarah Bahu says, why do judges not decide jury instructions before the case starts? To me, it would say what each lawyer should argue. The reason is the judge has to have probable cause to implement the jury instructions. That's what they have to do. They have to have sufficient evidence introduced at trial to justify a jury instruction. That's why. Gigoku says, Andrew, thank you for representing some of the best of us from Colorado. The book is well written. While I wanted the free book, would rather pay for it. I always try to pay for quality content. James Johnson, thank you so much. Cody Arnold says, thoughts on the reinstatement of the OSHA mandate? It's only reinstated, as far as I can tell, from healthcare workers for half of the country. It's a fucking disaster. This thing has to go to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has to rule on it. Geocast is my Texas government professor who used to be a Brown and Root lobbyist, broke down how judges were paid through their campaigns for a judgment on eminent domain. Corrections says, Nick, do the rest of the stream is Richards. We can't get enough. I can't. Ben Frail says, is Richards a crypto communist? John Birch time. New dislike button says, as a former liberal socialist, forgive the oxymoron, conservatism is the best way forward right now. I made the switch 6 years ago, never going back. Not applicable says, my suspicion is that Richards also wasn't getting paid what he wanted to get paid, got told to handle the case and not to spend money if he didn't have to. Sarah Bahu says, it is frustrating that the political landscape spoken in absolutes. Example, if you're pro-Second Amendment, you are pro-choice versus finding out the stances of each person. I agree. That's an issue. No one is there. There are no monoliths in politics. Neil Conway says, I really enjoy hearing you guys and prefer the after hours as it seems more candid. And Wolfgang Deo says, Natalie did what Nate sometimes does. Even if you accidentally strawmanned your position, fight for it no matter how foolish it turns out to be. I don't think it's foolish. I think the fight is valuable in and of itself. Remember, none of us have any stake, so the fights are ultimately fruitless on either side of it. But I think they're educational, whatever they are. They're an exploration. None of us are fighting these cases in court, so there's no client at the end of the day. It's just academic. Braden Grimaldi says, shit, I forgot we were doing this. Got drunk with my TV friends instead. I'll catch Drunk Bronca next time. New dislike button says, if there's still panelists when this is read, what are their chances for the coming future in terms of the law, politics, society, black or white pill? Look, I think a year ago I would have said black pill. I think it's white pill now. I do. I think it's I think law, I think politics is on a pendulum. I think we're going to swing back towards sanity. And that means it'll be a while. Look, it could be 10, 15, 20 years. I don't know. But I do think we'll swing back towards a more sane proposition of law. Nick Heck says, if Chauvin had worn that sweater, he'd have gone to fashion prison. Wolfgang Doe says, slip and capture guys. What leads me to believe Chauvin and Potter were innocent, immediately seeing each of their incidents attention to duty. Look, I just don't think that I think Eric Nelson did a phenomenal job with what he had with Chauvin, but I do think there are different arguments that could be made. Chauvin had a real problem in the video, though. whether you think he's guilty or innocent is irrelevant. The video looks bad and the video goes before the jury. That was Chauvin's ultimate problem. If Chauvin and Floyd weren't on video, Chauvin walks. Frankly, Chauvin walks. Chauvin and Floyd were on video, and Chauvin looks like an asshole. Whether he's justified in doing it or not doesn't make a difference to the jury. He looks like an asshole. That's why he was convicted. 10 times out of 10. I could have told you, I did actually say from the start, this guy looks smug while someone's dying under him. It's not going to play well with the jury. And it didn't play well with the jury. Never would. Colby 2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, Columbus, Ohio, I hate going into the city. Tony K says, Brooklyn, Parkland, Brooklyn Center is high gunfire now. 30 years ago, it was gangland. It had gotten better, but now is back to 30 years ago. Jonathan Duger says, trauma care is only part of it. The proliferation of cell phones is a real reason people are surviving. Wesley Bosley says, would an amendment or policy change limiting judicial promotions from attorneys to only defense attorneys experience fix a lot of judicial issues? No. No. You cannot limit judges to only defense attorneys. Can't do it. You wouldn't have any judges, for one. For two, they're biased in an equal but opposite way. Joel Reese says, this is why Drek says German Shepherds are not people. Pissed Off Patriot says, we was Kangs. Nabor says, another holiday without Dante. It happened in 2021. Spence says, change the name to Bronca Law. Basic Female says, Andrew, the Baltimore case was covered by Darth tonight, who interviewed the defense lawyer. Man shot approach with wood beam and attack defendant. Steven Ziegler says, does the light stay on when a taser is deployed? Wouldn't the pop and quick light flash be equivalent to a single pistol shot? I couldn't tell you. Wolfgang Dale says, drunken ad made me get hard. There was a typo on the processing screen for Arizona. Will you wait? Best ad I ever heard. No knows, though. Daniel Wozniak says, oh, Lord, beautiful people still on the stream. Do not forget to try an Octomore. Look, Octomore is hard to find around here, but I'll look for it. Senior Spielbergo. Welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Pope Ginger says, Bronca, the Barnes to your Viva. Maybe. I don't know. He joins. He joins the stream. I appreciate it. If he can't join the stream, he won't. Time Traveler says, Battle of Noses. Ricada is beak. SD is comfort. Time Traveler says, it's Kyle on therapy. He sounded like Xanax on the Steven Crowder interview. They were going to kill him and didn't want to die. Jesus is king. He might be. Don't know. Kekistani Refugee says, hey, Nick, how about some expert witnesses on your show like Dr. Black or gun experts like Hickok 45 or Masad Ayub? Look, I reached out to Dr. Black. He didn't answer. I can't force someone to be on the show. It's always, and that's not a criticism of him. It's always about the ability to communicate with people, generally through a warm referral. If you know an expert witness on use of force or whatever, and you want me to interview them, a warm referral is helpful. I don't know Dr. Black. No one I know referred me to Dr. Black. He probably sees my email amongst 100 emails. So I have no idea. Wolfgang says, Nick, help. I just got shot breaking into someone's house in Houston. Do you know anyone who will win my case? I do not. Lynn says, thanks, Nick and Andrew. Recommended the soft self-defense book as Christmas gift for my newly armed son. Happy holidays, everyone. Gonfall says, sorry for my last super chat. Voice to chat sucks. Hopefully you get what I said. I think I did. Big truck companies need to be held accountable. Eric L says, does Andrew practice in Wisconsin? He doesn't practice anywhere. He consults everywhere, but he doesn't practice. P.S. Bought the book and the Wisconsin DVD. We'll be buying the Minnesota DVD. Live on the border. Amateur Ant says, if men have to die, women need to die for freedom. I'm tired of women being protected from consciousness when they should die first. Eric L., welcome to lawyer status. Amateur Ant says, I'll protect my own. USA will collapse like Rome soon, and whoever has the most bullets will survive. Bobbert says Black Tuesday is a very popular bourbon barrel aged stout beer. The Grand Reserve version is aged in 3 barrels and picks up more barrel flavor. Paul Baum says Bronca is dead wrong about Texas Kyle, but we still love him. New show, Bracada. Carmen Steele says that it is better 100 guilty persons should escape than 1 innocent person should suffer is a maxim that has been long and generally approved. Ben Franklin. It was long and generally approved. It no longer is. No longer. They're perfectly fine having 1 innocent man go to prison rather than 100 guilty men walk free. Gonfall says Ricada never gets tired. This is infinite energy. I'm a little tired and a little drunk right now, but we're going to Diablo on Twitch after this for a little bit. Not long, but a little bit. Wolfgang Deo says, I think the only proper place for a warning shot is when on the sea, no one is able to retrieve the bullet. Also, no ricochet. Might get a frogman, though. Seagoody says, the Juggernaut Hillside Cabernet. Oh, I like that. You think that's weak on flavor? That's weird. It's pretty flavorful to me. Kyle Bogue says, just caught up to your super chats. If you want to hang out, I'm down. My brother's actually dating one of your former high school classmates. No, he is not. Kyle, what the fuck, man? Email me, buddy. Let's hang out. I'll do it. I'm genuinely curious who he's dating. I'll give the dirt. I'll give the dirt on the former high school classmate. I'll tell him all the dirty secrets. Hafty Sazzard says Canadians who legitimately defend themselves with guns will face secondary criminal charges like unsafe storage. Does this happen in the U.S.? It can. It's rarer than Canada. Look, you live in a country of cuckoldry, and there's no way around it. Wolfgang Deo says spam Coronos says Tim Pool wants you back on again. Look, they have my contact. I'd love to talk to Tim Pool. Had a very good time last time. The schedule was crunched, but that's the reality. And I would happily go back to visit Tim Pool and be on the show. They're very courteous, very kind, very welcoming. And I'm always happy to go on shows if I have the time and opportunity to do so. So they know how to reach me. If they want to reach me, I'll go back on. Frozen Toy says, can I have a shout out? I just turned 50. Frozen Toy, happy 50th, brother. I'm not going to drink any more whiskey because I'm embarrassing at this point, but cheers to you. May you have many more years in the future. Bad Vibe says, Nick, panel name, Tavern of Attorney, and show name, Judicial Playground, Punishing. There you go. That's it, guys. Let's end this show. I'm dying. I'll catch you soon. Hope you guys have a good night. I'll be over on Twitch in just a minute to play some Diablo 2 drunkenly, probably poorly, but come check out my werewolf if you want, if you care about that sort of thing. Otherwise, I'll see you soon. I'm going to release some videos tomorrow. I don't think I'll be streaming. I'll be on Flashcast probably at the end of the night. Maybe. Actually, I don't know about that, but maybe. We'll talk to you guys later. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter. we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the team post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are.